adding to it, but at its core, it's about getting people who love comics together.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think even though it's become so big this year, it still feels like a party, which is like the real vibe of the whole thing. So I'm really excited about today.
Yeah, but I'm glad that we're keeping the focus on comics, and make sure to visit the Nabisco Earthlink Fun Tent, where we're going to be giving away all kinds of fun prizes, and the bassist from Sugar Ray will be there signing anything you want to bring him. But this is about comics, though.
It's a big old comic party.
Very excited. Yeah. Hang on. I don't want to talk about the Diddy stuff. Let's just focus
What?
on
No.
comics. I don't want to answer. I'm not answering any of those questions. Sorry. Yeah, let's talk about comics.
So having founded the event, this is now the third year in a row, and it's bigger than ever. How are you guys feeling about it? What's in store for next year? What can you guys tease? What are your plans?
Well, the one thing I can say, and this is kind of a brag, the reason it keeps getting bigger is because every year we do it, more creators, more artists, writers hear about it, and they want to come, and we want to accommodate everybody, and we especially want to accommodate up-and-coming artists. There's a lot of young up-and-coming artists here this year with their own publishing companies. What I can tease in the future, well, shoot, no, the one thing I can't...
Go ahead and tease it.
We do want to add a film element to this, but still comics and horror centric.
Yeah.
But we're doing that in a very, very, again, we are anti splaying this thing all over the map and making it, we want this to be self-contained, and we want it to be a nice chill hang. Yeah.
With some very cool rewards for the people. We want all types of creators to be kind of celebrated at this block party.
There are people here today that sent us Instagram messages months ago that said, hey, here's my art, I'm publishing my own stuff, can I come? And we're like, I would have never heard of this person if they hadn't contacted us, and their stuff is so good that we feel like, oh, we're giving these people their first big exposure. So yes, again, kind of a brag, but I feel really happy getting to do that.
Yeah, and it's not just fans getting to meet creators, it's creators getting to meet creators.
Yeah.
Because comic can be a very lonely thing where you're sitting typing or at your drawing board. And here we've had amazing collaborations come out of this convention. There's artists and writers who have met who are now doing books together. So like, to me, that's a really cool thing too, is it's a social event for people who love this stuff.
Yeah, and the only way we're able to keep growing this thing is because everyone has such a good time here and wants it to grow. Because it's a free event, so like we kind of rely on everyone coming together and making it a fun day. And like Jordan said, there's new people next to industry vets, and they're meeting for the first time. They're tabling next to each other, and it's like a really cool mixture of like old and new.
I think we're the only festival organizers that have to keep reminding ourselves, don't bother your guests about their work, because I'm the kind of person, like, if Pornsak I will bother him, like, so in the last issue, so the way you left it hanging, so in the next one, and like, I have to stop myself. I'm like a fan of all the people that are here.
I've already asked John Bogna for a Boom Boom sketch, so I'm gonna do it. Yeah, God. I'm going to bother these people because I'm fans of everyone here. So.
Oh, I was already bothering Kyle Higgins about his he did a new Batman issue with a Riddler thing, and I was literally had to stop myself going, some of the Riddler questions I thought might, like, and I'm like, what are you doing?
Keep it together,
exactly, keep it together. Yeah. So
I think this is why the event is fantastic, because you guys are comic fans and comic creators, and it shows. It's such a community event. Speaking of the Minor Threats universe, there's a lot going on. For those watching at home who are new to the Minor Threats universe from Dark Horse Comics, wink wink, what is this universe about, this dark superhero universe?
Well, in a nutshell, it is about the D-list supervillains, and how do you exist in this world when an A-list supervillain kills an A-list hero's sidekick, and all the heroes come down like a ton of bricks. Where do you stand morally on do we hand this guy over to the heroes so we can keep operating? And then we use that as a springboard into, at this point, there are a dozen new storylines. We did this amazing anthology series that writers like Bendis and Gail Simone came in on and did stories.
Say the name of the book.
Yeah, we are building. Oh, it's called Welcome to Twilight. It's one of the spinoffs. We're
available today at the store for signing.
The store.
We're gonna have Mike Allred is here and Laura Allred, who did a story in it. Jerry Duggan is here. we're here, so we'll be signing all of those today. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut.
No, you should.
I'm just
this-
trying to. I'm in
No,
sales
no,
mode
but that's.
for you.
I get so excited
moving
talking
you.
about my own book
Yeah.
that I forget to give the details. Like, it's this cool thing. And this one guy comes down, and like, could you please say the title? Yes, go Welcome to Twilight. But we're getting to build a universe from the ground up, and it's really exciting.
And also, we're promoting today is we are doing a crossover with Archie Comics. So it's
That's
minor
right.
Archie versus Minor Threats. And Scott Kobush will be here, the artist for that. So we'll be signing with him
Which
today.
we did not see how that was going to work when it was first brought to us, and now it's kind of one of the best Minor Threat stories.
One of my favorite things.
Like,
we've
it's
done.
really genuinely, we expanded the universe with Archie.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
it
love
works.
the crossovers where you're like, these two things shouldn't
Should
meet.
not work.
And then you find the fun and the story in that. And I think like the two different tones of Archie and Minor Threats colliding is what makes the crossover so fun.
Yeah.
So Jeff, for you, you own you're a set designer and a fabricator in the industry, which is why the shop looks amazing. What goes into creating an event like this? You guys do a bunch of events.
Blood, sweat, and tears, mostly. Lots of tears. Just a little bit of blood now. But, you know, it's a lot of planning. It's a lot of space planning and fabricating and pulling a lot of favors from a lot of other industry people. And, you know, we have a lot of friends, and luckily we're able to pull together and do some crazy stuff.
The event looks amazing. So do you guys
We're not even getting the scope
Oh,
of
I
this event
know.
from this angle.
We got the screen right there.
There's literally a theater right there. There's a huge signing area behind us. There's a huge, we basically opened a mini DVD store right there. It's insane what we're doing. Yeah. So anyway, come if you can come by today, please do. If you can't today, in the future, we'll do this
Or watch
forever.
from home.
Or watch from home.
That's the beauty
All
of
day
this
long.
year. All day long, there's going to be your favorite creators being interviewed by Sammy.
By the way, we
Powered
got-
by Dark Horse.
But I
And
gotta.
your coffee shop.
coffee's here.
Speaking of getting the best creators, we got Sammy DeMonster
Oh,
to
thank you.
guide you today through this. She is also a fan, and I saw her here last year, and I've seen her at signings. You can literally see her trying to, wait a minute, you're just interviewing, don't bother them. Like, she is just as much of a fan as we are, and to see her keep it under control like that, it's very inspiring.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you for your kind words. That's all we have time for now, but we will be tuning in at the end of the event, so we'll be live streaming all day.
All right,
Yes.
thank you.
Bye,
Yeah,
everybody.
see you guys. Bye.
the Comics Creator Block Party here at Revenge of. I'm joined by legendary comic creators Jerry Duggan and Gary Brown. How you guys doing?
Oh my gosh, so good. Thank you for having us.
Yeah, it's great. Having a great time.
This is the best comic town, and this is the best comic show in the best comic town, I think.
Okay.
Los Angeles, come take our crown if you think you got a better comic town.
I completely agree. For those of you watching at home who are not familiar with these legendary comic creators, you might know them from their work that they did together, Falling in Love and The Path to Hell. It's a story full of action, romance, a samurai gunslinger. For those new to the series, what is this about? What is your elevator pitch?
You know, we didn't set out, I'd never heard the term romantasy, but I had never tackled a romance, and when I met Gary, I was like feeling very romantic, and I said, okay, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna do a action, romance, supernatural set piece about a samurai and a gunslinger that meet in purgatory, and that's when they begin their great romance, and we're trying to get them out now. So we're at the midpoint, we're taking a quick pause, and we're coming back in 26 with a whole bunch of new issues.
Exciting.
What was the question?
We're talking about Falling in
Oh,
Love.
oh yeah, it's like I always just say it's like samurai western, kind of like cosmic horror, nudity.
Yeah,
Yeah, real life
There's some sexy times in this comic. There's some rough times. We really just wanted to put in so much of the things that we love, and we were rewarded. We have this really cool fan base now that is really, I won't say horny for the comic to come out every month, but they are very excited.
You said that you included all the things that you love in a comic. Do you have any inspirations, just in general, as artist or and writer, of course, but artist as an encompassing term? But do you have any specific inspirations for this project?
Yeah, weirdly, I would say Cormac McCarthy, I would say Tarantino. I even put in my favorite restaurant in Los Angeles is a place called Redbird. It is the church that the first scene takes place in. It was Saint Vibiana, and 100 years later now, after Northridge, it was deconsecrated because it was damaged. So I just was trying to put only things that I loved in it and only let people collaborate on it whose work I loved, and it's been so rewarding to just use that as our magnetic north. What about your inspiration?
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, pretty much the same. I mean, we have a lot of the same influences, which is why we get on so well. Like, like spaghetti westerns, samurai movies, Lady Snowblood, 13 Assassins, that kind of stuff. But we also like really weird sci-fi, cosmic horror. So we just put all of that in because there were no rules.
Yeah,
so.
There's no rules at Image. We got to do what we want. And I actually got to thank Frank Miller at a show for his covers for Lone Wolf and Cub, which became my favorite comic. That was how I got into it, was Frank's covers back in the day. And then Frank looked at our comic, and somehow we hornswoggled him into doing a cover for us. So if you love something, don't be unembarrassed and unashamed and advocate for it, and you never know what's going to happen.
This is what it's like streaming. This is a fun time. So you guys, speaking of art and falling in love on the path to hell, there is a art book coming out soon. Can you tell us a little bit about that? There's a Zoop campaign ending in a few days. Is that right?
Yeah, we're running it right now. It's a art edition of the first volume with some back matter. It won't be reprinted. It's your only chance to get any art really from Gary right now. There are blank sketch covers and remarks that you can get. We wanted to put this out there because the inks are just so cool. No offense to Chris O'Halloran, our lovely Irish color artist, but we wanted to share this with everyone while we were hitting pause so that Gary can sprint ahead and draw and write the back end of our comic for 26. So it's a neat way for us to get more of this comic out that we love in a way that I think our fans will love.
Yeah, I'm actually genuinely surprised that people want it. So it's kind of nice. Yeah, but it's a cool black and white edition, and I always like stuff like that. Yeah, oversized hardcover, and I like process stuff, how people do it, all their construction lines, all their whiteout. So it's something I would like. Yeah.
I'm not surprised that people want it. I'm not surprised at all. It's beautiful, and I'm so excited for it. And the campaign for that ends in a couple days. Is that right?
And yeah, ends Sunday night. So if you're falling in love curious, don't wait too long. We're going to be up on Sunday night. Won't be reprinted. Oversized hardcover. I think it's priced to move. You can get it and give it a good home for much less than $100. So thank you all for the support on it. It's already funded, so we're just sort of now we're running up the score.
How did you guys end up meeting and working on this amazing project together?
It's very funny. I'll tell you the honest answer. We talked because Gary asked me if I had an attorney once that might help him. And by the way, I think artists should talk about this sort of thing. I came into town a long time ago to write and to collaborate on art, but I was a terrible business person. And so I said, yeah, of course, Gary, I'm going to introduce you to my attorney. But I just said, just so you know, I am your great fan. I would love to work with you sometime. So I immediately, again, be unembarrassed and just reveal yourself, and you never know what'll happen, because I tricked him into working with me.
As I remember, I actually emailed Jerry and said, "You want to do a book?" And he was like, "Yeah." And that's why I remember.
Talk to my attorney is what I said.
Yeah, well, after I did that, yeah. But it was, I think because we were both in Los Angeles, so it seemed kind of silly that we hadn't actually met and done something. And then we hit it off, and we like all the same stuff, so yeah, it was fun.
It is. I was mentioning this earlier. I really do think this is such a cool comics town. We have wonderful shops that have all different feels and almost different specialties. And Revenge of is one of our newest ones, but has brought so much cool energy to it. And there was a reason, I think, that comic books really used to have to be in Manhattan, pre-internet, pre-FedEx, that sort of thing. But now comics exist around the world, except there's a lot of cool folks that live and work and breathe and love comics in Los Angeles, and it's been so fun to be a part of that.
That is all we have time for today. I could chat with you guys for hours. I'm sad to see it wrap up, but thank you for watching. We are here at the Comics Creator Block Party at Revenge of 2025. Bye, everybody.
Bye. Thank you.
Hello from the Comics Creator Block Party 2025 at Revenge, powered by Dark Horse Comics. So we're here with Kelly Sue DeConnick. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm good. I'm very excited to be here. This place is awesome. Yeah.
It looks fantastic. We love the guillotine earrings, by the way. Guillotine earrings.
Thank you. A nice little nod to our administration.
Understandable, completely relatable. For those watching, maybe familiar with Kelly's work, Captain Marvel, which was actually one of the first comics I read when getting into comics when I was in high school. So
Yay!
this is an honor.
Oh, that makes me so happy. And also so old.
No, not at all. Also, Wonder Woman Historia.
Yeah.
Iconic. You got Bitch Planet.
Yep.
FML, and you're just an icon in the comic industry. I'm like, I have
you.
stage fright right now. I'm starstruck.
No, I don't believe that for a minute, but thank you. Thank you. This is like, we're all just nerds among nerds here. This is a safe space. It's all good.
Safe space. I love to hear it. But today we're going to talk a little bit about FML. That's your series you have going on right now. For those watching, can you tell us a little bit about this series? It's got some heavy metal elements, got some supernatural elements. It's from Dark Horse. Look at that right there. Dark Horse.
It is I am so bad at this. I should have an elevator pitch at this point. It is a story about being a teenager, growing up in a time when it feels like the world is on fire, and the ways that we deal with our anxiety. It's also about his mom and what it is to raise somebody when it feels like the world is on fire, and they're both artists in their own way, so when everything feels like it's spinning out of your control, what matters and how do you make art in that environment? Which makes it sound really heavy, and it's actually not. It's a comedy. It's a really funny book, and I'm super proud of it. And it's with David Lopez, who did Captain Marvel with me, and he is an incredible partner and just very expressive. He draws in like 4 different art styles for the book, because we have the objective style of the book, and then we have the subjective style that Riley, the teen, draws in, and Patty, the mom, is a alt cartoonist, and we have her style, and then we have her style when she was young as well. So it's pretty cool. There's also, she used to be in a band in the 80s and 90s, and so there's a lot of Riot Grrrl stuff too. And we design all of the back matter in the book to look like an old zine, and I write some essays about my experience in that era, and yeah, it's a lot of fun. We have games and some ARG aspects of it too. There's a lot of stuff in there that you can find, clues you can find to things that are hidden on the web. And it's cool. I'm real proud of it. We're having a good time.
It is a beautiful book. I love all the back matter, and it takes place in Portland, and you kind of explore the music scene a little bit. Can you tell us more about maybe your relationship with Portland as a city?
Yeah. Oh, man, I have never been more proud to be a Portlander than I am right now, honestly. We have the Pacific Northwest has a complicated history, and there are a lot of, a lot of things that we gotta keep working on, but there is just a real make it happen and take care of each other spirit there that I absolutely adore, and in this moment in particular, I am especially proud. So yeah, Portland is very much, it's a cliche, but Portland is very much a character in the book.
No, absolutely. I've been really falling in love with the Pacific Northwest, and Portland has a huge comic scene, so that's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
So there's also some like true crime inspiration in the series. Yeah, can you tell us a bit more about that and just kind of the inspiration for the series in general?
Yeah. So I have that whatever that thing is where I find stories about horrific murders to be very soothing, which, thank God, I'm not alone in this. There's not something deeply broken in me, but it's complicated, and I have a lot of guilt about it too. And so I wanted, it's like, this book is just like about like, oh my God, it feels like everything is coming at us all at once.
Yeah.
And so I wanted to write about all of the things, and so Patty, the mom character, has a real true crime fixation. and hers comes. Mine doesn't have this, but hers comes from a death in her youth. So there's a murder mystery aspect as well.
Lots of moving parts. It is such a stunning comic. It's a lot of fun. I'd say it's kind of like a dramedy. Would you agree with that?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And I'm not good at monthly comics because I'm a slow writer. So it's officially a mini series, but it's really an ongoing that's serialized. And we don't have a date for the second series yet, but actually my husband Matt Fraction is going to write the second series, and so we're going to tag out for those two. So the first series focuses on Riley and Patty, and the second series will focus on Jim and Lil, the daughter and the dad. And that's cool too because David is also the father of a daughter, and so yeah. And Lil, the little character, is amazing and everybody loves her, so it'll be a lot of fun.
And issue 7 comes out in December. What can you tease about that issue? A lot has been going on in the series, like a lot. Stuff has really hit the fan.
Yeah, I mean, 7 is chaos. 7 is like peak chaos. So it's everything. I will say this, I don't want to spoil it, but there is a sequence in 7 that I was like, Davia, I don't know how we're gonna do this. And David was like, I got you. And he absolutely did. And when it's been out and people have read it, we can talk about what that is. But it required him coming up with yet another style. So there's a 4th style in the book now. Yeah, or a 5th, I guess a 5th style.
Yeah, we love to see it. Issue 7, December, so keep an eye out for that, everybody. What is your comic book origin story? When did you start comics, and what drew you to this medium?
So I grew up on military bases all over the world, and I'm older than Google and stronger than Wi-Fi, and so I predate the internet, and so we didn't have access to American television overseas, and so I read a ton, and comics were really big on base culture. The Stars and Stripes bookstore had a fantastic comic section, but I figured out very quickly that the GIs that were getting short, which means that they're like getting ready to ship out, would sell stacks of comics for $1 at the swap meets, and my allowance was 45 cents a week, and so I would save that up, and then I could get like way more comics than I could if I bought them new. And so I read a ton of comics as a kid, came back to the States, and there weren't that many girls reading comics at that time, which is a thing. We could get into a whole thing, but I won't.
Well, you'll be on the Women Comics panel. We'll get into it.
Yes, we'll get into it later. But so I kind of dipped out of it, but I went back in and out for years. And then when I moved to New York, I met Will Rosado, who was a comic book artist, and met a few other comic book folks. And then I joined a fan posting board for a Delphi forum, and for one of my favorite books. And then it was this culture that was like, you know, let's make an anthology. And I didn't really have any grand ambitions to do it professionally or anything, but I get really competitive, and I'm really interested in the thing that's right in front of me, and so I just kind of ended up doing more and more, and at some point like realized, oh hey, this is what I do for a living. So I know it's such a lame answer. I wanted to be like, I knew that this is what I wanted to do, and I pursued it, but it's a lie. I fell into it back asswards, and that's what happened.
No, I think that's a fantastic story. This is all about the art of storytelling, and you are a storyteller no matter what medium. You're an artist, and that's amazing. But that's actually all we have time for today, but we will be on the Women in Comics panel live streaming later. But thank you guys for watching. This is live from the Comics Creator Block Party at Revenge of. Woo! Bye, everybody! Hello, live from the Comics Creator Block Party at Revenge of in LA. This is the Comics Creator Couch Party, streaming to you guys live here today. We're joined with legendary comic creator Brian Michael Bendis. How are you guys doing?
Very good. This is awesome. This is one of my favorite events of the year, and it's off to an amazing start already. Yeah.
You are an icon. You co-created Miles Morales, Jessica Jones. You have written for New Avengers.
Co-created just to be partners with artists that were a major influence on everything that we did. So yeah.
Yeah, so you co-created these characters. You also did New Avengers and Jinx.
Yeah.
Absolutely outstanding. And Powers.
Yeah.
And it's a 20th anniversary right now, and it's back. Can you tell us about that series and bringing it back?
So yeah, Powers is a homicide detective book that takes place in the world of superheroes, and we've been doing it shockingly for 25 years, which, very few independent comics get to go that distance. We're so honored that the audience stays with us. It's incredible. So for the 25th anniversary, we launched a new series called Powers 25. It's an all-new series from the original creators, and that's amazing too that we're still buddies. That's awesome, and we've been published. My home has been Dark Horse for quite a few years. And even though we've been lucky enough to publish Powers at a lot of different places, it always felt like a Dark Horse book. Yeah, okay. It just did. And it did to Dark Horse as well. They told us, we would like to publish Powers. And so when the anniversary came around, we were like, hey, that we want to come back. We have some new things we want to say, new ideas we want to pursue. And so we have this brand new Powers 25 series out right now in any comic book store you go to. Yeah.
What has it been like stepping back into this world and working with this creative team again?
I actually you get to an age where you really keep an eye on your joy levels. Am I enjoying this? Do I like this? Or is it just something I do, right? And my joy levels have been through the roof. Yeah, I'm so excited. And also, it's not just me, it's my partner, Mike Oeming. When we're together, we find things we can't find by ourselves. It's one of those just beautiful things where there's almost like a third entity that's the two of us, and it's been amazing. We're not repeating anything we did in the past. We're trying new things, and the audience really responded in a way that was a huge relief.
What are you doing different with the 25th anniversary, and what do you love most about it?
Well, what's interesting about our series is we're very rare that the characters age along with this series. So 25 years has passed in the life of our lead characters. So they are in a different space in their life, They see things differently. They're haunted by things that are different than they thought they would. And for long-term readers, it's a very satisfying experience to see that. And for new readers, there's a whole new generation of characters in the book that are responding to what happened in the past and moving forward at the same time. And I wanted to, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to come back to the series and kind of analyze everything that's gone on in these genres that we've been in love with all these years, and that's what they're dealing with. So yeah, there's just a new case. Someone died with powers, and it opens up all these doors that weren't open before that. They get to investigate and get to explore everything about the world of superheroes.
Absolutely incredible. And you've done a lot of work for the Big Two, and yes, once again, you co-created Miles Morales. What is it like seeing characters you created kind of adapted to the big screen? And you're also involved in the Spider-Verse as an executive producer. How is it like seeing these characters?
It's really wonderful, you know. For me, like Miles, like first it was Jessica, and then Miles and Riri particularly. But Miles is like a hug that never ends in my life. Like everywhere I go, it's never in. Like every interaction about Miles is a positive. It's either someone just saying something nice, or Halloween was just last week and I saw a bunch of Miles and Gwen's running around, and I'm like, you want to come up and go, yeah, it's just, but it's so beautiful. It's such a beautiful experience, and then just, I just can't believe it, and I think the pop culture professor in me knows that like a lot of my heroes who got to have this happen to them. And me and Kelly Sue, who created Captain Marvel, we talk about it all the time because a lot of our heroes, they were either very, very old or had passed away before the moment happened. And we're lucky that something happened in the culture where we get to be here for it. Like we get to like literally go to the premieres and experience all that comes with people loving our the thing we're trying to put into the world. So I'm very grateful that I get to like experience the interaction, which even when you're sitting in your room like making comics hoping like someone will react positively, you really don't know what that will feel like or in what way that will feel, how it feels. And then this experience has just been incredible. I didn't see any of this coming. Yeah, you hope for it and you don't even know what it's like. Yeah.
Incredible. And yeah, Halloween
that
just
makes
came
sense.
up, so it's cool to think about like seeing your character during Halloween. That is so cool.
That Halloween, and you go like into a Walgreens, and Miles is like on the shelf of Transformers, and like in those spaces that it's just part of the culture. That's awesome. It's so awesome. Yeah.
What is it like writing for like Marvel in this established universe versus creating your own universe, like with powers?
I love both equally, which I'm weird like that. Like there's something really amazing about creating something from scratch with your friends. You create the rules, you break the rules. Like you can literally try things that you couldn't do in other spaces. But also when you're in the shared universe of the Marvel, I'm addicted to collaboration. So when you're in the shared universe of the Marvel universe, you're working not only with your creative teams, but there's all these other writers working on the characters in different ways, team books, crossovers. So you're part of like a mind hive of writers. You're part of a collective of creators, all working towards, this shared universe idea. And it just always creates, for me, like new ideas or things I know I would not have thought of on my own, like unless I was yes-anding you, right? And so that's where Miles came from. That's where Jessica Jones came from. Like what can I be additive here to the experience that everyone else is having? Yeah.
Absolutely incredible. And what is your comic book origin story? Like, how did you begin comics? What drew you to the medium?
Oh, I was a very young recruit. I discovered them very young. I discovered them as I was learning to read and as I was discovering what I wanted out of the world, like reading the credits of the comic books and memorizing the names and kind of figuring out that certain people were giving me certain vibes, like George Perez, I'll follow that name to the next book, right? And I stood up at the Passover table, I think about 6 or 7, when I figured out this is a job that you could have. Like, this feeling I have reading a comic, someone's job is to make me feel this way. Well, I think I want that job.
Oh, wow.
I think that's what I want. So I stood up at the dining room table and I said I was going to be the artist of Spider-Man.
You did?
Yeah, and my mom, who's years ago, turned to me and goes, after I wrote like a first 100 issues of Spider-Man, said, "It's crazy how close you got." Like, yeah.
And you, how old were you when you stood up?
I aimed it like Babe Ruth. I'm like, Spider-Man. Yeah.
That is incredible. And now you co-created my favorite Spider-Man, so that is absolutely incredible.
Thank you. That's nice. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, I love Miles Morales so much, and
Yeah.
it's good stuff.
No, like I'm so excited. Sarah Pacelli, who co-created Miles Morales with us, we're reuniting in Italy next month. Haven't seen her in years. I'm so excited that we had the best time together. So, yeah.
Working for comics, how long have you been working in the industry, and what are some of the changes you've seen over the years that you like, the growth of the industry?
Well, a couple things. Number one, I lucked out. I got published, my first comic book published while I was still in college.
Cool.
So I got to make my mistakes early and often. And so I've been published consistently since the early 90s, which shocks the out of me. But I'm so grateful that this journey has been so not only just exciting, but yes, there's been evolution in the market that like around the same time that Miles Morales was hitting theaters, this graphic novel market opened up in a big, exciting. There's always been graphic novels in the graphic novel market, but Raina Telgemeier and Captain Underpants opened up this other space, and I've been invited because of Miles into some of those spaces. So I do this graphic novel series at Abrams called Phenomena. And I have another book coming out next year with my old friend David Marquez at First Second, with just new publishing endeavors that I think support all of that, what we're trying to do to make this a special space. And none of this existed when I came into comics. Like I couldn't even dream the dream of I wish I could do this one day, because the space didn't exist. So I think about this all the time, how interesting it is that we get to like try new things in spaces we didn't know were coming. And I try to take advantage of everything that happens, and also the webcomic, Webtoons revolution that Dark Horse is part of. It's just being part of it, trying to like see what else we can do with it. It's so exciting. Sorry.
Amazing. No, perfect. That's actually all we have time for today. But thank you so much for being this live stream. But yeah, we're live from the Comics Creator Block Party. We're gonna be streaming all day. And yeah, goodbye everybody.
Thank you. Jinxworld.com.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to
Welcome.
this.
We love to see an audience. I'm Jesse Thorne, America's radio sweetheart.
I'm Jordan Morris, boy detective.
Welcome to Jordan Jesse Go. How many people out here have ever actually heard Jordan Jesse Go before? None. No, there's 5. Okay.
Yeah.
I love it. I'll take that. 5 is good.
Please explain the inside jokes to everyone else.
Yeah. Jordan, I this morning had an incident.
Ooh, an incident. That sounds like a good way to start the show by talking about the incident.
I was in my backyard, not to brag, and I was reading The New Yorker, not to typecast myself.
Okay.
You're
smoking your pipe.
Exactly. Regular listeners know that I live next door to a just full-on tire yard, just like a place where they are repairing and fixing tires. And I think there's...
You're such a gearhead.
You guys can tell. I'm a fucking gearhead. I love gears. And I think there's standing water at the tire place.
Okay.
Because there's been a lot of what I call skeeters.
That's short for mosquito?
Yeah, it is,
Okay.
correct. That's an inside joke that they could have explained to each other, but it's fine.
Yeah.
But I've been having a lot of problems in my backyard with mosquitoes. And I have taken to just really aggressively trying to murder them.
Okay.
I used to sort of run away from them, but now I want them dead. You can only really catch them if they're full of blood already.
Okay, because they're slower. Because
They're a
full
lot
of
slower
blood.
once they're full of blood. So
you 3D printed a gun.
every time I actually squish one against a wall, I regret that I killed it because it spits blood all over my wall. But I was outside sitting on the stairs, and a mosquito landed on me, and I slapped it, and I killed it. And I was very proud, except that it was right here.
Jesse is pointing to his penis area, so it looks like you're bleeding from the penis.
Yes, I squashed my own balls and penis in a fit of rage at a mosquito this morning. So I am doing awesome.
Yeah. Just, look out. We might have some vampires around.
You know what? I take it.
Okay.
You're a married man. You take what you can get.
You take what you
If a
can
vampire
get.
wants to bite my dick, that's fine.
Okay.
My child's here, by the way.
So just everybody out there, please explain to the people who are not here that Jesse squashed a mosquito and there's nothing wrong with his penis.
Should we bring our guests onto the
I would
stage?
love to.
Our guests are not only the organizers of this entire event, they are comic book legends, the co-creators of Minor Threats. Please welcome to the stage Patton Oswalt and Jordan Blum.
Hey, there they are. The men who made this happen, and all the
Yes.
fine folks at Revenge of.
Man, boys.
Yeah.
Man, boy, sorry.
It's so good to be here on Jordan Jesse Patton. This is very exciting.
So our
Very
produ-
exciting.
Our producer Jordan was just telling us how excited she is to do Jordan, Jesse Patton.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, well, that's going to be
A lot of
better.
Jordans here.
Yeah.
Blum, you've had 3 coffees, you said.
Ready to go. We got a long day. Sorry, it came in too hot.
That's your 3 coffee voice.
Yeah.
Traffic on the ones.
No, it's sweet foot today.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or seems like you're crashing already.
He balances me out because I'm a one matcha guy.
Yeah.
I'm bringing
I-
one matcha
One
energy
matcha.
to this.
Oh, one matcha Oswald.
One matcha Oswald. That's right.
Ceremonial grade?
Please. Yes.
Okay, yes.
Come on.
Get this man a
Not
ceremonial
that
grade
instant
matcha.
Nabisco matcha that all the Gen Zs are drinking.
Yeah, no
I-
thanks.
I feel like this is going to be a turn it later.
Okay, how about a
There
round
you
of
go.
applause for Costco's liberal return policy?
Yeah.
Yay.
This is going to be great. I also Jordan and Patton's names are on all the T-shirts and stuff like that, which is wonderful. But as someone who lives in this neighborhood, I know that this is a very special neighborhood for Patton in particular because it's the only neighborhood in Los Angeles where his AP Bio FYC flag hangs from the lights
Yes, it
6 years
does.
later.
If you go out, actually, all that's left is the tiniest little tatter out in front of this door. I know there's more intact ones.
Yeah,
For
there's
some
one with a
reason-
full patent, and it has been here as like somebody that lives in this neighborhood or near this neighborhood. It's been there since before the pandemic.
Oh yeah, like 2018 they put that up, and it was really amazing. There used to be a full one right in front of the store, and I've been slowly I've been chronicling it slowly disintegrating, which I hope isn't symbolic of anything, but.
But you get younger.
I do,
Yes,
exactly.
right?
The more, the reason it's disintegrating is because of all the vile sin that I am partaking in life, and it only reflects on the banner. I'm glad that there are actual, like, still full banners hanging out there, and then eventually, maybe a generation will come along that doesn't know what AP Bio is, and it'll become this weird urban legend of like, oh no, the letters APBIO, they stand for. There'll be some weird, crazy conspiracy theory, and it'll be amazing. I
They'll
can't
start
wait.
referring to you as the old gods.
Yeah, the old gods. They watched over Glassell Park and saw everything.
Consider them.
Consider them in all of your actions and thoughts.
Patton, I promised my daughter is here, and I promised her that I would ask you a
Oh,
question.
boy.
We made a trade, which is she agreed to come to my show, which is a sort of a trial to be endured for her.
Oh,
If
sorry.
I asked Patton, why do you have a voice-only part in the film Wrong Turn 2: Dead End?
I knew the director, Joe Lynch, and one day it was all on the same day. He called me in the morning and said, can you come in and do a quick voiceover thing for my movie? It's right near you, the studio. And I drove over, and I was just a favor for a friend. And yeah, there I am. That's not the only movie where you can sort of hear my voice coming out of a device or TV or speaker. And I won't say the other ones, but there is a weird, I'm like this not as ubiquitous Wilhelm scream amongst a lot of movies.
I am so in love. I watched for our friend's podcast, The Flophouse, the other day. I watched the Smurfs movie.
Oh Lord.
And I love that when they put together those voice casts, like those movies have 5, 6, 7 year production timelines. Like
Yeah.
it takes so long to make one of those movies. And so it just gives you so much time to locate someone who would be willing to record one line down the street from their house that day.
Yes, exactly. And it's also what's really cool. I love that you pointed something out. It does take 5 to 7 years. So a lot of times when you then look at the voiceover cast of a lot of big animated movies, you get a cool glimpse as to what was really hot 5 or 7 years ago. And some of the people stayed famous. Other people are like, who's this? You're like, oh, for a week they went viral on, it was a whole thing, and they cast them, and I'm sorry you don't remember who that person is, but it's a whole, yeah.
They were big on Vine.
Yeah, it was
remember
huge,
Vine?
And then they got this, and yeah. I mean, there are a lot of those.
No
As
bigger Quibi star.
As I was watching Smurfs, the whole time I was just thinking, they couldn't get Jack McBrayer a paycheck in this. Like, you guys, great, get him some money. Okay, you guys want to do some? You guys want to do some games?
Yeah, let's do
Nah.
it. And we have some prizes for the audience as well.
Oh, what prizes do we have, Jordan?
I think how we'll do this is we'll play the games against each other. We'll each pick an audience member to play for. And I think in this first game, the winner will get a copy of Godzilla versus Los Angeles.
Oh,
yes.
Wait a minute. Didn't my
That
friend-
is by the way, I read that book. That's a hilarious book. They really lean into how would Los Angeles realistically deal with a Godzilla threat. And it is kind of accurate. That is kind of how LA would deal with it.
Jordan Morris here wrote a story in that book, and it is about essentially a Universal Studios tour guide defending Universal City Walk from Godzilla.
A legally dissimilar Universal
beautiful.
Studio.
It is our treasure, and we must.
Yes.
Of course.
It is a Winesburg, Ohio panorama of different stories in LA dealing with, wow, for no Sherwood Anderson fans in the audience? Really?
Should the Bubba Gump
Did I
fall,
read-
LA falls.
Yes.
Protect the Bubba Gump Shrimp Company at all costs.
We've lost the Pioneer Chicken. We lost the Pioneer Chicken.
Jordan Morris.
Yes.
This is a comic book character identifying game.
Okay.
And I'm going to guess that other Jordan and Patton are going to be really good at this game. So do you want to scan the crowd and see if there's a real dorkwad who might who might be willing to help you out.
Who
as
do I
necessary.
get?
Wow.
Anybody want to play on
Oh my God!
team?
I'm sorry. You just invented a game where you don't want to be chosen first. That's beautiful.
It's me. I'm the dork.
I mean, we had some immediate volunteers. You may be underestimating the
Oh,
dork
okay.
lottery
Wow.
going on.
I underestimated the pride and knowing of self. I love that. Yeah.
Beautiful. I see there's a man with a Darth Vader T-shirt. who,
Oh, there you go.
Seems like he might be. What's your name, sir? Lowell.
Lowell.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I will be consulting with you, and if we win, you'll get that comic.
Well,
I'm sorry. LOWELL, not LOL. All right. I just want to make sure. I don't know how Gen Alpha's going to name their kids. There is going to be an ROFL out there somewhere.
Sure. There's going to be a lot of 6-7s in about 5 years. There's a lot of 6-7, little 6-7.
dear.
6-7R, 6-7M. Do you guys want to pick someone to get the comic book if you win? Anybody want to just be on there? Guy in the back. Guy in the back.
there we go.
There you are.
Star
Waving
Trek
a white
hat
hat.
looks like.
Okay.
Okay. So
Can we
you guys-
confirm Star Trek hat?
Jaws.
Actually,
Oh.
it's a Jaws hat.
Star
Uh,
Trek.
the correct answer is actually.
You forgot the
Yeah.
So you guys are all very much comic book experts. Patton and Jordan, your comic Minor Threats explores the world of C-tier comic book characters. So in this game, I'm going to give you 3 comic book characters. Your job will be to identify which is a Marvel character, which is a DC character, and which is some shit I made up. You also will get an extra point for either correctly identifying their superpower or making up a superpower that I find amusing.
Okay.
So for the characters that I have made up, obviously for the DC and Marvel characters, their powers are canonical. You can look them up on wikis, which I did. For the characters I've made up, you will have to identify the power that I imagined inside my head.
Okay.
I'm calling this game the Obscurity Gauntlet.
Oh.
Jordan Morris, since you were at a disadvantage, a 2-to-1 disadvantage, although you have this wonderful dork.
I think Lowell's going to be helpful.
I'm going to have you go first.
Okay.
And I want everyone.
So you're saying WTF can help him out?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Just want to make sure.
Exactly. I want everybody to enjoy this. I want everybody to make sure and enjoy this.
Are you just showing us the whole
television.
game, basically?
Yeah.
Don't look at the answers.
I want everyone to enjoy this television because it was $199.
Oh, okay.
Televisions
Damn.
are surprisingly cheap these days.
Yeah.
I know what you're thinking, guys. You're just going to return it later. Yes, but time value of money. You took econ.
Thank you.
Okay. Here are your 3 choices, Jordan.
Okay.
The Sweet Tooth, Milk Dud, and I Scream.
Oof, this is okay. This is hard. Everyone's screaming at me. It's so obvious. Okay, I Scream. I think I have heard of. I believe I Scream is DC. I think the Sweet Tooth is Marvel, and I think Milk Dud you made up.
Well, I've Jordan Cowling down there. Are you going to keep track of the score for us?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Hey, how about a hand for our producer, Jordan Cowling?
Yay!
The third Jordan, and some say best Jordan.
Jordan, you got 1. Oh, and now you need to tell me what their superpowers are.
Okay. So I Scream is an eye trauma villain created in the 90s when everything got extreme. He eats only eyes. Invented by, let's say, Todd McFarlane. The Sweet Tooth is
By the way, even if that's wrong, that should be correct.
Thank
just,
you.
just for nailing the decade the way he just did, he should get a point for that.
Thank you, yes. It was Savage Dragon, Prime, and Ice Cream.
Todd McFarlane made a hard turn from eyeball eating to baseball buying.
Sweet Tooth is the ripoff character to Ice Cream who just steals teeth. Because, Hawkeye, Green Arrow.
Right.
And Milk Dud is a nerd with a pregnancy fetish. Which is a superpower. I'm sorry.
You mean like Ken Bone, the undecided voter, who we later found out was a pregnancy fetishist from his long-running Reddit account that still exists and I just looked at the other day?
Yeah.
Oh, Lord.
Okay, I'm going to give you 3 points for the powers. None of them were correct, but all of them were amusing.
Thank
you.
Nice.
You got 1 character correct. Ice Cream is a mutant from the Marvel universe. He became a villain when the other mutants laughed at his powers. Those mutants were, however, correct to have done so because his power is literally just turning into ice cream. He can turn into ice cream, including his suit. The wiki clarified that his suit is made
Also
of
turns-
unstable molecules, so it can also turn into ice cream.
Checks out scientifically.
Representing the DC universe is Sweet Tooth, who fights Batman by making realistic-looking structures out of candy. Or at least that's what a brief glance at the internet told me. I have too much dignity to learn more about the Sweet Tooth. And I made up Milk Dud, who defeats his enemies by damaging their expensive dental work.
Oh, nice.
By the way, all this art is made by podcast celebrity Dan McCoy from the hit podcast, The Flophouse.
I should have consulted you, ROFOL. I'm sorry.
He took time out of writing The Daily Show and other hit television programs to draw dumb fucking pictures for me all day
Thank you,
yesterday.
Dan.
Okay, this is yours, Patton and other Jordan.
Other Jordan.
Here are your choices: Asbestos Lady, The Hydrant, and Cinderblock. One is a Marvel hero, one is a Marvel character, one is a DC character, one is a character I made up.
Asbestos Lady's real.
Yeah, I for some reason I've heard of Asbestos Lady, and that feels like a Marvel character only because they're trying to what's big in the headlines right now. Oh yeah, okay, Asbestos. Like that feels like one of those Thursday afternoons at 2:00. We need something timely. I read about asbestos that gives you cancer. All right, I find Asbestos Lady. Great. All right.
Snort.
Yeah,
That'll scare Batman.
that'll scare Batman. She can team up with Breakdancing Kid, like just whatever is in the news. So
That's Marvel. You're saying.
that's Marvel. Yeah, Asbestos is Marvel.
Can I clarify? I almost included the breakdancing Marvel character, but left it out.
Wow.
There were too many other crazy Marvel characters to include the one that breakdances.
Who's this villain? Where's the beefy? I don't know.
I think the Hydrant feels fake.
I think Hydrant is fake. I think Cinderblock. I would name a character.
Cinderblock's a great name.
That's just a cool name.
Yeah, and that's a DC character, and I feel like he's when you have the villain team, he's the bruiser who's off to on the left in the back.
Someone, maybe who could turn into.
Yeah.
But I also would love someone who just drags around a Cinderblock and throws it at people. That would be the way I would write it.
So Cinderblock is the bruiser. What are the powers of Asbestos Lady and the Hydrant?
Asbestos Lady is first. You can't set her on fire. She's immune to fire, and I think she can also suffocate you, take the air out of the room, some kind of chemical process.
And I guess if we're going with keep the fetish going, it's piss fetish guys, Hydrant.
There you go. There you go. Yeah.
I am giving you 3 points.
Oh.
For getting correct all 3 universes.
Wow.
And I'm giving you 2 points because I don't want to give you a point for the piss fetish because my daughter's here.
Oh no.
Look, you guys opened that door.
We
all
did.
right?
It's completely our fault. Come on. Complete. You were just yes-anding.
Yes.
She knows who her father is.
Oh, okay. All right.
Our Marvel character is Asbestos Lady. Her asbestos suit makes her uniquely qualified to fight her arch nemesis, the Human Torch,
Oh.
and also makes her uniquely qualified to get mesothelioma.
That's right.
Mesothelioma.
Which is her second power.
Mesothelioma. It does not make me uniquely qualified
See, Marvel
to say.
Comics presents number 24.
Boom.
Exciting story.
Sizzle and Stan.
From DC Comic Books is Cinderblock. His Cinderblock body makes him super
knew it.
strong and resilient and perfect
Bruiser.
for building a retaining
Big
wall.
Although I love Jordan's idea of a guy that just carries a cinder block with him and throws it at people. like he just bum rushes his way onto a villain team. They're like, listen, I can throw a cinder block, I'll carry it around everywhere. You got to do nothing. I'll carry it.
Jordan, we can see all the slides. Okay. And I made up the Hydrant, whose superpower in my mind is starting really cool block parties on hot days in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn.
Yeah, it's kind of nice.
And you thought it would be piss related. But
Yeah.
it's related
That's a
to
villain the
fun,
people can love.
wholesome fun. So
Yeah.
that's about 5 points. Who knows? Jordan, it's back to you.
Back to me.
Okay. Here are your choices: the Sportsmaster, 10-pin, and King Frolf.
Okay, Lowell, we're coming to you. Do you have any feelings on this one?
Your cousin's name is Frolf, right? Like
Lowell and
Yeah.
Frolf? Yeah.
Oh yeah, we see.
Frolf and Lowell.
Thanksgiving.
That's a good warm-up, vocal warm-up.
So,
Lowell, Frolf,
The
Lowell,
s-
Frolf.
The Sportsmaster kind of sounds like a Batman villain. Like I feel like his power is, I don't know, like he has every bit of sport as a costume. Like he's got a football gear,
Right.
he's got a basketball. Like he can make anything into a ball and throw it at Batman or whatever. That's my
Yeah.
guess.
Okay.
10-pin. That sounds made up. That sounds like a play on Kingpin, 10-pin, like I don't know. And King Frolf sounds like a Marvel villain. It sounds like an Asgardian frog character or something.
I think that's a good guess. I'm going to go with you on Sportsmaster, but I'm going to switch Tin Pin and Frolf just because I know that Jesse and I went to UC Santa Cruz, and there's no one we like making fun of more than people who play Frolf. So I think just knowing Jesse's personal joke bucket, I'm going to say that Frolf is made up, Sportsmaster is DC, and Tin Pin is Marvel.
I
But
also
thank
know.
you.
I also know that anytime the word "frolf" is mentioned on Jordan Jesse Go, one person will say that they unsubscribed from the program because we were making fun of disc golf.
Disc golf.
Disc golf.
Yep.
Not frolf. Disc
Actually.
golf. Disc golf. What are their powers, Jordan?
I'm going to go with Lowell on this, but I will say that I'll switch King Frolf's power to wearing those shoes that have individual toes, which is a power.
What was Tin Pin's power again?
Let's say maybe I kind of forgot what you said, so I'll just come up with a new one.
Yeah.
And it's not getting the runs from expensive bowling alley nachos.
Okay, great. I'm going to give you 3 points for the powers. Representing Marvel Comics is Tenpin, who throws specially weighted bowling pins, often full of explosives. His mortal enemy, of course, actual exercise.
We put him on a television show. He was in MODOK.
Really?
He's
Oh
in
my God.
MODOK. Yep,
Who
he is.
voiced?
Episode of MODOK.
Who voiced?
He's in the bar with no name. Yeah.
It's Chris Parnell.
Yeah.
Wow.
Past Jordan Jesse Go guest.
Okay.
Parnell.
Yeah.
Loveliest man in the world. DC's representative here is Sportsmaster.
That's right.
Who
There you
is
go. Thank you,
indeed
Lowell.
great at sports and attacks his foes with special hockey sticks and baseball bats.
I think he was just in the new issue of JSA. Am I?
Yes.
Yes, he was just in the new issue of JSA.
Yeah. And Stargirl. He was on the show Stargirl.
Yes, he was on Stargirl. That's right. And I gotta say, for such a goofy villain on the Stargirl show, they really designed a cool outfit for him. Like they made him look maybe a little better than he should have looked. Yeah.
He
Same.
also wears out his enemies who don't want to try pickleball but eventually do and then admit that they kind of like it. And of course, I made up King Frolf, whose superpower is wearing the same pair of cargo shorts like literally every single day.
Oh, hey, it's my cousin.
But that's the same as toe shoes, Jordan.
Thank
so I'm
you.
giving
Yeah,
you that
yeah.
point.
Same thing.
Close.
Okay, Blum and Patton.
Oh.
Here are your choices: Arm Fall Off Boy, Armless Tiger Man, and Handsy Fella.
Apologies, Jesse, but this one's easy.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Arm Fall Off Boy is on the Rejected Legion.
Yes,
Right?
he's DC.
Yeah, DC, and was played by Nathan Fillion in Suicide Squad.
Yes, he was.
And it's a great power.
Yeah.
His arm fall off, and you can beat you with him.
You guys
Right.
can get Arm Fall Off Boy's autograph today.
Yeah.
Isn't that exciting?
And we can get both arms to sign. That's what's amazing.
In fact, only have him sign Arm Fall Off Boy.
Right. No
That would've
firefly
been-
stuff.
Oh my God. Nathan Fillion is here later today. We should have said you can only bring Arm Fall Off Boy merch to be signed.
Here's the thing. They have it, Patton.
I'm sure they do. I'm sure there's a Funko.
Yeah, there's got to be a Funko.
Armless Tiger Man.
No
I guess, is
Funkos,
Marvel,
right. Armless Tiger Man is definitely Marvel.
I don't remember.
I don't know. I know he was played by Ian
Yeah.
McKellen in the movie.
I mean, he was. Clearly, he lost his arms to tigers.
Yeah. Or is he an armless man that has tigers that he can train? Or is he a tiger human mutant but that doesn't have arms? That could be, again, grammar matters. That could be 3 different things.
Or is he like Master Pandemonium, but instead of demons, he just has tigers for arms?
Oh, armless tiger.
Now, there are 7 questions
Or,
in this
hang
quiz
on,
in a 45-minute
is he a
show.
guy, wait a minute, is he a guy who only has 1 arm, and he had a tiger, but the tiger was taken away, so he is an arm-less tiger man?
That's
our answer.
probably it. That's
That's
probably
probably
it.
We're gonna go with that one. And,
Okay, probably the one.
Handsy fella. You take that one.
Hansi Fella is in the current administration.
Trump's golf buddy. Now he's Secretary of Agriculture.
I'm going to give you all 3 points for identifying powers. I am also going to give you all 3 points for identifying universes.
Yeah.
Our Marvel star is Armless Tiger Man, who, like a tiger, has no arms. He also has super sharp teeth, sharpened toenails, and lives at the zoo, where you also live because you look like a monkey and you smell like one too.
Oh, ouch, man.
Sorry.
At least, look, armless tiger man loves to laugh. He loves life. Loves to laugh.
Our DC hero is Arm Fall Off Boy, a hero from the 30th century who can detach his arms and use them to bludgeon opponents or do some real freaky shit with his space girlfriend. And I made up Handsy Fella, who, despite his name, is actually really respectful on dates and understands the importance of mutual consent.
Aww.
Gracie. That's my daughter. His superpower is actually being really good at drawing hands.
Oh.
Much
It's
better
just a
than my
bad
friend-
name. Yeah,
much
that's
better than my
wonderful.
friend Dan
Yeah.
from the Flophouse. It's back to you, Jordan Morris. Here are your choices: Typeface, Letterman, and The Word Bringer.
Okay, I feel like I've read a Typeface comic before. I think Typeface is DC. I think the Wordbringer is Marvel. That's like a cosmic Beyonder type guy. And I think Letterman is the greatest late night talk show host of all time. If you ask me, an old guy.
What are their powers?
Okay, so Typefaces is just really loving fonts, just being a real nerd for fonts. Letterman's power is taking kind of unusual crew members and putting them in front of the camera. And the Wordbringer, I think he creates like pocket universes because he just types them on his typewriter, kind of like Jughead toward the end of Riverdale.
I'm gonna give you 1 point for powers, and I'm gonna give you 1 point for identifying, Jordan.
Oh boy, I'm really.
From the Marvel universe comes Typeface, who is a sign painter who uses giant letters as weapons and also has letters on his face and shouldn't be confused with my friend Pete, who is a sign painter who plays in a great country band called Slow Motion Cowboys that everybody should check out. From the DC universe comes the Wordbringer, who is more formally known as Hfrurr, H-F-U-H-R-U-H-U-R-R. Thank you. He has the knowledge of 1,000 civilizations, telekinetic powers, and makes it very hard for baristas at Starbucks to announce that his drink is ready.
Oh, yeah.
And I made up Letterman, a hero whose power is projecting Midwestern warmth while also maintaining ironic distance.
I'm gonna actually you here. Letterman did team up with the Avengers.
Oh,
in
wow.
Marvel team up.
Yes, he did.
Canonically
There
in the
is.
Marvel
You're
universe.
right.
In the Marvel universe.
You're right.
Yeah.
Letterman and Obama.
Yep.
Yep.
Well, certainly Muhammad Ali hasn't been in a comic.
Oh, my God.
See, hold on.
Jesse, read Letterman's top 10 powers.
Okay, Blum and Oswald, it's back to you now.
Here we
Here are
go.
your choices: Spellbinder, Madame Ruby, and Hypno Hustler. Spellbinder, Madame Ruby, and Hypno Hustler are your choices.
Those all sound good.
Hypno Hustler's a Spider-Man villain.
And I think Spellbinder is one of the original JSA supervillains.
Yeah.
So I think Madame Ruby
is made up.
Wait a minute, isn't Madame Ruby in that Bruce Springsteen song, Atlantic City?
All these are in Bruce Springsteen.
Oh, that's true, yeah. And the Spellbinders fighting the original thing. And Hypno Hustlers on the Ferris wheel.
What are their powers?
Or no, Hypno Hustler's Marvel, right?
Wait a minute.
Yeah, that's what you
No,
said.
no, yeah, you said that, and I'm
Okay.
saying Spellbinder is.
Yeah.
I think he's a JSA, but I think Spellbinder is just a criminal hypnotist, but what he does is he hypnotizes other people to do his crimes for him, so that he has deniability. I think
Okay, what about Hypno Hustler?
Also a hypnotist.
he hypnotizes himself into being the best disco dancer out of Philadelphia.
Yeah, okay. What about Madame Ruby? What's her power?
She exists in an alternate universe where a woman named Lee, Leigh Harvey Oswald, shot Madam President Kennedy, and then she shot Oswald.
What's that?
You're
it's like
saying she's a female counterpart to Lee Harvey Oswald assassinator Jack Ruby.
Yes,
you're saying.
Yeah, exactly.
Is there like a
Can
Rule
we stop
31
just
or
doing stuff that only Gen Alpha will get?
A Rule 34 is what
Rule
you're thinking.
34.
34, yeah.
I am. I believe you got. You said Spellbinder was DC, right?
Yeah.
You got 3 points for identifying universes. I really liked Patton's whole thing about Jack Ruby.
Thank you.
If there's any drug-addled, if there's any drug-addled baby boomers in here, I'm sure you like that joke too. Our Marvel character here is Hypno Hustler, who fights Spider-Man with his hypnotic guitar.
Wow.
Who also clearly has plowed his way through half of 1970s San Francisco. Men, women, whatever.
It doesn't matter.
Look at this guy.
Yeah.
Our DC villain is Spellbinder, who uses his
That's
painting
right.
powers to create mesmerizing optical illusions to defeat foes and create posters to sell on college quads. And I made up Madame Ruby, whose superpower is sending Pee Wee Herman on a cross-country wild goose chase. Gentlemen,
God.
there's no basement in the Alamo. Back to you, Jordan.
Back
This
to
is the
me.
final
Can
question.
I win? Is it possible?
What's the score?
Yeah, I know. I need
Score.
Lowell's help
Hey,
for this one.
BRB is sitting right in the front row. Use him, all right?
What's our score right now?
Thank you, DTF.
Okay. How many points does Jordan Morris have?
We don't need to worry about that.
He's got around
Okay.
11 points.
So I
So
think we can probably win.
I mean,
this
the
if we
good
do
news
really
is this question is worth 10 points.
Oh, snap.
I know,
Okay.
right? Okay, here are your choices.
All right.
Gnort,
good. Okay, Jesse, come on, you got to make
I'm
these
sorry.
hard.
The whole audience just went, God.
He's one of the lanterns, DC.
You just spoiled it.
Yeah.
Dupe,
Duke's
and-
Marvel. This is easy.
and
Dupe creator in the audience.
He's sitting in the audience.
Is the creator of Duke here?
Creator in the audience. Yeah, Michael Allred is right there.
The Duke Daddy himself?
Yeah.
well, how about a round of applause? for
Yeah.
Dupe and
The
his
creator
wonderful
of
creator.
Duke.
And great
Wow,
news.
Jordan, that was a dupe pull. Sounds.
Sitting here on stage is the creator of our final choice, FAP.
Oh.
So yeah, I mean, Lowell, let me know if you think this is correct. Gnort DC, he's a lantern. He's got a weird
Okay.
dog face, so his powers would be Green Lantern powers.
Sounds accurate.
Dupe, Dupe is an X-Man who's a floating pink blob guy. Doesn't float? He's green.
He's basically Slimer with a video camera.
Someone's pointing at a picture of Dupe right now.
No offense. He's
Green.
Somebody's pointing at
my
the
Dupe.
And you know, FAP. That's just a lonely person trying to
No,
make it
he's
through.
not allowed to do anything in November.
There you go. Yes, yes.
There you go.
A man who's very quiet during the month of November.
Yeah.
Congratulations, by the way, to Dorkwad Lowell for getting off the best joke of this whole show.
Yeah. Hey, how about a hand for Lowell?
Boom.
And,
Go, baby.
actually, we're getting the time chalkboard from back there.
Okay.
Lowell, come find me, and I'll give you your Godzilla vs. LA. Patton and Jordan's, I do have another comic, so come find me, and you're getting one too. Looks like we're
can
about.
I
yes.
announce the winners of this game, of
Yes.
this round? Okay. Jupe is indeed from the Marvel Universe. He's a green glob who records the goings-on of the universe and can fit almost anything in his mouth. Part Jelly Bean, part Ken Burns, part Lil Kim.
Oh, yeah.
She said, watch while I make a Sprite can disappear in my mouth once in a rap. It was great. Gnort is indeed from the DC Universe. He's a member of the Green Lantern Corps, known for his goofy charm and profound incompetence, like if you gave a magical space ring to George W. Bush. And political satire for today. Fap is a guy I made up. His superpower is preventing incels from getting their shit together and finally doing something with their life.
Wow.
Like working out, finishing their associate's degree, or even just getting super good at Dark Souls.
That is a scary villain, my friend.
Patton and Jordan, where can people find you at the con later today?
We will be signing very, very shortly. We've got the new Welcome to Twilight trade paperback, our anthology series with Twilight City set stories done by Brian Michael Bendis and Mike Allred and Gail Simone and Jerry Duggan, and just incredible, incredible work.
And Archieverse Minor Threats. We have Scott Kobush.
Yes, oh, that's right.
We'll be signing those with him.
I love it when Archie versus someone.
Oh, and anyone that comes by my booth, my new album drops November 20th. Here is the QR code. You can pre-order it, scan it, and it is only on audio. I'm doing an old-fashioned album. I'm very, very excited. And I mentioned comic books on it, so it fits into this thing. There we go.
Wait, you mentioned comic books in your
weirdly enough, I mentioned comic books.
Our thanks to Jordan Blum and Patton Oswalt. I'm Jesse Thorne.
Thank all of you for coming. Thanks. A lot more shows going on today.
Yeah, you guys rule. Thank you.
Good afternoon and good luck. Yeah.
It's fun, I know. You guys
Hello from the Comics Creator Couch Party, powered by Dark Horse Comics. How's it going? We're here with the American Caper creative team. We have co-writer Laszlo, if you want to say hello.
Hello.
We got co-artist Chris Anderson. We got colorist Lee Lowridge, editor Shelly Bond, and variant cover artist Marguerite Savage. How are you guys doing today? Welcome.
Fantastic. This is off the charts. I didn't even know this place existed.
It is a wonderful gem here in Los Angeles. But yeah, American Caper, new series from Dark Horse Comics. What can you tell us about it? What inspired the series? What is it about?
Well, it's about two families that live next door to each other and a van full of escaped convicts that are smuggling migrants. They weren't smuggling migrants, they hijacked the van, crashes between these two houses, and then all hell breaks loose, and you follow all of these characters through each of the issues. And it's probably, of all the projects that Absurd Ventures is working on, it's the closest to that Grand Theft Auto tone of satirical, dark crime fiction. I think an animal or a person gets murdered in every issue.
Oh, wow.
And there's a lot of satire and comedy.
And in 2 words, it's completely unhinged.
We love to hear. We love unhinged comics. We like to see those boundaries pushed. You, Laszlo, have a background in video games, Rockstar games. What has been like transitioning from the comic books, the video game space, to the comic book space?
Well, working on Grand Theft Auto since 2001, Dan and I have always filled these worlds full of media. It started with radio. When you're driving around the game, you see billboards. There's an in-game internet. And then when the platforms had more capacity, we started putting in-game television. And so when we left Rockstar and started Absurd Ventures, we said we want to keep making lots of this media, but we want to put it out in the world instead of just having it in an open world game. And so of the 3 projects that we're working on, American Caper is a comic book only. Dan and I are longtime fans of comic books. He's British, so he's fans of a lot of English comic book series, and I come from 70s, 80s, 90s comic book fandom. And so we said, let's write a comic book. We had no idea what we were doing, which is why we found veteran editor Shelly Bond, and she's the reason that we're standing here today.
Amazing.
Because if it weren't for her, this would be just a dream.
Well, come on. You actually begged me to kick your butt and show you what it means to write comics.
Hell
But
yeah.
You and Dan and our team, David Lapham, it must be said, who isn't with us today, but he is probably one of the greatest American cartoonists living today. He is our penciler, and we have Chris Anderson doing finishes. Chris, what's it like working over David Lapham's layouts?
Oh, you gave me probably the most audacious job
We love
that
it.
one could possibly have to work over the top of David's layouts and repencil and ink it, and I just got to not think about that.
Well, we wouldn't have offered the job to you if you weren't going to crush it. So thank you for your amazing work.
Yeah, so we knew that we wanted David Lapham because she's like, are you a fan of Stray Bullets? And I said, absolutely. And so she said, I have this idea about having Lapham do the pencils and Chris do the finishes, and we did a test page, and it was bananas. And then I'm like, well, what about the colors? And she's like, Lee. And so he is such a key element to this because he's he's
run out the rest of the time with me.
He's done a lot of LSD, and his color palettes are bananas. I don't know what therapy you're in, but stop it because it's amazing.
Thank you.
Apparently there is this is like a fun fact, there's like a species of shrimp, I think, that can see more colors. If you could wake up one morning and get those shrimp powers to see more colors, would you say yes?
Sure.
So, Chris, you have a background doing concept art in video games. What is it like illustrating for comics? What are some of the differences?
Oh gosh, I mostly do storyboards for like live action stuff, and it's a totally different language. I would say they're cousins of each other.
Oh, cousins,
but,
okay.
Comics are my #1 love and my main source of bread and butter. We'll
I love
say.
it.
But yeah, it's a totally different language.
Yeah. We
Yeah,
love
and
to
I
hear.
think one of the things that's been great about having Shelley drive this bus for us is that we have a lot of really strong female characters in it, and she keeps us on tone. And brought in Marguerite, who did one of my most favorite covers of all time. I want to thank you for.
I want to thank you for the opportunity to work on this marvelous project. And I remember when Shelley contacted me, the goal was to do a composition like Robert McGuinness, and that was a high challenge, but I did my best.
Oh, I think you smashed it and then some.
Question for Lee. You have worked on Eisner Award-winning series like Somna, The One Hand, and Six Fingers. What is the process like bringing a series to life through the color palette?
I mean, I've worked with David a million times, so working with, Well, with Shelley. Yeah, Shelley hired me. Let's be clear. Shelley's in charge. So I know what I'm going to do over David at any given time. So it's second nature.
Amazing. Shelley, I have a question for you. You're an iconic editor in the industry, and this is right here. This team right here is amazing. I'm so honored to be standing here with you guys.
I think, did my father send you a check? If not, it's in the mail for saying that.
Oh my gosh, thank you. What has your experience been like working with this team, and what makes this team so special and this story so special?
Well, what I told Laszlo and Dan right from the beginning, after they explained the high concept of American Caper to me, was it sounded just like one of the old school Vertigo books.
Oh,
like back
yeah.
in the day, you know, I love the crime fiction we did in the early days of Vertigo. And I read the first couple of scripts, and I really felt like I could honestly describe it as, what if 100 Bullets and Stray Bullets got trashed at a party and met up with the boys.
Oh, wow.
And then had a baby. It would be American Caper. And
Nice.
I just want to say that working with this team has been fantastic. It's the first time I'm freelance editing for such a large company, and
cool.
it has been such a great experience. I think everybody brings their A game, and then of course I kick everybody in the teeth because it's what I do. You know, when you're an editor, you throw red ink, and they've shown up in their hazmat suits and they're delivering, and I can't wait for everyone to get their hands on issue 1. It's out on Wednesday.
This Wednesday.
Yeah, and I'll have to say, here's the process. So Dan writes the first draft of the script, and I go through and I do a pass and add some dialogue and some scenes, and then I send it to Shelley and David Lapham like a little kid, really excited, and then I just get an email back that's like, nope. And then a laundry list of notes, and then I'm crushed and pick my ego up off the floor, and then Dan and I will make changes. Do a read through of the scripts together and make a bunch of edits and send it back, and she's like, okay, now this is worthy.
Nice. What goes into being an editor for those watching who are not too familiar?
Well, editing comics is the greatest job that no one knows about. I mean, and it's not for the faint-hearted. You know, you have to be really fearless. It's not just about keeping the trains or the schedules running on time, and that's a fallacy for anyone that tells you it's what it is. You really have to be on top of everything. You have to really manage the deadlines and manage egos, great and small, both here. And you really have to remember that the story is most important. So there might be a month where Laszlo's on top of his game and Lee falls apart. You know, the editor's the one that has to kick everyone into shape and keep everybody moving forward, and sometimes telling people when a page is a finished page.
Yeah.
And it's a great job, and I've been doing it for 34 years, but I learn something every day working with this team. But they are really killing it. So I can't wait for everyone to get their hands on a copy in stores next Wednesday or today. If you're here in the LA area, come on out. We've got a lot of people selling issue 1. You're going to love it.
You could get here early at the event today. We love to hear it. Last question for Marguerite. What has been like creating these variants for this series? What goes into creating these visuals?
As I just said, the brief was very inspiring. I got a very good reference, and actually Shelley contacted me to do the variant and send me, as I was saying, the Robert McGuinness reference. So I was freaked out first. And then I was like, okay, challenge accepted.
I think what Marguerite is not saying is she has really established herself in comics as one of the premier illustrators of covers. She came from fashion illustration, if I'm not mistaken, and she's been working in comics for the past 10 years or so, and her covers are so unique.
They're stunning.
You can tell a Marguerite Sauvage cover from miles away. And I knew she was up for it. You know, I think that the whole idea of a McGinnis cover was to tell a whole story with one single image in a composite, and she just knocks it out of the park, as they say when they use sports metaphors.
Incredible. We actually have to wrap up. This is the end of our time slot. I wish I could talk to you guys for hours. This is absolutely incredible. But thank you guys for watching. This is a wrap. Stay tuned. This is the Comics Creator Couch Party. We'll see you guys soon. Hello, we are here at Revenja for the comics creator Couch Party, streaming to you guys at home. We are joined today with Michael and Laura Allred, artists known for series like X-Force, Silver Surfer, iZombie, and as of recently, Welcome to Twilight, part from Dark Horse Comics, part of the Dark Horse universe here. And recently also a David Bowie book. That is so cool. How are you guys doing today?
Fantastic. How are you?
Good, thank you. You guys have worked on like pretty much with every single major publishing company. What are some of your favorite projects that you guys have done?
Wow.
That's a hard one.
Yeah, only because we were just talking about it to somebody, but with my older brother, we did a series called Bug, The Adventures of Forager, which is a character from New Gods that I loved as a child. And me and my older brother were able to kind of tap into those childhood dreams. That's one of my favorite things. Obviously, Silver Surfer, my own creation, Madman, and the universe that swirls around him.
Usually what we're working on right now.
Oh yeah, I should say my favorite thing
is what we're working on right now.
Which
We
is?
always get excited. Wonder Woman.
Yeah, the current project is always our favorite project.
We always get excited about what we're working on like right now. Sorry.
So you guys said you're working on Wonder Woman. What can you tell people about this project? What's kind of the elevator pitch?
Well, there are Ages series that we're doing with Mark Russell. We did Superman Space Age, Batman Dark Age, and now Wonder Woman Golden Age. And hopefully we'll be able to continue on those. And what they are, we kind of tell our version of these characters' entire lives.
Yeah, okay,
so you
cool.
see Bruce Wayne from birth to the end of his life,
Cool.
towards the end of his life. Don't want to give anything away. And same with Superman and now with Wonder Woman.
Nice. What's it like writing for these established IPs versus creator-owned series?
I've been spoiled. I've never really felt held back by DC and Marvel. They've always been very generous with giving me a lot of rope to hang myself. But obviously, creator-owned stuff, that's not a concern at all. I completely entertain myself and hope that other people will,
Sorry,
will
I'm
be
getting attacked by
entertained
me.
as well. That's my smallest fan.
They're just trying to get an autograph right now, that's all. They have to wait in line, though. Anyway, sorry about that. Just got attacked. But continue what you were saying.
I think I said what I was saying.
Perfect. So you guys work together on all these amazing titles. How did you guys end up meeting and being these amazing collaborators?
Well, we've been together from the moment we met. We ran into each other. I asked her to go for a walk with me, and we've been together ever since.
That was 45 years ago.
Yeah.
Wow. So you guys met and you're like, hey, let's go on a walk. Like, you're cool.
Oh, that was it. Yeah.
What is it like? What's a creative process when working together with the art and the coloring process?
Well, we were both art students at the time, and when I started doing comics, my first stuff was in black and white.
Cool.
And I'm not color. I can see colors, but I have a hard time telling them. I'm technically.
He's like red green.
Yeah, there's a kind of color blindness where I have a really hard time. My brain has to constantly relearn what a color is.
Yeah.
So if you tell me that's yellow, then my brain locks it in. But then if I'm looking at something else, I have to relearn the colors over again.
When he started, it was black and white, and when he started, everything was black and white. And then he said, when he ever goes to color, that I would paint him, and he held me to it.
Yeah. Yeah. So, fortunately for me, I'm married to the greatest colorist in the world, and we have a very unique process that works for us. And
yeah, we don't share a studio. We have our own separate places.
Oh,
so there are
nice.
two places like connected because I like it dark some on computers. He likes it light 'cause he's inking.
Oh, wow, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That's really cool.
yeah, but it's wonderful to draw something and know that she's going to work her magic on it and make it very special. So she's my not so secret weapon.
That is amazing.
Yeah, you like it because if he doesn't like something, he can tell me right away. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, because you guys are right there next to each other. That's perfect. The
He really-
communication.
yeah, he really doesn't. He usually doesn't. He usually says he loves everything.
Oh, sorry. Go
I
ahead.
was just gonna say something crude. I was gonna say the chick next door colors my work. and she's great at it.
And that's me.
You guys make amazing projects together. Oh man, I love your story. This is so cool. When coloring, what goes into like creating the color palette to communicate like the tone of the story and the plot?
Well, I created a certain color palette that I like, and then I kind of stick to it.
Cool.
It depends on what I'm coloring. It totally depends on. I mean,
mood.
the mood. If it's a dark mood, a light mood, it really depends on what I'm working on.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
So you draw with inking and then you do digital coloring.
I scan everything in. Yeah.
Gonna get attacked by bugs right now.
Yeah,
I'm so sorry.
He draws. I scan.
I pencil and ink. If
that's
I
a
rarely. It's the few times that somebody's seeing my work. It's always kind of been for fun, but
Okay.
generally always seeing my own work. And again, unless it's just a fun opportunity with a friend, Laura always colors my work.
Absolutely lovely. It is an honor to meet you guys. iZombie was one of the first comics I read when getting into comics, like when I was in high school. So I feel very starstruck here. So thank you for chatting with me. This is so cool.
Thank you for saying that.
Yeah, of course. Recently, you guys just did Welcome to Twilight, which is part of the Minor Threats universe with, our buddies Patton and Jordan. This is their event. What has it been like working on that?
It's such a treat. Well, I was able to reunite with a former collaborator, Matt Fraction.
Yeah.
And it was just a blast. I really encourage anybody to check out what we did, and also the rest of the Minor Threats universe.
Yeah.
It's just madness and the most kind of fun you can get out of a comic book.
Yeah, absolutely. Did you want to talk about your experience working on Welcome to Twilight?
It was just a blast. The story was great.
Yeah.
It was just a lot of fun.
And the trade paperback is now available if you guys want to pick it up, which you should definitely pick it up. Do you guys have any upcoming projects that you could tease or announce, or something we should keep an eye out for in the next few weeks?
Well, one of the books that made me want to be a comic book artist was Barry Smith's work on Conan the Barbarian.
Nice.
And it's always been on my wish list, and now I'm going to be doing a 10-page Conan the Barbarian story, so that's in the immediate future for me. Other than that, mostly Wonder Woman is taking up our full day.
Is that an ongoing series? How many issues do you have planned?
6 40-issue series.
Cool.
That's what Superman, the same exact page count as Superman and the Batman Space Age and Dark Age.
Incredible. I do got to talk about your outfit real quick, your cosplay. This is so cool. I love the Alien universe.
This isn't cosplay.
No, it just happened.
I just stepped off the Nostromo.
You just had a bad
to
morning.
Get here.
Did you make this?
I did.
He actually had an alien that
Wow.
was in here.
It escaped.
And I survived.
Oh no, it's around here somewhere. Everybody be careful.
Just if you see its skin, then you know you're in trouble. If he's still in his skin, just stomp on him.
Oh no. Oh, do you think you could take out like a little baby xenomorph by stomping on him?
A lot of there's going to be a big acid hole afterwards, but
Yeah.
we've done it before. It's okay. Don't be afraid. Be very afraid.
We should be very afraid. This is a major threat, unlike minor threats.
But I like making stuff. I've made giant robots.
Really?
Yeah, our house is full of.
Wow.
Like I built a 7-foot K2SO and IG-12 with Grogu in it, and
We have an X-wing.
I built a Dalek for my best friend, Professor Ben Saunders, to drive around. And on Halloween, he drove it around. It's got a motorized chair in it, so
No
he drove it around
way.
at the mall on Halloween.
That is so cool.
Yeah, I love making things.
Yeah.
That's our whole lives is about
Yeah.
creating things.
What other kind of things do you guys like to make in your free time outside of comic books?
Friday night karaoke.
Yeah, we love it. How did you guys get into comics, and what makes this medium such a beautiful medium to tell your stories in?
Well, I dragged her into it, but my earliest memory is I woke up in a hospital, and the hospital bed was blanketed with comic books.
Wow.
It turns out my older brother had knocked me off a table, and I got a concussion.
Oh no.
And so I woke up, and he had talked our parents into getting a bunch of comics for me.
Oh,
Of
wow.
course, he took them all.
Oh my gosh.
You should talk about Charlie Custis got you back into comics.
Oh yeah, later on, my best buddy in the late '80s, I'd kind of fallen away from reading comics, and he turned me on to. He gave me The Dark Knight Returns, and Watchmen had a couple of issues left, and I was storyboarding a screenplay I wrote called Dead Air, and Charlie talked me into turning it into a comic book, and then he introduced me to Steven T. Siegel, who's here today, and he got me a gig, and so I'd previously had a 10-year career in broadcasting, and was a TV reporter in Europe, covered the fall of the Berlin Wall. That was my last story.
Wow.
Moved back to the States, and with this series that Steve and I were doing together, and that was January of 1990, and I've been doing comics full-time ever since.
And that was your first project, then
Yeah.
wow, that is incredible. That is all we have time for today. Where can people find you guys online, real quick?
AAApop.com. And the only social media I really regularly do is Instagram, and that would be AllRedMD.
Perfect. Do you have socials where people could find you online?
No.
Perfect.
She has a Facebook page that she does next to nothing with.
No worries. Perfect.
We're busy. We're busy.
Too busy making
We're
amazing
making
comics. Yeah. But thank you for watching, guys. This is the Comics Creator Couch Party, and we'll see you guys later. Bye.
Bye.
live from the Comics Creator Couch Party, powered by Dark Horse Comics, live here in LA at Revenge. We are joined with Matthew Rosenberg. I'm mumbling already. You are known for a bunch of amazing titles. 4 Kids Walk Into a Bank, What's the Furthest Place from Here, and we're taking everyone down with us.
Yes, I guess. As much as I'm known for anything, sure, yeah.
Yeah, we love it. We love it. Our first question is actually from our producer, Kat. She asked, why are all of your the titles of your original comics so long, and what goes into creating these amazing names?
Okay, it's a long answer.
Yeah, we love
Because
it.
it would be weird to have a short answer for that. First of all, I like long titles that sound good. Like,
Yeah.
I like a lot of like Japanese, like 70s Japanese cinema and like stuff like that where they have long titles, and book
Yeah.
titles are always long.
Yeah.
But actually, I used to work in a comic book store.
Oh.
We're not going to say the name of the comic book store because we love Revenge of. And I used to work in a comic book store, and I was working there, and a guy came in and he was like, I want to buy a book. And I said, what book is it? And he said, I want to buy Warren Ellis's The Woods. And I was like, okay. I was like, Warren Ellis wrote a book called Trees. James Tynion writes a book called The Woods.
Right, yeah.
And he was like, no, I think it's Warren Ellis's The Woods. And I was like, no. And I had to get both books off the shelf and be like, no, it's this. And he was very confused. And I was like, oh, one-word titles? Never.
Okay,
and
yeah.
James is a good buddy, and we sort of came up together in comics. And I called James, and I was like, I'm not doing that. I'm never going to do that. I told him it happened, and he was like, no, it's great. It's easy. It's good branding, good marketing. And I was like, nope. And then I went horrible with it. And as to where the titles come from, I just steal them. They're just stolen. Yeah.
As a comic book reader and fan, I do feel like the long titles draw me in. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
What is that? You know, that's a lot of fun.
Yeah. and it's easy in the days when Twitter worked. You could be like, oh, you can find people talking about your book. Now Twitter's garbage and you can't. But it used to be helpful for that.
Yeah.
Marketing.
So what is your comic book origin story? When did you begin? How did you get into it? And why comics? Why do you love them?
I grew up, I have an older brother, and he read comics. And so when I was really little, before I could read, he was like, don't ever touch my comics. So I was like, oh, then these are the coolest things, and I have to touch them. And he would go out, and I would sneak in and read his comics. And I fell in love with comics. And I grew up, there was a comic book store on my block when I was growing up in New York. And so I was like the first place I could ever go. It was the first place I could go by myself. It was the first place I ever spent money. And I just fell in love with comics. And I learned, you know, I was a big Marvel nerd and a big Batman nerd, and I was reading that stuff. And the guys who worked at my comics, who were like, you know, I was like 10, and they were like, to me they were old, but they were probably like 16.
Yeah.
And they were bullies, and they were like, you have to read Love and Rockets and Hate and 8-Ball and read Fleming World's Toughest Milkman and all these cool indie books. And so I expanded my taste from there, and I just never got out of it.
Yeah.
But I didn't, for me, comics was always very solitary, and I didn't have friends who read comics, and I had friends who, you know, would play video games and I'd go to concerts with, but I never had friends who did comics. And so I never thought about making comics. It never occurred to me. It was just very alien. And then when I was a grown-up and I had a day job and I worked in the music business, and I love music, and I was starting to hate music.
Oh.
And music business is terrible. And I hit a point where I was like, I need to do something else. The only thing I love as much as music is comics. I guess I'm going to figure out how to make comics.
Nice.
And that is, I quit my job. I took a job in a comic book store and tried to just learn how to make comics. And that's it. And then I'm still trying to learn how to make comics.
I think you've learned. I think you're an expert in comics now. How does it feel to be an expert in comics?
Not great. It's okay. I don't know. No, I think you know, I do think like I'm still deeply in love with comics, and I'm still sort of mystified by them, and like they still feel, a great comic still feels magical and impossible to me when I read it. When I read a book that is really good, it feels like nothing else. So I feel like I still am like trying to figure out how to do that, and I hope I spend the rest of my life trying to figure out how to do that.
Amazing.
Yeah.
What's it like being in this collaborative atmosphere with all these other comic creators? Because you mentioned it feels isolating sometimes.
Oh, yeah. I don't do a lot of cons anymore or shows, but it's really nice to come out here, and I have so many friends here, and Jerry Duggan just walked by, and that guy's okay. And yeah, there's just like a lot of people who, you know, we all just love comics, and so it's fun. It's fun to like talk to fans. I like seeing what people are getting signed. Like all these people are online for Kelly Sue DeConnick, and I'm like, yeah, if I wasn't doing this, I'd be online for Kelly Sue DeConnick. She's amazing.
Next time we got an interview from the line, and we'll just keep moving forward as I ask you questions and we get closer to Kelly.
It's just yeah. I got stuff to get signed.
So the collected edition of We're Taking Everyone Down With Us is coming out in December.
Yes.
Described as like James Bond meets the island of Dr. Moreau. Can you tell us a little bit about the series and what's it about?
Yeah, it's a 6-issue series. Myself and Stefano Landini, who's an amazing artist from Italy, we made this story. We wanted to do a spy book, and we wanted to do like a book about robots, and I couldn't figure out exactly how to do that. And then it all sort of clicked to me. So our story is about a 13-year-old girl named Annalise, who is the daughter of the world's greatest sort of mad scientist supervillain. And the world's greatest spy, this man named Alistair Rook, finds out they've been living in hiding, and he shows up. And, well, it's a little bit of a spoiler, but you know what? You should have read it in single issues. Her dad is killed, and his robot bodyguard decides that he has to protect her, and they go on the run as these spies and other villains are hunting them, and she has to decide with her robot bodyguard if she's going to try and live a normal life for the first time or go out on a mission of revenge to avenge her father. And it's this sort of, it sounds not funny, but there's jokes in it, I promise. It's funny, funny-ish. And it's fun. It's action. Stefano draws it beautifully, and Jason Wordie colors it beautifully, and Hassan Otsmane El How letters it beautifully, and the wonderful people at Tiny Onion edit it beautifully. So it's
We love Tiny Onion.
I do. They're all right. They do okay by me. So yeah, it's out in December. It's 6 issues. You get the whole thing. You should read it. We worked really hard on it.
What goes into creating a comic, like from conception to like pitching and all that stuff?
For me, it's a lot of staring at my computer screen and it's blank, and that's the worst feeling in the world.
Oh man.
And then it's trying to figure out, for me, I always say my job is to find the one sentence that gets me excited. The one sentence where if someone said it to me, I'd be like, tell me more about that. That sounds interesting.
Okay, yeah.
And then you build that. And luckily, I'd worked with Stefano on The Punisher. So on this book, he reached out to me and was like, we should do something, create our own book together. And I was like, cool. And he was like, I have an idea. And I was like, even better. You're making my life so easy. And then he sent me a drawing of a robot. And he was like, that's it. And I was like, that's not an idea. That's a drawing of a robot, Stefano.
Okay.
And he was like, that's our main character. And it took me a long time. And that was really like terrifying. And then it just clicked at one point that I was like, it all comes together. And then from there, I write a script and Stefano draws some of it, and we sent it to our amazing publishers, Image Comics, who are the best publisher, and we love them. And they approved it, and then we had to make it, which is the hard part.
That's amazing. So it all started with the robot sketch.
The robot was the idea.
That's
and
cool.
It seems like having an artist. There's a weird imbalance in comics because art takes so long and writing is so much faster.
Oh yeah.
And so artists are more in demand than writers because there's just, even if there was an equal number, I can write 4 books at a time and an artist can only draw 1. So there's 1/4 as many artists as writers, if that was your math. And I think there is still more writers than artists anyway. So when an artist comes to you and says, we should do something, it's like such a major moment. Like, you don't squander that. You want to do that. And Stefano's work I loved. We did The Punisher together, and we did a little bit of Star Wars together, and I think he's amazing. And so I felt really great about doing the book. And then, he gave me this idea, this robot, and I had no idea what to do. And it was like, but it became a blessing because I worked outside my comfort zone, and I made something that I'm really proud of that I wouldn't have otherwise. Robots.
Incredible. And when working like for established IPs, for like the big 2, what is it like to play in these established sandboxes versus creating your own stories and universes?
It's funny. When I was coming up, I used to read interviews with all my favorite writers, and I was trying to figure out what it's like to make comics, and they would always say it's totally different. It's a totally different skill set, and I fully thought that's pretentious and stupid. It's not different. But it turns out the people who did the job knew, and they were right, and it's totally different. I always describe the difference as one of working for an IP, working at Marvel or DC or making G.I. Joe comics or whatever you do, is like getting in a car and someone hands you a map, and you have to get the car safely here. Making your own thing is just getting in a car and just driving and not knowing where you are. And I say that to people, and people go, "Oh, so that's better." And I go, "Well, most of the time when you get in a car, you actually have a map and a destination, and you know where you're going. So like, it's not better; it's just very different." Right now, I really love making my own stuff, and so I'm doing that a bunch. But I've been very lucky to do a lot of stuff at DC and Marvel, and it's been great. So
nice. That is all we have time for. I have so many more questions I wish I could pick your brain about. But before we go, do you have any upcoming projects that you could talk about, or any announcements we should keep an eye out for?
No. We're Taking Everyone Down With Us is out in trade in December. I do a book with Tyler Boss called What's First Place From Here that we're 4 volumes in. We're finishing the 5th volume now.
Amazing.
And I have a bunch of stuff that I can't talk about, and that's fun. And that's it. That's all I got.
Hell yeah, guys. But yeah, this is the end of the video, but we're going to be live streaming all day. Thank you guys for watching. This is the Comics Creator Couch Party, and we'll see you guys later.
Goodbye.
at the Comics Creator Block Party at Revenge of. This is the Couch Party, streaming to you guys at home. We are joined with Kyle Higgins. Hello, how's it going?
I'm good, Sammy. How are you?
Good. I'm glad. I'm having the best time ever. Talking to all you guys, all you cool guys. Yeah.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
Has there been a better time?
Never.
I think that's it's
Never.
a testament to how good the Creator Block Party.
It is amazing.
Where are we? Revenge of.
Revenge of.
No, we love Revenge of.
Oh yeah, we're big fans. We're so happy to be doing this. But yes, so Kyle Higgins, you're known for Power Rangers, the Massiverse, published by Image Comics, and as of recently, the Elseworld story, Immortal Legend Batman. That is so much fun. What can you tell us about Immortal Legend Batman that's going on right now?
Yeah, so Immortal Legend Batman is our big Tokusatsu-inspired Elseworld series at DC. It's 6 issues long, and it is written by myself and Matt Groom, with art by Erica D'Urso and Igor Monti, letters by Becca Carey. It's actually the entire creative team of one of our other Massiverse books, Inferno Girl Red, which book 2 has its FOC on Monday for chapter 1 of that. So you're gonna, if you follow the Massiverse accounts, you're gonna start seeing promos this weekend that I'm literally leaving here to go cut one.
Oh, nice.
Later this afternoon. But we were able to bring the entire creative team over, and then I joined to co-write with Matt. And so it's taking a lot of the types of storytelling that we do in Radiant Black and the Massiverse, including like the interactivity and immersiveness, including for issue 3, which we can touch on a little bit, and reinterpreting arguably fiction's greatest character and mythology, which is Batman. So, the book is anchored by these 3 immortal legends: Batman, Robin, and Nightwing. It's a cosmic story.
Yeah.
It's got a lot of Space Sheriff Gavan influence to it, as well as like, kind of lone gunman westerns and sci-fi and space operatic type stuff. And when we come into the story in issue 1, Batman is traveling from world to world trying to rectify this massive mistake he made that has to do with these shadows that have been, for centuries trying to invade our world. Batman has done something that has created a new form of them that are all based on different aspects of his personality, and that becomes our way of creating a reinterpretation of the Rogues Gallery.
Yeah, oh my gosh, it's so freaking cool.
Thank you, yeah.
I love all of the designs of these characters. I think this is really good for fans of the show Firefly and Power Rangers.
Yeah, there's definitely, issue 1 in particular definitely has some space western kind of vibes to it, which is very, very Firefly adjacent for sure.
And this all started, you said, with some sketches that Dan Mora posted online, is that right?
Yeah, so I've known Dan for about a decade at this point, and we, both worked on the Power Ranger comics at Boom, and so about 5 years ago now, Dan, who loves Power Rangers and Super Sentai and Kamen Rider, he was posting these designs online, which were his interpretations of the Bat family by way of Kamen Rider and Tokusatsu aesthetics, and Matt and I were seeing them and just drooling over them, and I messaged Matt one day. I was like, would it be crazy if we asked Dan about building a pitch around these designs? They're too good to just be for fun. And Matt's like, I don't think that's crazy at all. So I texted Dan and I asked him that very thing, and he was totally up for it. So we pitched what became Immortal Legend Batman, and we were just starting to get some traction with it, and then there were all these layoffs at DC, and so everything ended up just kind of going away until last year. I bumped into an old, actually, Power Ranger editor of mine, Matt Levine, who was in charge of a lot of the Elseworld stuff and Black Label at DC. And I told him, we've got this thing, and Radiant Black had come out since then, and Inferno Girl Red, and Matt and my Ultraman, and it ended up being probably the fastest, easiest green light process I've ever had in comics. And here we are 5 years later doing it, and it's been a blast. It's kind of like the first thing I've done with DC in a minute, and it's been a really, really great experience, honestly. Very warm reception, and we'll see if there's more on the horizon.
Yeah, oh yeah, we'd love that. You are an expert world builder, not even just within these comics, but the whole world of all these comics with the Massiverse. For those watching who are not familiar, what is the Massiverse?
Yeah, so the Massiverse is our shared, interconnected superhero universe that we do at Image Comics. My company, Black Market Narrative, is kind of our creative collective studio that we make all the books through, and then we publish at Image. It's headlined by my book, Radiant Black, that I co-created with Marcelo Costa. Radiant Black is like, if you like Power Rangers, it's like Power Rangers with adult problems. If you don't like Power Rangers, then I would describe it as like a super contemporary superhero series about two very disillusioned millennials navigating failed dreams and crippling credit card debt with the help of miniature black holes and existential giant robots. So all the fun stuff of our times, my generation's times.
Relatable.
Yes, but we take really wild swings with it. And as I was alluding to before, we like to really push the boundaries on what you can kind of do in comics. So we've done everything from like issues inside the black holes we do entirely with fluorescent Pantone ink, so the whole book's a blacklight comic. We've done secret animated short films that are hidden in the book through QR codes with like Will Friedle from Boy Meets World and Batman Beyond voicing Radiant Black. We've done some live action stuff that has been out on our socials. And it's, for me, about trying to not only do something really forward thinking as far as the genre and the medium, but also a way to celebrate the very genre and mediums that I love so much, which is both comics and superheroes. So it's trying to bring some of that kind of magic back into the space that has meant so much to me for most of my life. And what's cool about the line is that every book is its own thing. So you only have to read the titles you're interested in. If you're into like, sci-fi superhero stuff, Radiant Black. If you like, Inferno Girl Red, which I mentioned before, is like our YA like hope punk series. Rogue Sun is like a supernatural Batman Beyond with a crummy dead dad who haunts the suit, and it's like if Flash Thompson got superpowers instead of Peter Parker.
Right, yeah.
So he's trying to become a superhero and a better person. And then once a year we do like a crossover, like a 50-page done in one, where all the characters meet up. And if you've read the books, it's additive to everyone's story arc, but if you haven't, you'll learn everything you need to know in that single issue. And then next year, actually, we're shooting our first feature film. It's based on, it's based on our true crime superhero mystery series, No One, but it's also in universe with the comic. We did a big podcast actually with Patton, who's here today, and Rachel Lee Cook and Lauren Lester from Batman the Animated Series, and a host of other amazing, talented cast members. And that audio series went with every issue of the comic, as well as a big ARG we did. And now next year, the story's continuing in this like found footage feature film that I'm directing, that Brian and I wrote. So again, it's just trying to do things a little bit differently. And it's been a lot of fun. It's a lot of work, but it's been a lot of fun.
You guys go beyond just the medium of comic books, and I think that's awesome. And I love how you make this so accessible, so you could just jump into any comics with like a volume 1, you'd say?
Yeah, just with a volume 1, and like next year we're doing something else. So actually in February 10th is we've marked as Radiant Black Day. It's the exact 5-year anniversary of Radiant Black launching, which kicked off the Massiverse. So we are actually putting out Volume 1 as a full voice cast audiobook. We've got Will Friedle and Ryder Strong as Marshall and Nathan. We've got Troy Baker joining us.
My gosh.
Melissa Navia from Star Trek Strange New Worlds.
Yeah, they're going to be Radiant Pink, right?
She's Radiant Pink. We've also got Ann Yatko from Jujutsu Kaisen as Radiant Red.
Nice.
Phil Morris is voicing Radiant Yellow. And we're actually going to be throwing a party here at Revenge of on Radiant Black Day, along with a big black and white edition of issue number 1 that includes the full script for the comic as well.
Oh my gosh, cool.
It's again trying to do some fun things.
You guys are doing so many cool things. I'm so excited. Do you have any new announcements coming up for the Massiverse that you could tease or that we should keep an eye out for?
Well, the big one right now is, like I said, Inferno Girl Red. Book 2 is about to kick off. We're serializing it as 40-page comics, so it's technically a 3-issue kind of mini-series. Cool. And part 1 has final order cut off on Monday.
That's the 10th of November.
10th of November, yeah. So that's the big one right now. And then there are some more announcements coming up, but we've got to get through I got to finish the audiobook, and
Nice.
we're pretty deep into No One stuff now. So nothing else I can announce at the moment, but
We'll keep an eye out though.
definitely keep an eye out on our newsletter and our socials.
When writing for all these mediums, from comic books to movies and even adapting to the audiobook, what are some of the similarities and differences when telling stories through these different platforms?
Well, one of the things that I've always tried to pride myself on is writing to the strengths of the medium that I'm working in. Even if it's an adaptation, like that's a big thing to me. Like I don't want translations, I want adaptations. I want to take full advantage of the concept as well as the format that we're expressing it in. So to that point, there are things that you can do in audio that you can't do on the page, but there's also things that don't necessarily translate from the page to audio super well. So you just have to, for me, it's all about keeping in mind like the user experience, like the reader experience, or the viewer experience, and designing for that. So I do think there's some things like, I come from a screenwriting background, so I do think like dialogue, for example, it's just kind of the way I write.
Yeah.
It tends to lend itself to performing. So that has been a really fun thing on the audiobook, is just like watching what happens when actors of Will and Ryder's caliber get a hold of these words and how naturalistic they can make it. But as far as like how scenes break down and things like that, sometimes you do have to make adjustments for sure. But I think it's just about being really cognizant of like what works in which form.
Makes sense. Well, your writing, your dialogue in your comics, it's so incredibly cinematic. I feel like I close my eyes, I can just hear them talk to me in my head. But why comics? Why do you love them? How'd you get your start in them?
I've loved comics my whole life. Like I just love telling stories, and I got started because of a film I directed in college called The League, which you can see actually. It's up on our Massiveverse YouTube channel. But The League became years later the basis for Cowl, which is set in the Massiveverse as well. And it's just one of those things. Like I love comics, superheroes, and movies, and my love for all three kind of came out of my love for superhero movies as a kid. Burton's Batman films and Richard Donner's Superman. And so I never thought I could make comics. I never thought I could write or be a writer. I never thought I understood enough about the world to be able to capture anything interesting. But after I made my film in college, some doors opened up from it, and one of them was via Joe Quesada, who was the editor-in-chief at Marvel. He watched the film online and really liked it, and so I looked at it as like, this feels like an opportunity that was unexpected, but like I'd be foolish to pass up on this, and started pitching to Marvel and got an issue of Captain America about 1.5 years later, and then that kind of opened the floodgates to now, 16, 17 years later, I've done a lot of books. But I was a sound editor for 10 years. I still love audio. I still do a lot of sound editing for stuff in our world. So like the audiobook fits perfectly.
Oh, yeah.
Love directing. That's my first love. So being able to now combine all those things with the Massiveverse and my little company, Black Market Narrative, is like, it was a road that was unexpected, but I'm really happy that I've been able to kind of get back to the things that, I'm still very passionate about. I'm just exploring them in a slightly different way than I thought I would be.
Telling stories through all the mediums, that is amazing. Where can people find you online? You got a few websites, that's right?
Yeah, so I'm on Instagram at Kyle D. Higgins. We have a YouTube channel at, I think it's Massive. It's just at Massiveverse on YouTube. On Instagram, we have a Massiveverse account as well, at massive.verse. But honestly, the best place is our newsletter.
Yeah.
So if you go to our website, blackmarket.la, you can sign up for the newsletter there. We're going to start doing original stories that we're publishing on the newsletter for free.
Cool.
It's a free newsletter. But you'll be getting like new stuff really designed for mobile experience as opposed to like traditional comic pages, like very soon, from some pretty cool, exciting creators and a bunch of up and comers, as well as stuff from me and other people in the Massiveverse crew. So definitely want to subscribe to that. It's also where we're going to be doing a ton of behind-the-scenes stuff for the audiobook as well as the No One
Ooh.
movie coming up. So
That is
that's probably the best place I would recommend.
Nice. This is the end. This is all we have time for, all the questions. I wish I could pick your brain for longer, but yeah, this is the Comics Creator Couch Party powered by Dark Horse Comics with Kyle Higgins, and we'll see you guys later. Goodbye.
Awesome. Thanks.
Gotcha. All right.
We'll be going live in just a moment, but right now we're just having fun. We're just having fun telling fun stories.
All right.
How you guys doing? Woo! Yes, love to hear it. We're waiting for the cue to go live, but raise your hand if you're having an amazing time. Perfect.
I brought some giveaways. Should we do that now?
Ooh, you want to start with the giveaways?
Yeah,
we'll save the best. We'll save it for last.
We'll do it for last.
Yeah,
we'll do it last. All right.
All right, and we
Sorry.
and we are live. Hello, welcome to the Women in Comics panel, everybody. Great turnout. How's everybody doing? Woo! We have some amazing creators here today. I'm gonna have you guys all introduce yourselves and tell us about a couple of your projects that we might recognize you guys from. I'll see you guys here and work our way to the back row.
Kelly Sue DeConnick. I'm a comic book, television, and stage writer, and you may know me from things like Captain Marvel and Bitch Planet and FML and Wonder Woman Historia and Aquaman and I don't know, some other stuff.
Hi, I'm Shelley Bond, and I'm filling in for Laura Allred because she once gave me a pair of shoes when my shoes broke. I've been a comic book editor since The Cure released Disintegration, and for some of you in the crowd, that's 1988, but I was a very small child at that time, prodigy. I edit comics, I eat comics. I'm the editor of American Caper, which comes out on Wednesday. You must check it out. It's a fantastic new monthly series. Worked for Vertigo for 22 and a half years. Teach comics editing at Portland State. I live for comics.
Woo! Jody Hauser. I write a lot of licensed comics, especially Star Wars, Stranger Things, Doctor Who, Critical Role. But I've also done a fair bit of superhero stuff. I did Mother Panic and Supergirl over at DC. I did Ms. Marvel and Black Widow, and coming soon, Generation X-23 over at Marvel, and Faith at Valiant.
Hi, I'm Josie Campbell. I'm a TV writer, producer, and comic book writer. So on the comics side, I was for a while writing the ongoing Shazam series for DC. Ooh, Shazam fans! I've got a creator-owned comic called I Heart Skull Crusher. Yes. And then on the TV side, you might know me from producing My Adventures with Superman.
Representing.
What'd you say?
You got your shirt on. You're
I know, I'm
representing.
repping my shirt. If it was colder, I'd have my She-Ra hoodie on too, but it's so hot right now.
I'm Nicole Maines. I'm an actor and writer. You may know me from the CW Supergirl or from Yellow Jackets. I'm a writer for DC Comics. I write namely Dreamer in the comics. I did Suicide Squad Dream Team, Absolute Power, Secret Six, and have an upcoming issue of Justice League Unlimited with Jadzia Axelrod. Dolls and comics, baby!
Yes!
Hello, I'm Margaret Vache. I'm mostly an artist, and I wrote on title like Valiant Face with Jodie, which was a body positive superheroine. I'm mostly known for DC Bombshells, Power Girl, a bit of Wonder Woman, and various other titles. Yeah.
Woo! Oh my God! We got some amazing comic creators here today. I feel like I'm starstruck. Thank you so much for doing this, guys. This is so much fun. I want to hear about your origin story. What made you fall in love with the medium, and how did you get your start working in comics? We'll go the same order as we did.
I don't know. I fell into it back asswards. I grew up on Air Force bases, reading comics. I didn't really think about the fact that there were people that made them. When I was in New York, I met Will Rosado at a party, and it's like, "What do you do?" It was like, I draw comics, and I was like, "Oh my God, that's so cool!" He was like, "You're literally the only woman that has ever said that." And then I met a bunch of people through him, and I was on a comic book posting forum, and I don't know, I'm like really enthusiastic about the thing that's right in front of me, and I never really planned to work in comics, but I was just like, I want to do a short story with all my friends on the posting board, and then like work begets work, and pretty soon like that was what I was doing, and I just kind of like, oh, hey.
We're really lucky to have you in comics because you changed everything.
Woo!
You are fierce. You're a phenomenal writer and force of nature in comics, and I love how much you care about comics education too.
Yeah, well, this is going to get weird because like you have forgotten more about comics than we combined know. And if there is anyone out there who wants to do any comic book editing, or even if you want to create comics, you need to get a copy of Filth and Grammar. That's Shelley's book. That is like it's the comics editing Bible. Oh, thanks. Yeah. So we're gonna have like a mutual admiration society that's gonna get real weird.
Oh boy, can't wait. Quick origin story for me. Like Kelly Sue, well, not like Kelly Sue. I didn't read comics as a kid. I liked the Peanuts gang. My sister was a reader, so of course I didn't want to read anything. I liked to tap dance and twirl the baton. Those were my things. But in college, I was a film student, and one of my teachers showed us a copy of a comic book to explain storyboarding to the class. And I couldn't believe my eyes. I didn't even know comics were still being made. It was 1987. I walked to a comic book shop, and I discovered Love and Rockets, and I've never left. So that's my origin story.
So I grew up reading superhero comics because I was a big fan of Batman the Animated Series and X-Men the Animated Series, and both of them had tie-in comics. So it's funny that I write tie-in comics now because that's kind of how I got into reading them. But my dad also had a lot of his Silver Age DC, like the super weird Superman and Batman stories where Superman grows a really long beard because of red kryptonite, and Lois is going to find out his identity because Clark Kent has never had a beard. So I think I grew up really seeing like a wide tonal range in comics, and that really drew me in because it's like I love that it is a medium. It's not a genre, so you can tell all kinds of stories. And I knew I wanted to be a writer, but I kind of didn't put those things together until adulthood. When I went to grad school, I had some friends in school who were part of the early webcomic scene, so I started doing these like little strip comics because that was all I could draw. So I had a comic called Cupcake Power. Half the characters were cupcakes, so they didn't have hands, they didn't have feet, they didn't move, their expressions changed slightly. That was it. And because of that, I got to go to San Diego Comic-Con as a professional because I had a webcomic. So I started making connections, got in some anthologies, and then like Kelly Sue said, work begets work. So it all kind of grew from there.
So I was a kid reading comics, but like kind of. Oh, no one wants to hear. Okay, there we go. I was a kid reading comics, but kind of under the radar because like my parents were like very down on comics. They were like, you could read like Disney stuff, and that was it. So I think I became a writer because I got very good at lying to my parents about what was in the comics. Like I got the CVS by my house had like restocks of like Sensational She-Hulk, and there's one with Howard the Duck on the cover. So I was like, that is Donald Duck. And they're like, oh, okay. And then they weren't reading them. So like I just got away for years with like buying like crazy stuff from us. Like I got Sandman through CVS. My parents were like, all right, well, it's written down. It was like years later that they're like, hold on, Josie, we were looking through your stuff and like these comics are not okay for kids. And I was like, sorry. But after that sparked my love of like reading and writing. And after that, yeah, I went to college specifically for writing for TV actually. But then once I came out here, I worked on a bunch of TV shows, worked on She-Ra, worked on a bunch of like superhero adjacent stuff and superhero stuff. And from there, DC hit me up and asked if I'd like to write comics. So yeah, I came in a very roundabout way, but I guess the answer is lie to your parents.
I also didn't really grow up reading comics as much as I'd like to. I grew up in Maine. We didn't have a local comic book shop, so everything that I was reading was like what we picked up at the Scholastic Book Fair. So like lots of like one-off. So like one-off anthologies and stuff. And then it really wasn't until I booked Supergirl that I started reading more comic books because I started reading of Superheroes issues and trying to find out everything I could about Dream Girl and Neuronal and Naltor. And then after Supergirl ended, and I started writing for DC, it just has since devolved into I have no spare surfaces in my house. It's just piles.
Evolved.
Thank you. Yeah, stuff I still need to read that I haven't gotten to, and it's just getting bigger. But that's okay. It's fine. You know, every time someone comes over, I'm like, here, take this, and also take this. I just need to see my floor. Woo!
So I grew up in a foreign country. I think I can't lie about it. So I absolutely read a lot of comics growing up and watch anime. Most of them were not age appropriate. I were these kind of weird kids, shy, in a science. How do you say, like mostly on doing science, but I was the one drawing. So I kind of found my crew by doing fanzine, starting, and I kind of never stopped, and I keep on studying stuff that are not art related. When I graduate and my parents were, okay, you got your diploma, I was like, okay, no, I'm going to be an illustrator. And that's the way I started doing illustration and comics. So that's the story.
I think it must be said, Marguerite, that you have brought such fierce fashion into comics with the covers you're doing for not only American Caper. She has a wonderful variant cover that's going to be for sale later on today. plug, because you have to. But fashion and comics, thank you for what you bring to it.
I'm pushing. It's a long work. Doing my best.
So a lot of you guys have. Oh yeah, all right. For those who work in television, may that be acting, writing, producing, what is it like? You know, working in both. There's a lot of overlaps I find with comics and the big screen. What are the similarities and the differences?
I mean, for me, it's more control. It's as an actor, you know. Like it's okay. Well, you know what? It's fine. I'm also a theater kid. Yeah. So proud. You have less control as an actor, and it's more just sort of what is written and you do that. And there was some overlap, and we're very fortunate to have room to pitch stories and ideas from comics that we had read or stories that we had liked. Jesse Rath, who played Brainiac, kept trying to kill me because he wanted to do a story where Dreamer haunted Brainiac, sort of like when Dream Girl was crushed and we really wanted. And they were like, stop! They were like, stop trying to kill Nicole. I said, no, let him cut. I thought that would have been fun, but in comics, it just gives me the opportunity to do all the stories that I didn't really get to explore on screen and take this character in places that we just didn't have the time or budget or opportunity to. And it's also been very cathartic as we descend further into fascism. To have Dreamer roll with the Secret Six, and Catman's like, nah, man, burn it down.
I have a specific question for you as an actor. How does acting on the screen influence your writing and vice versa?
I think it certainly helps me get into a character's headspace, helps me just understand motivations. I think it's kind of the same muscle, understanding motivation, understanding where they come from, and just the context of their lives, voice for sure. Yeah, I'm sure my neighbors hate me, because I also act everything out.
Really? When you're writing?
Specifically for Amanda Waller, because I'm trying to act it out, and I'm trying to make it seem, I'm like, here's the key I realized, writing Amanda Waller. If you say it in your head or out loud in CCH Pounder's voice and it doesn't sound right, change the line.
That's amazing.
I can back you up. So on Superman, the wonderful Deborah Wilson was our Amanda Waller, and she would start every record by being like, give me 1 second. And she would do a monologue where she'd become more and more Amanda until she got there. And then she'd be like, I am this, which is why in like season 2, she does a monologue as she wakes up. She's like, you bring the fire, Amanda. Or just like writing down what she would say during those records.
Amanda Waller is a state of mind.
She's a state of mind. She's a being. Yeah.
Put that on a t-shirt.
Yeah, put it on a t-shirt. Amanda Waller's a state of mind. Magneto was right. Yeah. I was going to say on the writing producing side, obviously we do have a lot more control over what goes on the screen. I would have killed you, Nicole, at your behest.
Jesse's going to be very excited for that.
But I will say, I think writing comics is really nice because it's very intimate in a lot of ways. Like TV, there's so, like, it's great. I love it. It's huge, but there's so many layers of like, there's 3 different groups giving you notes. Franchise is giving you notes. Comics is giving you notes. The studio is giving you notes. Like everything is going through like 7 layers of committee. And with comics, I realize it's you, it's the artist, it's the inker and colorist, it's the editor. And that's kind of it. Like it really is a much more like, I think, cathartic way to write because it just, you put it out on the page, it comes out sooner than 3 years. And then you see immediately what people are reacting to. And like, it's a truly wonderful way to write stories that feels so personal in a way that like so many other mediums really don't.
There's more money in television, so that's a big difference. There's a hierarchy in scripting style. So the most formal script that you'll write is a theatrical script, a script for stage, and that is because if you think about this in terms of the number of people who will read the script, ideally, if you're doing a play, let's pretend you're going to be Shakespeare, right? Your play is going to be read and produced by millions of people over centuries, and you want to leave as much open to interpretation as possible. And so you have to be very, very disciplined with the theatrical script. The next level of formality is a film script, which will be produced once, but it will be read by 200 to 300 people, depending upon the size of your crew. And there are formalities there that you have to adhere to in your writing because of the way that we use those to help estimate the amount. It used to be the amount of film they needed, right?
Yeah.
Like that's how they would budget, like by the number of pages. Film doesn't work that way anymore, but you still have to adhere to those same standards. Also, in this hierarchy, I don't want to spend too much time on this, but there's a difference as to who the primary artist is here. And that varies and that affects your scripting style as well. So the next level down is television. In television, you can be slightly less formal than you would be when you're scripting for film. The primary artist in television is the showrunner. He's very often, not always, but very often also the lead writer. And so that means that there's a kind of, you don't have to, you can maybe call shots a little bit every once in a while and not offend everyone on the planet, right? And then the next level down is your comic script, and that will be read, as you said, by probably 5 people at most. And we don't have, everybody scripts a little bit differently. Everybody uses different software. Ed Brubaker's scripts are all green. Like he literally changes the color of the page to green because I don't know, he has very delicate eyes and looking at a hard screen is too much for Ed. Yeah, so there are a ton of differences, but in all of these things, with any kind of storytelling, what we're trying to do is tell truth by telling lies. We're trying to connect to ourselves and to other people. And so in all of the craft stuff, you can learn those things. You can learn those differences. Like the unit of a comic is the page. You have to learn to think about the page in a way that you think about the scene in scripting for television, right? But all of that is teachable. The thing that you need to focus on at the beginning of stages is finding your vulnerability and finding your truth. So we can teach you all that stuff. We can't teach you courage. So find your courage, and then that's what matters.
Put that on a t-shirt too.
And find a story worth telling. I have to say that I'm a paper purist. I think that most stories that I love are stories that really resonate within me, that stick to my bones. And when I'm editing on paper, I'm thinking about moving the eye across and down the page, working towards the page turn, and I'm thinking a lot about audio because unlike TV and film, we've got to create it visually on the page. So I am such a fan of deconstructing comics. And I love the art and the craft of comic book editing, which, by the way, is a lost art because the way that I came of age in comics doing it is very different than how it's done today. But I think it's terrific that we see so many people on this stage today who have backgrounds in different media and different parts of pop culture, and one isn't better than the other. You know, I'll always say to people if they pitch me a story, if they want to tell it on paper, I want to know why. What makes the idea better for the reading experience than perhaps as an audio fiction podcast or a film. So you really do have to think about the final delivery of your idea. I'll always pick comics, no offense, because I'm just hardcore that way about paper. But it's a beautiful thing to see all these people on the stage who have a love for comics and for story and how it can be shown differently depending on what the final result is that you want it to be.
Gerard Way has the best breaking into comics story, and he was like, well, I had to become a rock star first.
Yeah, that does not surprise me that is like his one-liner about breaking into comics. Of course, I will say that when I was working at DC Comics, he was a big fan of the Vertigo line, and in fact, he was an intern in the office at one point. He was not an intern for Vertigo, though. However, he was a big fan of Grant Morrison's work, and I was editing The Invisibles at that time. This is long before My Chemical Romance, by the way. He was just like an art student at the School of Visual Arts. I didn't know who he was. I thought he was somebody's kid brother. But he would peer into my office with his hair over his eye, and he'd be kind of sweating, and I'd be like, yeah? He'd be like, I really like the books you edit by. So
Did he wear the eyeliner then?
Oh, yeah, for sure. And I was just like, whatever, who is this kid? What is this kid doing here? So years later, when I found out who he was, it was really fun to work with him. But don't think for a minute that I let him just get by on his rock star good looks. I was shocked the first time he sent me a script because he was a phenomenal writer. And I took it so seriously that to this day, I couldn't tell you a My Chemical Romance song because I didn't want it to interfere with my editing of Gerard's writing. He's that good as a comic book writer. So there you go.
Right on. You said there were some differences getting into computer then versus now. In general, this is for all you guys. What are some of the differences in the industry that you've noticed back today versus now? And what would you like to see in the industry, especially when it comes to being women and non-binary folk?
I'll let someone else start with that one because I probably have too much to say, but I wrote a handbook called Filth and Grammar, the Comic Book Editor's Secret Handbook, because there wasn't one, and I certainly wish I had one in the 90s when I was coming up through the ranks at DC Comics. But I'll let someone else answer the question.
I feel like I came in at an interesting time in comics because the first published work I did was in a big anthology called Womanthology that at the time was the biggest comic book Kickstarter project. Because I think it was around the time that the New 52 was launching at DC, and a lot of people were saying, why are there like 2 women on all of these books? Where are the women in comics? And so this anthology was put together as a charity project, like all the funds were going to go to different charities, but because that was sort of the discussion going on, so many big names in comics stepped up and were really promoting it. Like Jim Lee was one of the biggest people shouting out this project. And wrote a story that had 2 artists on it because one of the artists was in the middle of drawing a brand new Image book that released the same day as Womanthology, and that was Saga, and it was Fiona Staples. So, And this was a weird point where you could still give editors printed comics. And like, it was maybe the last year you could do this, but I actually took the story from that anthology and some of the other anthology I had done, got it up as a comic book to give to editors at, like Wonder in San Diego and New York. And I think it really was the last year that editors would actually take physical things and not just leave it at the show afterward. And that was how I got the first work. I was actually pitching to Vertigo, and then Young Animal came along. So that was one of my first big projects. And I've been talking to an editor at Marvel who ended up leaving Marvel and going to Valiant, and that's where I wrote Faith. So it was just sort of that 1 year of convention, giving physical copies away, that got me my first 2 big books that let me quit my day job. But these days, it's a lot easier to just give someone like a QR code with a link to a file that they can grab. So yeah, there's a bit of wisdom I've heard that it's like once someone breaks into comics one way, they sort of seal it up. It's like breaking out of prison. So you have to find a new way to get in.
Devin Grayson. It's once they figure out how you broke in. Breaking into comics is like breaking into Fort Knox. Once they figure out how you did it, they make sure no one can do it that way again.
Yeah. Oh, and just for clarity, this was out 2011. So this was less than 15 years ago, and I feel like it shifted. Let's just say the first few years, all of the panels I were on were women in comics panels. They finally had to like let us do like writing or license books and stuff. So, but it was still it felt very siloed initially.
I mean, would you see me thinking like, do I go there? Do we go there?
People say yes. People say do it.
So I don't know if this is still the case, but there was some kind of women in comics anthology every year for 15 to 20 years, I would say, and they were important. And every time it was an opportunity for somebody to get a sample of printed work to be able to use to get more work. But my favorite, I live for the day when we don't do women in comics panels anymore.
Me too.
And my favorite women of comics panel we ever did was at Dragon Con, was when we hijacked it and we did men in comics. And we had an all-female panel, and we discussed men in comics. And when guys would ask questions, we would be like, did your girlfriend get you into comics? And spin around, show everybody what you're wearing, sweetheart. Do you like comics? Do you read Punisher? I bet you read Punisher. What would you guys recommend for a guy that wanted to read comics? What would be a good starter comic for a guy? Who could imagine a guy reading comics? What would that be like? So, yeah. Being a woman in comics, being a woman in comics is much like being a woman in the world. It's fucking exhausting. And like, we're not so different, you guys. I don't know if you know this, but Brian Bendis is neither a spider nor a woman. And yet he was able to write Jessica Drew really well. We're human beings, and a pedestal is just another kind of box. Don't put me on a pedestal. And I think that is, we'll be there. We can sit down when we don't have these conversations anymore. But there has been a great deal of progress made. And one of the big things is two of the big things, I will say. One is recognizing all the women from the history of comics who have been erased. And there are so many. you know, it's there's this like we just discovered comics either as readers or creators. Not true. And so recognizing the women that came before us is a really big deal. And then the other thing is supporting one another. We're not fighting for the one girl seat at the table. We're making room for all of our sisters, all of our sisters.
Yes, everything you just said, yes.
All right, thanks.
I did an interview with Jenny Frison recently, and somebody commented, "Oh my gosh, she's my favorite female comic book artist." And I was like, "Do we need our own categories?" So I'm just so honored to be on this panel with you guys. Comics, especially book, we have to extreme battle against this male-dominated.
I always say to people, make comics. Don't be afraid to roll up your sleeves. I teach comics editing at Portland State, mostly because my first boss in comics, Diana Schutz, who was a real hard-ass comic book editor, like one of the greats, she asked me to. And you kind of don't say no to Diana Schutz.
Yeah.
If anyone who knows Diana, she worked at Dark Horse for at least 2 decades, if not more.
She's amazing.
You
I
don't,
love her so much.
You don't say no to Diana. But I teach my students that what you need to do is be fearless, roll up your sleeves, and start throwing red ink. My students have to actually make a 1-page comic, a 9-panel comic, and most of them are English majors. And when they come in, I tell them they're not going to pass unless they start drawing, inking, coloring, everything. And some of them say, I can't draw. And that's when I hold up my art and I say, I can't draw. And they say, I can't write. And I say, I can't write. We do an anthology for the class every year, and everyone's work is featured. And that means that everyone that actually comes through that class has published work. Get visible, get published, go to shows. Don't be afraid to ask questions. You have to be your #1 advocate, and you really can't be afraid to mess up. I always say, mess up, fess up, move forward. That's the secret to getting into comics.
And to go build off of what Shelley said, start small. Start with like a 1-page story, 2-page, 3-page, because even if you have experience writing, it is a weird medium. Like I came in, I got my master's in writing with a screenwriting focus, and I was like, oh, it's just scripting. It'll be similar. No, it is weird. I actually had to unlearn a lot of stuff from screenwriting to be able to write comics. So make sure you can really make the best use of a very limited count of panels, because once you can tell a very short story, you can tell a much longer story in comics.
I would also add, don't censor yourself with your stories. Like, especially now, I've had a lot of people being like, oh, like in this like day and age, are you gonna like pull back from the gay stuff? I'm like, no, like my original comic right now is a bisexual like menace running around murdering people. Like, don't write something that you think an editor will want. Don't write something that you think a producer will want. Write something that you want and that you want to see, because that's what is interesting. That is what's going to grab people. So never self-censor yourself. Always write exactly what you want, even if you think nobody else will read it. There's going to be one other person out there.
Statistically, someone
will.
I was gonna say the same thing. We get a lot of like, oh, now it's just like not the time. It's just like very
No,
controversial.
it is exactly the time.
Literally. What are comics for? What have comics ever been for? To talk about issues that matter to people, get them out in a way that is accessible to folks. Write stories that you write or that you like. Write characters that you want to see. We're not in competition. It's not a pie. It is not a finite amount of representation. There is room for everybody's stories to be told. They all need to be told. And the bar is so low.
Yes, and we're cheap, we're fast, and we're responsive. That is so fucking punk rock, right? And if you play it safe, that is the least punk rock thing in the world, right? So don't do that. Take chances. Also, make your shitty comics.
Yeah.
Because
to get them out. You got it. There is no way. People think like the ideas are the hard part, right? Ideas are shit. Ideas are so easy. You have so many ideas every day. You just haven't learned to recognize them. That part we can teach you. Finding the courage, right? When you have an idea, it's in your head. And just like anything that's really close to your eye, it's hard to see. You don't have any perspective on it. So it feels like, oh, it's perfect. It's such a good idea. It's magical. And you take that idea and you put it down on paper. Now you have perspective on it. You can see all the holes. You can see all the problems. That right there is the most disheartening thing in the world. And most people stop. They don't get past this, right? They never get it on the page. You want to win, find the courage to make your shitty comic. Because if you have a bad book, you're an author. If you have a good idea, you're a fucking dreamer. And there's no, what can I do with that? Right?
And also, I think you have to set deadlines. You know, set the editor on the stage here, but you really have to set reasonable deadlines and meet them. That's a big thing. You know, the difference between people who actually break into the industry and people who are on the fringes is really just a matter of figuring out if it's really what you want to do. So if it is, then figure out how bad you want it and set up some small goals at first, and don't stop putting your work on paper. Editing is writing and rewriting. It's checking. It's much more than just editing script. It's editing art direction that the writer writes, and maybe not so well if they don't understand how to think visually. One of my top 10 true editing crimes is when editors have no visual acuity. Some editors really don't understand that they need to actually edit and trim some of the lines on the page. So many things are over-inked, not just scripts that are overwritten. There's color that sometimes you open up a comic and all you see is what would happen if someone ate a bag of Skittles and got sick. Less is more. Editing happens at every stage of making comics, and that's the beauty of it, and that's why all I ever wanted to be since that day I discovered Love and Rockets was an editor and sharing my love of the art of comic book editing, old school.
And don't feel like having a day job makes you any less of a creator, because the better fed and sheltered and less stressed you are, it's going to be a lot easier. The whole like starving, suffering artist is crap. That doesn't help you make anything. Yeah, take care of yourself so you can take care of your art.
The last thing I would say was I got a really good piece of advice from a friend of mine when I was working on my first graphic novel. And this speaks to like negative self-talk and everything. And I think for a lot of like women and especially marginalized folks who have been underrepresented in comics communities and in the job market as a whole. And I think this speaks to even more than just comics. We are usually the first ones to say, I don't see anyone like me doing it. This isn't the space for me. I'm gonna pick myself and my script apart more than anyone else is. And so I was just talking to my friend, it's Candace Patton, I was on The Flash. And I was like, man, I've got this graphic novel script. I don't fucking know. I'm an actor, I'm not a writer, I've never done this before. I don't know if this is any good. And she looked at me, she didn't give a fuck. She was like, girl, if you, just as a woman, ever are questioning the quality of your work or whether or not you deserve to be somewhere, men are working. And they haven't thought about that even once.
So, who in here has aspirations to work in our industry? Raise those hands higher. There we go. All right. So, if you want to write, I have an assignment for you. So I want you to find a comic that you love, and then I want you to reverse engineer the script that would have created that comic. And then once you've done that, I want you to now rewrite that comic for a different artist. Okay? All right, so now you have your first 2 gigs.
Did you guys write that down?
Yeah.
You guys got your pen, got your notes out? That's really cool. That's a cool assignment right there. That's awesome. Yeah, I want to do that too when I get home. So that's our 5-minute mark. So before we go, real quick, do you guys have any upcoming projects, and where can people find you on social media?
I've talked enough. I'm good. Google me. I'm easy to find.
Yeah, me too. I talked enough.
Generation X23 coming out early next year. I'll be signing here, and I'm on all the socials under a different name every time. Yeah, I'm not too hard to find though.
You can find me at Cozy Jamble or cozyjamble.com because I made that handle in college and I've never changed it. And then I've got projects coming out, but I don't know when I can announce when they'll come out. I'm working on the next arc of I Heart Skull Crusher, and I'm currently running the new Starfire animated series. So sometime in the next year to 4 years, there'll be things from both of those.
Yeah, I'm Nicole A. Maines on everything. Secret Six just finished up. They're releasing a collected edition of that. That'll be really fun. We've just got the final inks back, Jadzia and I, on our Justice League Unlimited issue. That'll come out in the spring. We just got something really exciting greenlit that I can't share yet, but that'll be fun. And then I just started my first independent comic called Truth Man. That's on Patreon and Webtoon right now. We've got like maybe 9 pages out. But it's really cool. It's the last superhero in the apocalypse.
So I'm Marguerite Sauvage. You can find me on most social media. I'm currently doing a lot of covers and 2 graphic novels to be out in 2027. One for young adult with Little Brown, and one that I do write as well for middle grade for first second called Drawing Attention. And that's it.
And also, as I mentioned before, Marguerite has a phenomenal variant cover for American Caper #1, and it's here. We'll be signing American Caper in a few minutes, so please stop by, even just to say hey. We don't expect you to buy the comic, but just come say hey, and thank you so much for being such a great audience today.
I just noticed a kid in the audience, and I've been cussing up a storm, so.
This was amazing. Thank you guys so much. It was an amazing panel,
Thank you,
amazing
Sammy.
turnout, and yeah, we'll see you guys later to those watching at home on the live stream. then, as of recently, well, relatively recently, it was announced that you're going to be doing Absolute Green Arrow for DC Comics.
I am, yes.
What's like joining the Absolute Universe and kind of doing your own spin on Green Arrow? I know you can't say too much.
Yeah, I can't say anything. But it's really intimidating because it's literally all the best writers working, and we have like the Zoom that we go on, and so you get a chance to like be in the same quote unquote room with like all my favorite writers.
Oh, it's over like a Zoom call, you said?
Yeah, well, we kind of touch base with each other on a
cool.
regular basis and all that sort of stuff as we're building the universe out. So it's really, really, really fun, and also very surreal because I'm friends and fans of all these guys. So it's nuts.
We're so excited to see what you do with Green Arrow. The Absolute Universe is so much fun. You're also part of the Corpse Crew.
I am.
For Exquisite Corpses,
Yes.
a series created by James Hennon IV and Michael Walsh. It's a collaborative.
Yes.
It's so collaborative. You guys have described the whole process as kind of like a writer's room. It's
Yeah.
almost like kind of a D&D campaign.
Oh
Can you-
yeah, that's a really good way of putting
Yeah.
it. Yeah, so there's definitely a TV writers room set up. I mean, I don't know how much of this is public, but like they kind of brought us all out for a summit, and we kind of broke the whole thing to get the whole series together all in one shot, very much like a TV writer's room. And then we each branched off to write our own individual issues. And it's so weird. I've never had an experience where I can work on something and be a fan of it at the same time. But because there's so many people working on it, that isn't just me, and it's the brainchild of James and Michael, I can totally be a fan of it. So it's really, really fun.
Nice. I heard that you guys like had the whole like walls covered in sticky notes. Is
Yeah,
that
yeah,
right?
oh yes, 100%. We had a lot of sticky notes. The big kind too, not like
Yeah.
the tiny
Oh,
little.
okay.
Yeah, like the person-sized sticky notes.
Oh,
Yeah.
person-sized sticky notes. That's
Yeah.
the real deal
yeah,
right
yeah,
there.
exactly. We go in deep.
So when working on this project, you are doing a couple issues. Is that right? You have issue
Yes.
8. So that's
Yes.
FOCing this month, coming out
Yes.
next month. What can you tease about issue 8?
Oh God, what can I tease about issue 8? There's a really bloody kill, but I feel like
Oh.
people are used to that now with Exquisite Corpses. So I don't know what I can tease. I don't know what I can tease. There's definitely a big turning point. There's definitely a big turning point that happens. So yeah. That's as much as I can say. The rest of them will kill me. It's weird when you're working on stuff alongside all your friends because
Yeah.
it's not just like, oh, the company will kill me. It's like, oh no, your friends will actually
Oh
kill
my
you.
gosh,
So,
that's
yeah.
so funny.
Yeah.
Let's rewind a little bit. For those watching who are not familiar with Exquisite Corpses, what is the series about?
Oh yeah, so Exquisite Corpses, the idea of Exquisite Corpses is the world is run by 13 families, and every 5 years they each have a contest to see which family gets to control America for the next 5 years. And the contest goes is that each of them picks a serial killer, they set that serial killer loose in a small town, and whoever serial killer is the last man standing, their family wins control of America. And so the series is done from the perspective of the people trapped in this family, the people trapped in this town that can't get out as this sort of serial killer battle royale is happening.
Do you have a favorite character, or a character that you're hoping to win?
I
To survive?
do, but I worry if I say it, it'll be a spoiler.
Okay, no,
So,
that's
yeah,
fair.
yeah.
Absolutely valid. You are like a horror icon with like Infidel. What can you tell us about that series, the acclaimed horror series?
Oh, Infidel was my first book. It was
Ever?
Yeah, it was my first. I did one comic that I don't really talk about.
Okay,
but
okay.
It was my first like comic series.
Cool.
Infidel. And it was it is about a Pakistani American Muslim woman and her multiracial neighbors who are living in an apartment building that's haunted by ghosts that feed off of xenophobia and racism. And it's kind of the book that started my career. It made a bunch of best of the year lists. It made NPR's 100 Scariest Stories of All Time, and I've been really grateful for it. I mean, it came out in 2018, and there's still a really healthy audience that comes and buys a book. So I'm really grateful.
This kind of leads into the next question, like what is your comic book origin story? How'd you get started? And also, what drew you to the medium of comics?
I mean, I've always loved comics. So from a really young age, I loved comics. I think it was because it was cheap and it was something I could read over and over again. I
Yeah.
didn't need access to my television to look at it because when I was a kid, I didn't have a TV in my room. So they were things I could keep in my room and just go read over and over and over again. And they were cheap. And then my comics origin story was actually, I started off as an editor for Vertigo Comics.
That's right, yeah.
So yes, I worked on books like Sweet Tooth and Day Tripper and The Losers and We Three. And I was an editor for a while. Then I got recruited to be part of a think tank to turn comics into other media. That led me to LA, where I started DC's TV division, leading off with the Arrowverse suite of shows, and Gotham on Fox and all that stuff, and iZombie on CW. The exec life was getting me farther and farther away from the creative stuff, and so I decided to start writing, and I've been writing TV and comics simultaneously ever since.
Doing both mediums, what are some of the similarities and differences when telling stories through them?
Well, the thing I always say about comics and TV and movies is what I learned when I was at Warner Brothers. And the thing about all of them is they're stories, so there's tempted to think, if you look at them as cars, it's tempted to think like, oh, they all do the same thing. But if you pop the hood, they all run on different things. So comics runs on conceptual thinking. It's a lot of ideas.
Yeah.
And you can get like maybe not a great comic, but a decent comic just by stringing big ideas along. Similarly, television runs on emotion, sort of emotional beats. And sometimes you can see that as character, but I can think of a lot of like soap operas specifically, where it's a lot of emotional beats without any kind of character through line. So, but you can get an episode of television just by stringing along emotional beats. And features, at least Warner Brother theatrical features, they're run on spectacle. And so there's just big sort of spectacle and all that. And so once you understand like that's the fuel that each of these different stories runs on, then it's about like, okay, how can I, turn the dials to have some more emotion in here, some more spectacle in there, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. So you have brain fog for a second there.
That's
I'm so
okay.
sorry. So when it comes to horror, it's definitely a different, method to like. Porn star, I don't know what's wrong with me right now.
It's okay.
I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
But when bringing horror to life in comics and then movies, what do you think are some of the differences, especially when you don't have like the audio element?
Well, I mean, the audio element is a big thing, but I think also too, in comics, the reader controls time.
Right, yeah.
In
pacing.
film and TV, sort of the storyteller controls time. So you have to, so the trick in comics is to use space in such a way that you are controlling where the reader's eye is, and sometimes that's as simple as where the page turns are, but sometimes sometimes a little trickier, and you borrow from some of the tricks of graphic design of how do I hide a scare in a page so that they don't notice at first glance,
right,
but as they're reading it, that's where they come around, and that's always fun to kind of work out with the artist of your book.
Nice. And when writing for established IPs like DC Universe, Absolute Universe versus creator-owned series, what do you like about the different aspects of them?
I mean, I think the challenge for a creator-owned book is you're trying to get people excited about a new idea.
Yeah.
And so new ideas are always tough to sell.
Okay.
And so, but the flip side is if you're working for something established and you're doing work for hire, those are ideas that are not new. They come with their own fan base. So it is a trick, and we'll see how good at it I am, where you're kind of giving them what they want without them knowing that they want it.
Okay.
And it's a thinner target you're trying to hit.
Yeah.
And part of the fun is how well you can hit that target.
Nice. And for those who want to get into comics watching, do you have any advice?
Yes. Actually, if you're thinking about writing comics, the best guy I know who figured out how to break into comics is a writer by the name of Julio Anta. He writes a book called Home. He did a Blue Beetle graphic novel for DC. Me and him have an interview on the internet with Skylight Books where he talks about how he broke in, and it's the smartest way I've ever seen anybody break into comics, and it proves that Julio is very, very talented, but it's a way that everybody has access to. So if you're looking to break into comics, Julio Anta, he did a book called Home. Look for an interview he did with me at Skylight Books.
Amazing. Are there any resources people should get their hands on?
I mean, I always recommend Understanding Comics by Scott McCloud. That's sort of the go-to. Yeah, more than anything else. If you're thinking about pitching Marvel and DC, which you shouldn't do until you're further along in your career, you should preferably start with your own stuff. But I found Brian Michael Bendis' book On Writing Comics, I think it's called.
Oh, yeah.
Really great if you're thinking about pitching to Marvel and DC.
Amazing.
So,
what do you have in your hands right here?
So Tom Pinchuk, I bumped into him along the way, and he has like 2 comics that he kind of just gave me. So I'm very curious to read them.
Amazing.
Yeah.
What are some of your favorite comics that like kind of helped shape your voice as a writer?
God. I mean, Grant Morrison's The Invisible. Grant Morrison just in general.
Okay, yeah,
huge influence. The Invisibles I must have read like 5 or 6 times the entire series.
Nice.
Garth Ennis was also a huge influence. Preacher, Hitman, but also specifically he did this like one shot called Heartland that I've read like a dozen times at this point. Yeah. It's a really great. It was probably the first time I read a Marvel DC comic that was just a family drama. Yeah. And it was so cool, and it had like a real influence on like all the stuff that I would work on since then.
Oh man, that's amazing.
So yeah.
And do you have any movies that you watched growing up that kind of led you to getting into the writing aspect of TV?
I mean, I don't know growing up, but I know a big influence of mine is Aaron Sorkin's The West Wing.
Okay.
As well as David Simon's The Wire. Those are 2, I mean, that's much later in life, but there was around that time, Battlestar Galactica, Ron Moore's Battlestar Galactica was another one, where they were kind of blending like politics with like genre, or The West Wing isn't really a genre show, but just the way they integrated politics into storytelling was really influential to me, both as an editor, as I was edit books, but then as a writer, as I try to figure out how to tell genre stories that are hopefully entertaining, but talk about other things than just the story at hand.
What are your favorite genres to write in?
Oh God, I mean, I've been doing a lot in horror, and lately, it's been a lot easier and a lot of fun to write in horror. So I've been doing that a lot. But I mean, all of them have their like own fun, you know?
Yeah.
I think honestly, like, the genres I want to work on are the genres I haven't had a chance to work on yet.
Yeah?
You know, so like I would love to do a slice of life thing.
Oh,
I would
yeah,
love,
cute.
Yeah, I would love to do a romance comic. I would love to do, you know, what else? I would love to do like, well, I guess I kind of did like, like a techno thriller.
Ooh,
I've never done a
okay.
techno thriller. I would really love.
Yeah.
Zach Kaplan did a great book called Mindset, and when I read that, I was very jealous because I thought that was such a great techno thriller.
Nice.
So yeah, but the stuff I haven't got a chance to work on are sort of my favorite, the things I really want to do. But all the stuff that I've worked on, I always come back to horror. I've been that and a lot of detective stories, but yeah, horror and detective, which is actually two sides of the same coin.
Nice. So we're gonna wrap up the stream now. I wish I
Cool.
could talk to you longer. Oh, it's so great listening to you talk about all comics and stuff. But real quick, do you have any stuff you could talk about that are gonna be announced soon, or something we should keep an eye out for?
Well, I mean, the one you talked about was Exquisite Corpse 8, comes out next month and will be FOCing soon. And I cannot say enough good things about that book. I just found out that Patton Oswalt is a huge fan.
Yo, he was talking about you earlier.
Oh, yeah? Was he?
we were interviewing him. He was talking about you.
Oh, yeah.
He was so excited you're here.
Yeah. No, I'm really excited to talk to him. I'm very excited he's a fan of the book. Patton's such a great fan of comics, so it's always
Yeah.
great to see him excited.
I love his reviews. He's
Yeah,
he's great.
so I love Patton's. I love that. But yes, Exquisite Corpse 8. That's the next one's coming out. I do have Absolute Green Arrow coming out in the spring of next year.
Nice.
Hopefully, it is not what people are expecting, and hopefully that's a good thing. It's the most secretive thing I've ever worked on, so we'll see how people dig it.
Nice. All right, guys, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you later. We're gonna be streaming all day. Don't worry. go. We are live from the Comics Creator Couch Party, powered by Dark Horse Comics here at Revenge. We are joined with Gabriel Luna. How are you doing today?
I'm great. Thank you, Sammy. How are you?
Good. Isn't the event so beautiful? It's a lot of fun
it's
today.
amazing. Yeah. This compound keeps growing.
Yeah.
And Jeff and I have been friends since he opened it, and I love this place. It's my local shop, so I'm always here anyway.
And you are Ghost Rider. You're a superhero.
Yeah.
You also were that was on Agents of Shield. You're in The Last of Us,
Yes.
Terminator, Dark Fate, and you're also a musician, producer, and director. You do it all.
Yeah,
that is
well,
outstanding.
I try to. I just do everything a little bit, I guess. Jack of all trades, but yeah, I just like to make things. That's why I love this, just because he just pulls together a bunch of people with amazing imaginations, and just we all celebrate the things they make.
Yeah. You have been in so many like famous nerd pop culture projects.
Oh, yeah.
What goes into bringing these iconic characters to life?
I mean, for me personally, I just feel that it's a kind of a, you just gotta it's gotta be personal to you.
Yeah.
I think if you love it, that'll translate through the screen. And when we were doing the Ghost Rider, I just did Terminator Dark Fate, and I was going to do Hall H at Comic-Con.
Oh wow, yeah, Hall H.
At the time, the Ghost Rider show was going to come out, and they were, she turns to me and she says, "Wow, you're the Terminator. You're going to have the Ghost Rider coming out. You're going to be the king of the nerds down there in Hall H." And I was like, "Well, if they would have a king, he should come from among them," and because I absolutely consider myself a lover of this material, and I think that's what makes it work. You just gotta love it. Yeah.
Do you have any favorite comics, or even Ghost Rider comics in particular?
Oh yeah, I mean, of course, Felipe Smith, who created the character, and all of those first books that he and Trad Moore did. I love the kind of the Avengers run where Robbie became an Avenger.
Yeah.
The Jason Aaron run, the Avengers. But I'm like, I don't know. I love everything. I'm a big Ed Brubaker guy, and Bendis, who was here today.
Yes,
kind of amazing. But yeah, I love it. I've always loved it. Silver Surfer, I think, is a big kind of favorite of mine.
Yeah. Do you like the new Fantastic Four movie?
I love. You know what? My brother's in that, and I haven't
Yeah.
seen it yet,
Yeah,
but it
he
just
is.
hit Disney Plus, so I'm gonna watch it.
Nice.
I'm gonna watch it. I've been waiting. My girl and I were just, I was like, she wants to watch it too, but we have to coordinate our schedule. But yeah, no, I guess Silver Surfer Black is a great run that Trad
Yeah.
did all the art for, which is one of my favorites. But, yeah.
So you read comics? Do you play video games? What other aspects of nerd culture do you
Yeah.
participate in?
Yeah, I mean everything. I mean I grew up in the '80s and '90s, so it's video games are a big part of my life, and doing The Last of Us,
Yeah.
video games pay my bills, so I have to have love for it. But yeah, right now I'm like really into Death Stranding.
Cool.
I got to meet Kojima-san at South by Southwest. My buddy Norman is, of course, plays Sam Bridges in the thing. He's got a bunch of people I love that are all, actors and mocap actors in the thing. You got Guillermo del Toro and Margaret Qualley and Lea Seydoux, and it's just I love the way that our industries are bleeding together.
Yeah.
And
very connected.
And so much of what we're doing now is derived from the video game world, and I just I'm really, really happy. It's just like worlds collide. Everything I love is all in one big pie.
Yeah. And this is the pie. We're in it.
Yeah, we're totally in it. This place just continue to grow, and it's exciting. Like every time there's a new wing of this place that opens up. The coffee shop just opened up. It's called And Destroy. Come play your games, play some tabletop games and some Magic the Gathering and all that good stuff.
Yes.
So yeah, that's another big thing. I love Magic the Gathering.
Yeah.
My brother put me onto that like 10 years ago, and when I was in high school, I was an athlete primarily and a student, and it wasn't until I started working in the arts and had more free time and expendable income that I really was able to let my geek flag fly. So I just let it fly proudly now.
Heck yes. Do you have a favorite role that you've ever been, or a favorite project you've been a part of?
Oh yeah, I mean,
I know it's a hard decision.
Yeah, no, the easy answer is the Ghost Rider, because that was really kind of the first one that was kind of a global recognition, I suppose. Terminator, of course, Terminator Dark Fate, The Last of Us, play Tommy Miller. Those are all wonderful, and the audiences seem to really respond to those. I guess a couple of smaller known ones. I did a feature called Transpecos, which I really love, with It was written by Greg Cuidar and Clint Bentley, who recently wrote Train Dreams, which just came out, which is a beautiful film. And I was the lead of their first film. And I love that movie, love that part. I played a soccer star / spy in a show called Matador for Robert Rodriguez,
Oh
who's
my
a
God,
hero
cool.
of mine.
Yeah. I'm a
Actually,
huge
I was just
fan.
talking to Michael Allred, who's also very close friends
Yes.
with incredible creator. You know,
Yes,
created
big
Mad
fan.
Men, and him and Robert are pretty close. And so, that's the beautiful thing about this. You meet people and you start cooking things together, see what happens.
Yeah. What have been your favorite parts about being a part of the Comics Creator Block Party?
I mean, I love Jeff. His attention to detail, his craftsmanship, everything here is considered and touched. I love Shay, who works at Dispersed Media, does amazing T-shirts. I mean, the whole staff, Coral and Kenzie and Jolene, everybody, they're just, they're like family now. So, like I said, I show up here and they can't get rid of me. So I'm just kind of like a lurker, revenge of lurker.
Do you have any interest in like creating comics?
Yeah, I mean, I used to. I love to draw. I draw all the time. When I was bored in church growing up, I created the Karate Cats.
Cool.
Which are essentially like the Ninja Turtles, but they were cats.
You got to pitch that somewhere. We
And,
got to get that.
And I swore that they somehow stole my IP, because there was an episode of Ninja Turtles where they were fighting these little cats. They were in ninja outfits. They were almost exactly like these characters that I created when I was 6 years old. And no, I'm not accusing anyone of anything,
Fun
but I mean,
coincidence.
if the shoe fits, I don't know. But no, I love to draw. And then I love the Ninja Turtles. Felipe Smith, who created my Robbie Reyes, was a character designer for the Ninja Turtles
cool.
animated show on Nickelodeon for a long time. So everything, everything just kind of seems to swirl together, and that's what's beautiful about all this and all the art that everybody's making.
Yeah. Do you have a dream role, like a dream character from comics or any media that you love to play?
Well, I was just talking to Allred. It's like, I'd love to play, Madman,
Oh, yeah.
Frank Einstein. That'd be pretty cool. I got to talk to Fillion when we're up here and see if me and James can come together and play Kyle Rayner.
Cool. Yeah.
It'd be cool to be a Lantern.
Yes, that'd be awesome.
But yeah, no, I mean, that would be all great to be a return to form for me, playing, superheroes and supervillains and all that.
Yeah.
Because right now I'm really enjoying playing mortal men who can fear for their lives and their families, and that's why I love playing Tommy Miller on The Last of Us. But yeah, I mean, I just want to keep on doing it.
Yeah.
As long as I'm having a good time.
Yes. I would love to see you as Kyle Rayner. That'd be so freaking cool.
Yeah, it'd be amazing. I love, because he's an artist himself. He's a comic book artist, the character. And if you're a superhero who relies on your imagination, then what more kind of fertile landscape than the brain of a comic book artist. So I always love that about him. So yeah, we'll see.
Do you have any advice for people watching at home that want to get into acting or just getting into more nerd stuff in general?
Yeah, just follow your heart, and even if that leads you towards something that's kind of scary, like run towards the things you're afraid of, and try to live a very full life, so that you're not a phony when you get there on the day. You can really just draw on your true experience, and I think it's kind of a no plan B kind of job. If you're going to do it, you just do it. You're only here for a blink of an eye, and it is in the doing. It's not in the talking about or in the anything else. It's about the doing. So make sure you do that.
And before we wrap up, do you have any upcoming projects you could talk about or anything we should keep our eyes out for?
Yeah. I, of course, watched The Last of Us on HBO. Came out this year, the second season, and then we're getting ready to start our work on the third. I just had a show on Peacock come out called Devil in Disguise that people are responding really well to. And then I just wrapped a show called The Terminal List. Myself, Chris Pratt, Star-Lord, Luke Hemsworth, brother of Thor, and Taylor Kitsch, Gambit.
All the superheroes.
We're all on the show. We play Navy SEALs.
That's so cool.
So that comes out next year. So, yeah.
Incredible. Anyway, thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you later. This has been the Comics Creator Couch Party. We're going to be streaming all day, so yeah, stay tuned, guys. See you later.
Thank you.
And we are live from the Comics Critter Couch Party, powered by Dark Horse Comics here at Revenge Up in LA. And we are joined by the Nicole Maines. How are you doing?
Hi, I'm good. Good to see you. How are
Good
you?
to see you too. I'm great. This is an amazing event. It's so beautiful in here. All these creators coming together is inspiring.
Yeah.
We just did the Women in Comics panel
We
together.
did just
That
do the
you
Women in
were
Comics panel.
Fantastic.
And you were fantastic.
Thank you so much.
We were fantastic.
We were. That is true. Facts
for
here.
us.
You may know Nicole Maines from the CW Supergirl TV show. You're the first live-action transgender superhero.
Yeah.
Which is incredible. And then you write for the comics now.
Yes.
You write Dreamer. You
Yes.
did. You just wrapped Secret Six.
Mhm.
Bad Dream. I love that YA graphic
Thank you very
novel. That's a good
much.
one.
Thank you. That was stressful to write. I'd never done it before.
Oh, that was your first
That was
one,
like
yeah.
the first one to do. Yeah.
How did you go from playing Dreamer and then writing comics? Did you like pitch them this idea?
Pretty much, yeah.
Oh.
Well, to demonstrate how much I knew about comic books, I went in, and for anyone who doesn't know, Dreamer was a character created for the Supergirl show. She didn't have a comic book history, and I pitched an ongoing series for her.
Cool, yeah.
Because that's an easy pitch, right? An
Yeah.
easy grab. Still don't have that, by the way. But they were like, cool, that's a tall ask, but we have this YA series and we're
Cool.
looking for stories about sisters. And I said,
Yeah.
wait, well, hey, Dreamer has one of those. She sucks. I'll write that story. And so that's how that got started. And I had gone in honestly with the idea of like, hey, here's my like pitch for a story that should happen.
Yeah.
You'll find a writer and connect. I just think it should happen. Just
okay, so you didn't expect to write it?
No.
Oh.
Because I wasn't a writer. I was like, I'm trying to get the hang of the acting thing still. I don't know. I'm learning on the job, folks. It's cool.
By the way, I loved you in Bit.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're
It's
welcome.
still one of my favorite things I've
Yeah,
done.
yeah.
But yeah, just turns out just say yes to things. You'll figure it out.
Yeah, that's how I got here.
Yeah. Sometimes you fail upwards.
So how's you're not failing. Wait, what are you talking about? You're killing it right now.
Good. That means they haven't caught
You're-
on yet.
you're winning.
Good. They haven't,
You're winning
they haven't figured it
upwards.
out yet. That's good. Yes, I'm winning upwards.
So you did the Bad Dream YA series, and then you've written like multiple comics since, including Secret
Yeah.
Six. Can you tell us a little bit about that? That just wrapped, and the collected
Yes.
version is gonna be coming out soon.
That was a weird ask. So that
Oh.
that was not this past Comic-Con, but last San Diego Comic-Con,
Okay.
2024. And I was up in the top of the DC booths where they do like the interviews and
Yeah.
everything. And my editor, Paul Kaminsky, came up to me and he said, hey, I was talking to Mark Waid and we have an idea for a story we want to pitch to you. What about a Secret Six series following Dreamer and all this? And I was like, sure, cool. I don't know what that is. Because I'm still learning because we're learning on the job.
There's a lot to like remember when it comes to the lore of the big two. You know, I
Yes.
think it's
Oh
really
my
natural
God.
to ask questions. You know,
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm a professional comic
Yeah.
book reviewer. I don't know everything, and I'm not gonna pretend to, because very few
So,
do. You know.
Yeah, so went in, I read Gail Simone's 2005, 2008 runs,
Yeah.
loved them, realized it's lightning in a bottle, realized I was not going to recreate that lightning in a bottle.
No.
So we did a pivot. And we were like, well, let's do, half new cast, half returning.
Cool, yeah.
Because Secret Six already kind of had a revolving roster
Mhm.
somewhat. But of course had to have Catman and Deadshot. It just wouldn't have been Secret Six without them.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
whatever they have going on. It's not romantic, but it's certainly not platonic. It's just
It's a third category.
It is something on its own. And I think that's beautiful and weird, and I had a lot of fun writing that. Black Alice, I had a lot of fun with on Suicide Squad
Cool.
Dream Team.
Yeah, yeah.
So when I was putting together the roster and I saw that she had been on both teams, I was like, oh, well, she already hates Dreamer. She has to be on the team. That's perfect. Yeah, and then for the last 2 slots, I was like, well, let's get John and Jay in there and let's keep going with the fallout of Absolute Power. Because, wow, those kids
Hell
got
yeah.
messed up bad.
For people who want to discover the character of Dreamer, where should they begin?
I think a great start is the graphic novel, Bad Dream, a Dreamer story. It's like a OG YA, I don't know what the acronym is, like YA OGN or something. It's like an original graphic novel
okay,
for
yeah,
like a YA audience. That's kind of her new comic book origin story. It details
Cool.
her realizing that she got these future-seeing dream powers that are supposed to be going to her older sister. Now she's gotten them. That has sent her into an existential panic. And so she runs away to Metropolis. And then I had to put in superheroes and superhero destiny and murder because I just can't leave things nice.
That's what makes it so fun. That's what makes it such a fun story. If you could have Dreamer crossover with any character in fiction, who would you want to
Any
crossover with?
character in fiction
At
ever?
all. Yeah, open concept. You could choose whoever you want.
Oh man, now the horizon of infinity is threatening to crush me. My personal favorite is Bayonetta.
Okay,
that
yeah.
would be a weird. I don't know. I don't know how it works. I
I'd
don't
like to
know
see
what
it.
that would look like. Or maybe maybe Marilyn Moonlight.
Cool.
Would be really cool. That's also
Nice.
doable.
Okay.
That could be
yeah.
really cool. I feel like time travel, future seeing could go hand in hand in a weird way.
Yeah. What's next for Dreamer? Is there anything you could talk about?
Yes. So we have the new issue of Justice League Unlimited is going to drop in the fall. And that's
Nice.
going to feature Dreamer with her good friend Galaxy, written by
Yes.
Jadzia Axelrod and
Yes,
myself.
I love Galaxy.
And they're teaming up with Star Sapphire and Adam Strange and
Cute.
Green Arrow. And they're going to space and they're going to Naltor that has been turned into evil, wicked police state that they have
Oh.
to liberate.
Incredible.
I'm so excited. We're going to Naltor. I can't remember the last time we've gone to Naltor in the comics.
Dude, that is awesome.
It's awesome. I've had a lot of fun with the world. Our Pinterest page is crazy.
Oh my god, yeah, Pinterest is a great resource to
Oh, man.
get your visual vision together.
Oh man. For outfits, for planets,
Yeah.
character. I love it.
I love Pinterest.
I'm on Pinterest, man.
Yeah, man. Good stuff. Takes
Yeah.
me back to my high school days. That was how I was
And
figuring
let
out
me
who
tell
I
you
was
what,
for
and I've had
Pinterest.
that account since high
It's the
school.
same one. Me
Yeah.
too. Me too. I've not changed it. Do not look at all the saved ones.
Nope,
They're
nope,
embarrassing.
Nope.
And you have a new creator-owned series coming out. So can you tell us a little bit about
Yes, that is called Truth Man. That is on Patreon right now and on Webtoons as well.
Amazing.
That is with Christopher Abels is doing art. Adam Huss is helping produce it and put it together. He created it and came to me with this idea. It is about the last superhero in the end of the world.
Cool.
So humanity has reached a point where all the evil, bad, corrupt people with hate in their hearts turned into monsters.
Oh, nice.
That they are on the inside, and obviously triggered an apocalypse
Yeah,
because
yeah.
as it would. And it's about the rest of humanity being caught in the fallout. And we follow this hero, Truth Man, who's kind of like if I told you so was a superhero. He's
cool.
like, oh, you think this just happened? No. They've been monsters. Now they just look like monsters.
Yeah. Oh man, that's a loud message and a very relevant one right
It's
now.
very fun. It's lots of body horror, lots
Cool.
of gore, lots of. It's just gay
Yeah.
old horror time.
I love gay horror.
Me too.
Like Bit.
Like Bit, watch Bit.
This
Please,
is actually
for
just
me.
a big advertisement for Bit.
Completely.
As
it always is with us.
I mean, I'm the target audience. I love vampire.
Completely.
Like you just
I'm
can't
like,
go wrong.
well, that's when I got the script. I was like, gay women who stalk Los Angeles and eat men.
Yeah.
Those are heroes.
They are heroes. That is so true.
Yeah.
So the series is that out right now, or
Yes.
how many issues are planned?
Yes, so we just dropped kind of our origin, issue
Cool.
0. That's 8 pages with, I guess, like a 9th bonus page. And then we've just started releasing inks and panels and pages for the next issue, which I guess will be proper issue 1.
Okay, nice.
And so we have like 9 or 10 pages out right now. It's coming very slow. We don't have a big team.
No, comics are a very collaborative thing, and I think readers understand that it takes
Yeah.
time. But you've been in so many incredible projects like Bit, and the CW Supergirl show and Yellow Jackets.
Yeah.
What is it like since taking on both of these roles as a writer for comics and an actor? How do they influence each other?
I think it all kind of comes from it's sort of what I was saying on the panel. I think it all kind of comes from the same part of my brain.
Yeah.
Empathy, working with characters and figuring out what's making them tick, where they're coming from, what they want, how they feel about certain things. So I think that kind of lends itself to each other. As I'm acting, I'm kind of flexing the same muscles as when I'm writing and vice versa. The only real difference is as a writer, I just have more power and control than I do
Yeah.
as an actor.
So I feel like from an outside perspective of like a reader, I feel like it's like you got to be the director and
Totally.
like the producer, and then the artist is like the cinematographer. So I feel like it overlaps a lot.
Yeah. So maybe I should try my hand at directing.
Yes, we would love to see it.
Maybe no.
Bit
That-
two.
I don't. But also, I don't want more things on my plate right now. So maybe not. Maybe I spoke too soon.
Understood. No, we'll work our way up there. So speaking of things going on, do you have any upcoming announcements or things we should keep an eye out for?
Yeah, well, we've got, I think the next thing coming up down the plate for me, I just wrote a really exciting story that I don't know if I can say who the characters are that I wrote.
Cool.
But it's for the new Supergirl Next Door Valentine's Day anthology for DC. I wrote a 10-page story for that I'm really excited
That's
about.
exciting.
Sweeney Boo is doing the art. It's amazing.
Cool.
I don't know if I could, I'm not sure if I was supposed to say that, but I'm really excited
We didn't
about
say
it.
anything. We didn't. What?
Oh, who me?
How did I get here? I don't know where I am right now.
That's gonna be beautiful. I love Sweeney's art.
Yeah.
And then we've got the Justice League Unlimited coming out in the spring, and then we just got greenlit for a new thing that I definitely can't announce yet.
Ooh.
But that I am so excited for.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for watching. Follow Nicole Maines on socials to stay up to date. And yeah, this has been the Comics Creator Couch Party. We're going to be streaming all day, and we'll see you soon.
Yeah. There's no couch, by the way.
No. Well, the people at home they're on the couch.
Oh, I
yeah. Well, the couch is actually.
welcome to the Comic Creators Block Party. I'm
Yes.
here with aspiring writer Hannah Rose May. And tell me your name again.
I'm Sammy DeMonster.
Heck yeah, and we came here to talk to you about comic books.
Comic books.
Any questions?
So can you first, what is a comic book? Books with pictures. Anyway, we are here with Utkarsh Ambudkar and Hannah Rose May. You guys may recognize them from the show Ghosts, which is a lot of fun. You're an actor and musician, been in multiple projects, including Free Guy.
Yeah.
Pretty awesome. And Hannah Rose May, you're an actor, Curb Your Enthusiasm, and you do a bunch of really cool horror titles, including Smile, which was announced. It's spinning off from the movies by the same name. Exorcism at 1600 Penn, and now both of you guys are doing The Guy in the Chair.
Yes.
Woo! Everybody's cheering at home. You just can't hear them right now. They're clapping. Can you hear the applause?
Yeah.
Through the camera.
Come on, guys.
Can you tell us a little bit about this project? What is it about? How did you guys come together to create this?
Well, I can talk about how we came together. We were at Comic-Con. I was there for Ghosts. Hannah was there to promote her book, Rogues Gallery, which you guys all have to read.
I love that one.
We saw each other from across the room, and then I turned around and I turned back, and Hannah was literally standing right in front of me, and she goes, "I'm going to see you on set on Monday." And so then we both met in Montreal, and we started talking about comic books. And I had to prove to her that I actually was someone who read comic books. And then from there, Guy in the Chair sort of built, and we worked. Hannah had a sort of a seed of a story, and we kind of grew it from there. And it's about
The Guy in the Chair. Yeah, Utkarsh and I, we did Ghosts together, and we obviously met at Comic-Con. It felt
right before your first day on set.
I had just booked the job that morning.
What? Wow.
Yeah, it was crazy. I had booked the job that morning. I was interviewing in one of the rooms. I think it was CBR. We love CBR.
Yes.
Was talking about Rogues Gallery, and I stepped right out, and the whole of the Ghost cast was there, and I was like, oh my God, I'm getting on a plane. I have to leave. I literally had to leave Comic-Con to fly to
At San
Montreal.
Diego?
Yes.
Oh.
To fly to Montreal a couple of days early to get fitted, to get the costume, to be ready to shoot with them in a week. And I was like, I'm joining, I'm playing Molly the Maid, and I'll see you guys. And Utkarsh was like, what the heck?
Yeah, no, I had no idea there was a maid. So that's what we were doing. But then, building the book with Dark Horse has been such a great experience. And it's basically about this, it's about Ubby and Merlin. Here, you tell her. You're so much better at that than I am.
No,
Please.
you're definitely the best.
Tell her the story.
We wanted to talk and focus on love stories that are people who meet people online, which we're in the common age of digital love stories. Every wedding I've been going to recently is someone who's met someone off of Tinder,
really?
Hinge, online, video games. So this is kind of one of those situations, two people who are in love but they've never met, and
Right.
they're never supposed to meet.
Yeah.
It's against the rules of their company for them to ever interact. So yeah, we have a bit of a spy-fi rom-com based around that.
Spy-fi.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that word.
Action, romance, comedy. We're trying to hit all of our favorite genres in one.
We
I think
are.
we did pretty well.
Yeah.
I agree. I love the first issue. When does the second issue drop for that one?
2 weeks.
2 weeks from now?
2 weeks, yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, whatever the Wednesday is before, like the 16 or the 18, one of those.
Yeah.
One of those.
Very soon. And then
Yes.
the trade drops soon after that, and we're
Yes.
really excited to share it with as many possible people as we can.
We know there's trade waiters. I see you. We don't judge. You can pre-order the book, I think, this month, the pre-order for the
FOC,
trade.
final order cutoff. Yeah.
Come on,
Yeah.
guys, do the right thing.
Order The Guy in the Chair. It's also Utkarsh's first.
Yeah, this is your your debut.
Utkarsh wrote a story for Marvel, but this is his first original in the
yeah.
space. So, yeah.
And I mean, the best hands. I'm sure you guys have read Hannah's other titles, but to be working with her is, I'm very lucky.
No, I'm very lucky. Obviously, Utkarsh is a comedic genius. He's literally a comedian. So this has been very fun for me, getting to work with someone who can understand character and comedy and bring them together. And yeah, so it's been really fun. I get to show him the ropes of panels, and he gets to make me laugh. So it's a good balance.
Are there more comics we could expect from you in the future?
Well, yeah. The short answer is yes, and that's all we can say.
Oh, perfect. So you guys act and music, comedy. How do all of these different arts influence and kind of elevate what it's like writing for comic books?
Oh, great question.
Well, I mean, look, the music is pace and rhythm. I think, obviously, the comedic background really helps in the comic book medium, which has been mostly about mythology and, superhero storytelling. It can be dramatic, but I think comedy is a really hard thing to hit well in print.
Oh, yeah.
And so to be able to have the chance to do that is pretty special. And to do it in a visual medium like comic books is really special. But it's almost like a 22-minute episode of television, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like Ghost is a comedy. Comic books are the same. And Hannah has taught me how to consolidate, edit, make sure you get the most bang out of your panels, and less is more, all that good stuff. I just want like sword fights and gunfights in every panel. And then she reminds me it's not for everyone. You know what I mean?
I feel like everyone who starts writing a comic book, you learn fast that there's only so many actions you can put in one panel, which is usually one. So it's that's the fun part. But no, in the middle while we were writing The Guy in the Chair, Utkarsh's movie World Best on Disney Plus came out, and it's so heartwarming and so funny. His comedic timing is just brilliant, and when I was watching that, I was just honored that this guy is doing a book with me. So yeah, no, it's really awesome to work with your friends.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah.
Do you guys have any upcoming projects, film, media, print, that are coming up that you guys can talk about, or any announcements that we should keep an eye out for?
I'll talk on the comic front. Smile for IDW was just announced, which I'm very, very excited about, and also the sequel to The Exorcism at Buckingham Palace.
Buckingham Palace.
Yeah, the sequel to The Exorcism at 1600 Penn is called The Exorcism at Buckingham Palace. So
Nice.
our demon is going overseas. He has jumped ship, so I'm very excited about that.
Ghost Season 5 is airing right now on CBS and Paramount Plus, and which is probably what my corporate overlords want me to push, and so that's what I will do. Watch Ghost if you can. It's your mom's favorite show.
And The Guy in the Chair is obviously the first issue is out, the second issue is out in 2 weeks, and our pre-order for our trade just started. So yeah, if you are a trade waiter, please order a trade.
Amazing. This has been the Comics Creator Couch Party. We're going to be live streaming all day, but this is it for now. And we'll see you guys in a few minutes. Goodbye.
Bye.
Nathan Fillion and Heath Corson today at the Comics Creator Couch Party, powered by Dark Horse Comics. You guys have a new series going on soon, Witness Point.
We do.
Yeah.
That's not a lie. That's true.
Yes. We'll get to that in just a moment, but first I want to finish the introductions.
Oh, sure.
You may recognize Nathan Fillion from countless movies and television shows like
That's him.
The Rookie, Guardians of the Galaxy, Firefly. You are now in the new Green Lantern movie as Guy Gardner, which is exciting. And you voiced
Yes.
multiple Green
Some
Lanterns.
people call it Superman. I call it Green Lantern movie.
You're right. I agree.
No, that's right.
I have an online petition going on right now where I'm asking them to change the title, so I got you.
Gotcha.
And Heath, you write for television and comic books. You do The Brood for Minor Threats, Dark
I
Horse
did,
Comics,
yes.
Patton Oswalt.
Yes.
You've done countless animated DC movies.
Thank you. Some of which Nathan's even voiced Green Lantern in.
Is that how you guys met and
That is
started
how
this
we met.
collaboration?
I mean, yeah.
That was our very first connection. Yeah.
That's right.
cool.
That's right. And then I met you at Thrilling Adventure a couple times. When
Through
you
Ben-
do that,
through Ben, who's
through
also here
Ben
today.
Blacker, who's also here today.
Ooh, exciting.
Nathan took a picture, this is before we knew each other, took a picture with my mom.
Really?
And I won Mother's Day because of it.
Really?
I
Aw.
am really big with moms.
My mom's over there. So
Can confirm. Can confirm.
So Witness Point, what can you tell us about the series? I know it's pretty early still.
Okay, here's what we can tell you about Witness Point. Witness Point takes place in a small Midwestern town where they accidentally realize it has been a dumping ground for the witness protection program for over 40 years. And craziness ensues. Anything to add?
Yes, typically you want to spread your witnesses about.
Yes.
Yeah.
But now they're all in one spot, and now you don't know who your neighbor is, you don't know who your husband is, you don't know who anyone is.
It's a big problem.
It is bad.
And there's a dead body. And now we have all the suspects in the world.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
awesome.
Mystery.
Who's the creative team on the project?
It is me and Nathan.
Correct.
And this is an exclusive. We are announcing our artist is the superstar Sue Lee.
Oh my gosh, I love Sue Lee.
Right?
That is awesome.
Guys, that's a legit reaction. She did not
Yes,
know
yes.
this beforehand.
Oh
And
my gosh.
we are giving out today and signing an exclusive postcard with Sue's art.
Oh my
We're
gosh.
giving those away?
No, I told you we talked about
Those are
this.
really expensive.
We talked about this.
So I have questions for you guys regarding your time working in television movies as an actor, as a writer. What are the differences when portraying those characters, writing these characters for the screen versus bringing these characters to life through writing and comics?
Well, this is a first for me.
Yeah?
Yes, so you're my host, you're my guide.
I love it. I'm
my
your
spirit guide.
Yes, I'm your Dante. I'm
My
your
s-
Virgil
my s-
taking
my-
you
my
through.
spirit animal.
I
is
am his
Heath.
spirit animal. Guys, you heard it here first. Another exclusive. Heath Corson, spirit animal.
Yeah.
That would be a good comic.
There's far less costumes and makeup and wardrobe things that you have to worry about with comic books.
No. You don't have to worry about any of that.
None of that.
That's the good. You don't even have to put on pants to
You
write
can come
comic
to work-
books.
But people get upset. But you come to work without pants. But that's all right. It is upsetting.
It is upsetting. It's great. Comic books are amazing. You don't have
Yeah.
to worry about any of that stuff. You just get to go crazy and flights of fancy. It's so much fun. This is an insane book. One other thing about the town is that it is the winter home of the circus.
Ooh.
So there is a whole circus aspect
Oh,
to
I like
it,
that.
which I think is something that we both really got drawn to.
Clowns. first of
Clowns.
all, freak me out.
Yeah.
Trained animals.
Yep.
I don't know. Which can you trust? The bears? The elephants?
No.
The tigers?
No. You know, they say never tamed, only trained.
That's Siegfried and Roy should have heard that little saying.
Ooh, ouch. Ouch.
Too soon?
No,
Too soon?
no, I think we're right in the right in the pocket on
I
it.
have a giant white cat. It's kind of like living with a white tiger.
You have a giant white
I have a
cat?
giant 25 pounds. Sometimes I'm Siegfried.
Oh, wow.
Sometimes you're
I'm
Roy.
That is true.
This is amazing. I want to meet this
How
cat.
do you know?
What's your cat's name?
You don't?
It doesn't matter. He's deaf. He won't hear you.
Oh. So you guys ended up meeting through animation. How did you guys end up coming together? What was the conversation like? What was the pitch like? How did the idea come to be?
Well,
yeah. How do we convince you?
It was not that way. I brought this idea to Josh at your development team and was like, "Do you guys want to do something like this?" The amazing Josh Levy, and he was like, "I don't know. Let me run it up the flagpole." And to my complete surprise, you agreed.
It's a great idea.
It is a great idea.
It's a great idea.
It's fun.
I'm really looking forward to this kind of dark and spooky, suspicious mood that we're going to create.
Yeah.
Sue Lee, She's a very talented lady. I don't have to tell you guys how talented she is. So
Tell them.
We're
Tell them.
confident and we're very excited it's going to happen.
Yeah.
So when I have a question for you, Nathan.
Go. Yeah.
You are involved in so many different comic projects, from voice acting to live action, and now writing. What is it like creating all these great characters and bringing them to life?
Ooh, that's good.
You know, creating something is it's daunting, it's extremely exciting, and it's super rewarding. And I feel like at this point in my life, I'm kind of trying to diversify a little bit. This is my first foray into comic books.
How does it feel?
I'm going to tell you, so far, it's been a lot of fun.
Nice.
It's a lot of fun. It's very exciting. Watching something come together, watching the right people come together, and seeing just the kind of talent that's out there. And it's really exciting. And this is all very new for me. I mean, I'm 54 years old. Getting firsts and new things in my life is it's harder and harder as I go on.
Yeah.
But this is a very first
Well,
for me, and it's
also,
exciting.
it's not, you're familiar with comics. You're good at it. You
Listen,
seem good at
I
storytelling.
had a comic book rack in my bedroom growing up.
Come on.
Yeah, Fun
Like
for
a
all
Hey
ages.
Kids? Yep.
Yeah, Hey Kids, Fun for all ages.
Mhm.
Yeah, I had one of those that squeaked as it turned, and I had all my X-Men and Spider-Mans in alphabetical order and in numbered order. I had them in plastic bags with cardboard backing. I think my mom threw them out.
Yep.
But I was that was my thing. That was my escape. That was my. I still love all things animated. I still really enjoy comic books. I can't believe how far comic books have come. They were pretty crappy when I was young.
Yeah.
They have all the creative license in the world. You can draw anything, and I found that they would describe what they were doing more than anything. They would describe things that were happening.
Right.
And now, stories are so much better. The art is so much better. The things, the way light and shadow is, I'm just thrilled. I wish I could draw. I like to doodle. I wish I could draw.
I wish I could draw. I feel so limited doing animation and writing and just being like, what does it look like? I was like, I don't know. I need somebody better than me to figure that out.
I hear that.
But when the art comes back, it's the coolest thing in the world. Where you're like, I thought of that, and now there's art.
I greatly admire anyone who can do something I cannot do, and clearly that is Sue Lee.
That is Sue Lee. In
love Sue
spades.
Lee.
In spades.
Carmilla, fantastic.
Amazing.
Oh, man. I got an interview here at New York Comic Con. It was awesome. Huge fan.
She's such a spectacular human being, too.
100%.
That's the thing. She's just a great person.
I completely agree. I know you've written for the big two, DC, Marvel,
Yep.
both in comics and animation.
Yep.
What are some of the differences and things you love about writing for established IPs versus your own universes?
Established IP is incredible because you can't believe they're letting you play with the big toys. And that's just the most amazing thing. Like, if you were to tell 10-year-old me that I'm going to get to write, like, something for Batman, I would be like, what? No way. On the flip side, there's some things you can't necessarily do with established IP. You can't.
Right.
There's areas they don't want you to push that character into. With your own original stuff, you could break them. You could do whatever you want. You can. And I got to do that with The Brood, where I got to just drag my characters all through hell, and no one could tell me I couldn't. So that's actually really different, and that's really cool.
I love it. Fun question for both you guys. If your new comic could be on a playlist with other books, comics, shows, movies, what would be on that playlist?
Oh, this is a good question.
This is tough for me because I'm not as versed in comics as I used to be.
Give me movies
what
and
about
shows.
TVs, movies? I would say it's got a lot of the Coen brothers, Fargo.
yeah.
It's got a little bit of Big Lebowski.
Yes.
It's got some Justified in
It's
the DNA.
quirky, it's dangerous.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fargo's a great one.
That's a great one, and it's really offbeat. You know, that's the one thing that we always say is like, what's our version of these characters in this genre, right?
Yeah.
Because it's sort of a small town story, but it's not your normal small town.
Yeah.
So that's really cool.
Silo. There's
Silo's
a small
good.
town story that's not a.
That's
got its own
right.
kind of a culture.
Yeah.
All right.
That's good.
Murder mystery in there.
Murder mystery in there.
We're going to wrap up in just a moment, but when does the first issue come out? Is there a date announced yet?
We have not announced the date. I can tell you, watch this summer.
Okay,
Yes.
amazing. Keep an eye out.
Keep an eye out.
And any last words for the people watching at home?
Witness Point.
Witness
What
Point.
do you say? Watch this comic? What do you say?
Yes,
How do you-
watch this
Watch this
comic.
comic.
Watch this comic. Buy this comic. probably. Read this comic.
But also look at the pictures.
Look at the pictures with books. We love to see it. But thank you guys for watching. This has been the Comics Creator Couch Party, powered by Dark Horse Comics, and we'll see you guys later.
We're doing it. Welcome, everybody. We're here at Revenge. Give yourselves a round of applause for showing up.
And we're back.
Are you all having a great time today? It's about to get better because please welcome our comics and television panel. I'm going to have you folks introduce yourselves on the microphone so everyone knows who you are, what you look like, and tell us, give us your nerd cred. Tell us
Sure.
what you're doing here, what character or characters you are associated with, and then we'll get into some questions. Let's start with this man to my left, Nathan Fillion.
Hi, I'm Nathan Fillion.
All right.
I'm probably a pretty big deal to your mom. I'm here in my first foray into the comic industry with a little something we call Witness Point. Sorry, I fart when I'm nervous.
I'm Heath Corson. I'm a Scorpio. I like soup. I've written for Minor Threats. I've written for DC Animation and Animal Kingdom, which is a misnomer because there's no animals and there's no kingdom. It was a crime show.
I think everyone here knows who I am. My name is Patton Oswalt. I'm married to the hot chick from Dream a Little Dream. And my nerd cred, 35 minutes ago, I met Nathan Fillion, and it was clear he thought I was really cool, and I'm hoping he's going to get a little follow back on Instagram. We'll see what happens.
Hey y'all, I'm Gabriel Luna. I worked with this guy on a show called Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. where I played Robbie Reyes, Ghost Rider. I was a Terminator movie. And I played Tommy Miller on The Last of Us. I also live very close. I could have walked here. And you can find me lurking the hallways in this compound on any given day of the week. So it's good to see y'all.
And we'll all walk over to Gabriel's house afterwards. Zeb.
Hello, everyone. I'm Zeb Wells, celebrated writer of Amazing Spider-Man, Robot Chicken, and one of 5 credited writers on Deadpool and Wolverine.
Hi, Patrick Schumacher, co-creator of the Harley Quinn animated series. That's probably where I come from. This is not as nerdy, I guess. I'm currently one of the co-showrunners of Abbott Elementary, based on the comic book Abbott Elementary.
Look 'em.
I'm Josie Campbell. I'm a comic book and TV writer and producer. My nerd cred was I wrote and produced My Adventures with Superman. Currently the EP for the upcoming Starfire animated series. I am a lady and I'm a scholar.
I'm Jordan Bloom. I did MODOK with this gentleman here. We do Minor Threats together in the comic world. And I'm currently one of the co-showrunners on Get Jiro, which is based on a Vertigo comic.
We are just about out of time, but I want to thank you. I want to talk about characters. I want to talk about beloved characters that you not invent, but that you get to play or write or play with. And Josie, I want to start with you. Let's talk about Starfire.
All right, let's do it.
Tell me about this new show and also finding your way into telling this character story, what you responded to about the character initially, and then translating it to the screen.
The good thing about being a big old nerd is that I've been watching Teen Titans since I was in middle school and high school, which upsets my co-producer who worked on the original Teen Titans. So I'm like, Brian, I remember watching this, and then I went to babysit, and then Brian's like, please stop telling me this. This is an upsetting bit of information. But because I've been such a fan this whole time, when the opportunity came up to do this, I was so excited because for me, Starfire in anime space is different than the Starfire in the comic books, but I think the thing that she holds together is that she's really passionate. She infuses every emotion to the utmost, and she's a bit of a warrior. And so that was the core of her. So I'm like, the trappings will be different, she's in a different space. She's in an Elseworlds show. It doesn't quite connect up to the continuity of any other Teen Titans property, but the basis of who she is still the same, and she's such a bundle of joy that it became very easy to just instantly hear her voice in my head.
And where are you all with the show? Can you talk about that?
So we are currently writing and boarding and producing now. So hopefully we'll be able to announce it sooner rather than later. That's my boss's job.
Fair enough. Nathan Fillion.
I am he.
Now, in addition to being an acclaimed comic book writer, soon to be acclaimed comic book writer,
Okay.
And acclaimed podcaster.
Yes,
you wanna
just
plug
as
that
of
real
yesterday,
quick?
yes.
You've gotten to play some superheroes yourself.
It's true.
Let's talk about Guy Gardner.
Okay.
What was your relationship with this character before you played him? And tell me about like stepping into those boots and that haircut.
I didn't have a relationship with him. I was the other one for a long time. I was voicing other Green Lanterns.
Hal Jordan.
Thank you.
Yep.
I told you. When I get nervous.
Yeah. No, it's good. I'm here.
So wow, did you like have to do a deep dive? Was it conversations with Gunn? What did it look like to get into Guy?
So I was a comic book collector when I was a kid, and my dad would take us to the Wee Book Inn on White Avenue in Edmonton, Alberta, and he would buy us a ton of secondhand comics. So I wasn't the kid who got to go like, I want the next episode of next issue of whatever comic title I'm collecting. I had a smorgasbord across this whole spectrum. Ragman. Does anybody know Ragman?
Love
yeah.
it.
Yeah. That guy I thought was pretty cool, but nobody else knew what I was talking about when I liked him. But so that's where I first got a hold of. What am I listening to?
I don't know.
It's a fight?
Yeah.
He's on my team.
Yeah.
But Guy Gardner was he was out there. I knew about him. I thought, boy, this guy's a real jerk. Who would ever want to play him in a movie? Turns out it was me.
And to steal the movie from a bunch of seat stealers.
Oh my God.
Come on.
Yeah.
You can't.
The
can't
wig
comment
did a
on
lot of that work for me. I'm not gonna lie. But they were gonna go with a very different haircut, and I'll tell you this: I fought for the bowl cut.
Really?
Yes. The original thing they had going was kind of like a British rocker. It kind of looked like He-Man, to be honest. Masters of the Universe, He-Man. And I said, we're going to hear about this if we don't go with a bowl cut.
Smart.
And I'm really happy that things went that bowl
The
cut
classic
way.
haircut.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
super fun.
Yeah.
Zeb, let's talk about comic books.
Please.
Tell me about something that a character that you loved and got to adapt.
Ooh, well, I was a big Elektra fan from Daredevil, and I think Frank Miller said, she was dead and no one should ever touch her again. So when I got offered the chance to do that book, it was very hard for me because I wanted to respect Frank, but I also needed money and had nothing. So
What was it about that character that you responded to?
there was something that she just walks around with a lot of tragedy. She doesn't say a lot, which I think I respect as someone who you can tell I'm babbling right now to make hoping everyone likes me. So it's very compelling when a character doesn't.
It's going
say,
great.
Yeah. I like a character that doesn't have to say much, and that's really fun. And then you have to write action. You just have to show action, which I think is good.
So was there, when you approached the character, was there stuff that you had to throw away? Was there stuff that you brought in that you feel like this was something the character was missing at the time?
Well, she'd just been dead for so long, and
Also a pulse.
I was always trying. I think a few different things had been tried, and I just wanted to see if I could capture the character that I remembered, and honor Frank Miller as I desecrated everything he wished for the character.
Well, it worked. I mean, look, you brought her back and we love her now.
Thank you.
Patrick, let's talk about Harley.
Let's.
Every year we talk about Harley, and I'm glad we get to do it. We meet here to talk about Harley.
Harley Con.
Next year. Tell me about your relationship with the character before launching the series, and then how has it evolved over these, how many seasons? 5 seasons?
Yeah, 5. Hopefully more, but TBD. I know it's gonna. No. you know, I was a huge fan of Batman the Animated Series, as many of us here are, I'm sure. And around 2016, you know, the studio came to us and said, hey, you want to do like an R-rated, you know, serialized animated show? We had never done animation before, couldn't say yes fast enough. You know, at the time, the Ayer Suicide Squad was coming out, and so Harley back in the zeitgeist, and so yeah, we jumped into it immediately, but pitched it like we want to tell a breakup story for season 1, and we were pitching it to kind of classic broadcast TV execs who had been around since like Happy Days, and I was like, well, it's Mary Tyler Moore if she were a psychopath. And that is, and that's kind of, you know, that's kind of like what sold it. And then they were like, hey, we have the streaming service DC Universe that we will immediately pick up 26 episodes. And we were like, well, and they're like, maybe nobody will see it, but you know, if it does well, you know, maybe somebody else will pick it up. And that's kind of what happened. But I think my, you know, my relationship with the character evolved in that I think I expanded, you know, I allowed myself to not so sort of slavish to what Bruce and Paul had done with the animated series, and that I allowed myself to like I mean, this is the sort of, you know, Kaylee Cuoco voices Harley. She initially was like, I can't do the accent. I literally like can't do it. And I was like, oh, we're gonna be crucified. and so we were trying, you know, and I was wrong, and like nobody cared, and she made it her own. And you know, I think one of the inspirations for the series as well was Grant Morrison's got this book Super Gods, and he was talking about, you know, just how you know, Gotham City does not have to be dreary, you know, gothic, black and white, you know, whatever you want to call it, chiaroscuro Gotham City. And that became part of the pitch. I'm like, oh, of course, like she's the lead. You have this like fucking amazing supervillain who thinks that Gotham City is a playground. It's gonna be like Technicolor. It's gonna be neon. It's gonna be just fun. And so like, yeah, just the show and the process liberated my myopic views of what the character.
And I love that there's you hit on this thing that sort of unlocks it for you, which is this is what her world can be. It doesn't have to be the Gotham we've seen before. And I feel like we've all sort of had that in adapting stuff. Gabriel, I want to talk about Ghost Rider. What was your familiarity with the character? Like, what did you have to learn about the character? And then how did you find your way in? Was there something like Patrick's talking about that clicked for you that made it work?
Well, when we did that show, I guess it was 2015 when it started, Robbie Reyes had only been in existence for like a year and a half. He was created by Felipe Smith. Marvel asked him to do something new to do the character. He wanted to do something new, and he basically tried to do everything that would just piss people off. You know, I'm gonna put him in the cool car from the Fast and the Furious. He's gonna be this Mexican American kid from East LA. He's gonna be possessed by the satanic, his serial killer uncle. You know, he just tried to do, and then everyone just kind of loved it. Trad Moore drew it, and it was just beautiful. And so it wasn't really a lot to go on. I had been approached by Marvel a few times. They said there's this guest role on Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. that they would like you to play, and I kept turning it down because Marvel was really getting going, and I was like, well, I don't want to do a guest role and just be off the table for everything else. And then Comic-Con was coming up. I was in Marfa, Texas. We were doing a film festival for a picture I did called Transpecos, which was directed by Greg Cuidar, written by Clint Bentley, who has Train Dreams out right now. You should see it. It's a beautiful film. So I'm sitting there in Marfa. My agents call. They're like, hey, that part you kept turning down, you should really kind of look at this. Because people had pieced it together at Comic-Con. They were wrapping buses with flaming chains. They were like, oh, this is a Ghost Rider thing. So I was like, Ghost Rider? Okay. I mean, I did a show called Harley and the Davidsons. So I was like, well, maybe they saw that. But then I looked into it like, no, man, look it up. So I look it up. His name's Robbie Reyes. He is an orphan. He's taking care of his brother. I have a younger brother. His brother's name is Gabriel. There's all of these kind of, my mother was a 15-year-old widow when she had me. So I had this, even though I'm not an orphan, my mother's much more like a sibling when I was growing up, and even now she's more kind of like my responsibility. It's just all of these things about this character just completely aligned. And I'm sitting there in Marfa, Texas. I could see like tumbleweeds go down the road, taking my my FaceTime call with Jeff Loeb and Jed Whedon, and we're just we're all talking around it like they don't know that I know what the character is, and that I don't know that they know that I know what the character is, and then yeah, I flew back to LA the next day. You know this more than anyone, what a beautiful family that is. Like Benny was a baby at the time, like their child. She was like 3, and she was at my screen test with Sarah Finn, and we just all talked about it. And then that was on a Friday when I did the Zoom. Comic-Con was the next week. I was on set within 6 or 7 days, shooting a scene where I squish a Nazi with my car. and Clark and Chloe and everybody were in San Diego, revealing that the Ghost Rider was the character, and I was there my first day at work. I missed Comic-Con. I got to make up for it later.
Sure.
Yeah.
It was just the perfect match of the actor to the role. So,
man,
congrats.
thank you.
Heath Corson.
Yes, present.
Folks may not know this, but tell them about some of the DC animated movies that you have written. And
I did a full run of DC movies. The first one was I got called to do an adaptation of the Jeff Johns reboot of the Justice League, which was an animated movie called Justice League War. And then immediately after I finished that, they gave me Batman Assault on Arkham, which was set in the video game Arkhamverse, and I did that. And then right after that, I did the sequel to Justice League War, which was The Throne of Atlantis. And
I have a question.
Yes, please.
Was Nathan ever Hal Jordan?
Yes, he was. Nathan was Hal Jordan in Throne of Atlantis, and he actually replaced Justin Kirk, who was the Green Lantern in Justice League War.
I was first choice for second choice.
That's right.
Important to know. Was there a character? Let's talk about Arkham for a second.
Okay.
Because I know the beloved film.
Yes.
Was there a character?
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you,
it's
this
really,
guy.
It's really good.
I see you.
Was there a character in there that you couldn't wait to get your hands on?
Oh, Deadshot. I was dying to play with. I could not wait.
What is it about them?
I was a big fan of the Ostrander Suicide Squad. So I was like, they came to me and they said, we want to do a Batman movie and maybe we'll have the Suicide Squad in it. And my counter was, let's do a Suicide Squad movie and maybe Batman. Because the whole idea is with the Arkham game, you're Batman. I'm not going to beat that experience. You're playing Batman. So I said, why don't we have the player play Batman? They swing down, they beat the hell out of a bunch of bad guys, then they swing off, and then the camera pans back down to the people that he beat up, and we follow them. And then there is a Batman story that the player is probably playing, but it intersects with our leads down the road. And I felt like that was a nice way to honor the video game while still giving you a completely new experience. So I really wanted Deadshot and Captain Boomerang. Because if you think about it, it's two guys who kind of do the same thing, only do it completely different. And I thought that's such a fun competition to put these two guys in the thing. And so they're always like, I can one-up you. I'm going to do this. Well, I can get 2 guys. Well, I can get 3 guys. And then I was like, oh, this is a really fun escalation over and over and over again.
And it works. Folks should check it out. Patton and Jordan.
Yes.
Who says I gotta make a MODOK show?
2 big Jack Kirby fans.
Yes. That was really the thing that
tell us
linked
about it.
us. We did a Fox. We were developing a show for Fox called Working Class Hero. And
R.I.P.
Yeah, R.I.P. Let me take a knee. And one of us said Kirby dots, and the other one knew exactly what that meant. And that was, we're off.
It was our love language.
Yeah, it really was. Yeah, and so then and it's weird how the kind of flow of our career, we started off trying to create this new universe, and that led us to getting to work with IP, which was MODOK. And then we wrote IP for Marvel Comics, and then I had another Minor Threat started as my idea. for a Batman story, and then Jordan said, "Why don't we just create our own supervillains and just build a whole universe out rather?" Because we had really a lot of fun doing MODOK, but writing comics is hard. It's a lot of work, and you're like, I'm working with someone else's creation. I don't get to control it. What if this, launches? I have no stake in it anymore. So that led us back to there,
So
There's a big Kirby exhibit at the Skirball.
There's right now Kirby.
It's amazing.
Gorgeous. By the way, I really just overall I love how all the writers on this panel, not the two actors, they're just here to be pretty, but you notice, I know there's a lot of fans that are like, oh my God, they're just totally throwing away this. It's clear the writers here are very, very versed in all of the minutia, all of the side, like they know all that and they're excited by it. They want to incorporate that in. A lot of times, unfortunately, it's the studio or the people running it that are like, well, just do this. But there is, I don't think you could succeed as a writer in superhero television or films if you are not steeped in this world and if you aren't excited about it. And I think the first round of stuff, especially if you look at a lot of the early TV versions and stuff, they were just like, oh, it's just funny books for kids, whatever, and they didn't understand the lore and didn't get why people are hooked at it. Now, at least it's in the hands of people that are excited to be doing it and really, really think about these characters.
We all started as fans. And,
yeah.
Getting to play with the toys.
Well, Jordan has like the encyclopedic knowledge in that guy's head as we're doing stuff. When we were doing MODOK,
It's why my wife fell in love with me. She finds it very sexy and appealing.
It's what's kept Meredith with me is tell me all about Stiltman and his run in the, please, oh my God, honey. But you would bring up obscure characters that we wanted to put in a MODOK, and even Marvel was like, is that one of ours? And they're like, no, that is. And then I think they got a little panicked because there were a couple of super obscure ones they didn't let us use.
Turner D. Century.
They didn't let us, but then they let us use Mr. Sinister and Iron Man. Like what? Anyway, sometimes the writers on these things are way more enthusiastic than you think, and if you knew all of the battles that were lost trying to get things on screen that then weren't done, it's heartbreaking.
Well, we read and follow all this because Nathan, correct me if I'm wrong, you were a Wonder Man in a poster in Guardians of the Galaxy, but it wasn't in the movie. So when we got to do MODOK, we're like, there's only one person who can play Wonder Man.
And he played Wonder Man. We cast him as Wonder Man because we're the nerds going, but we want to see the Wonder Man movie. So half of the stuff that makes it onto screen is the result of a nerd tantrum. Sure. I just want to see this. So we just put that in there.
Really true.
And you were a fantastic snotty Wonder Man. You were fantastic. So.
Yeah.
Sorry. First choice every time. Nathan, you've played a bunch of comic book characters in a bunch of movies where you get like variously killed off and beaten up before Guy Gardner, right?
Yes.
Like, what was Suicide Squad? Who did you play in that?
I was TDK, which we all know stands for The Dark Knight. What? What? Yes, the detachable kid.
And then there was some Guardians of the Galaxy nonsense also?
Yes, I was a security guard in Guardians of the Galaxy. I was also the blue alien in the first Guardians of the Galaxy who threatened to prison rape Chris Pratt.
Hilariously so.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, and I genuinely I'm curious, then we'll get to the rest of you. Is the vibe on these James Gunn sets, because we know that he is one of us. He is a comic book nerd.
Yeah.
Like, he loves this stuff like we all love this stuff. Is it like a comic convention like this?
Is it like a comic convention?
Is it a convivial back and forth about who could beat up who?
If you were to sit down with James, yes, that would be the conversation. But he's also like surrounded by other facets of movie making.
It's still a job.
It's still, yeah. They're making a movie. Yeah, but they have a comic book nerd in charge of it,
right?
Who is passionate about it. I remember when he called me and told me, I have Guardians of the Galaxy. I said, I thought that comic sucked. He said, I never got it. I never was on board with that comic as a kid. I'm sorry. And he goes, I know, but I know just what to do with it. And he did. He knew just what to do to make me care about a comic that I never cared about.
Absolutely.
And again, when the detachable kid being in the Suicide Squad, that is a triumph for James. He was so excited to get that character on screen, and for a tiny portion of the audience, there were people like, "Oh my God, the detachable kid's in a movie!" Like, though, that kind of love and enthusiasm is what will translate and bring fans in every time.
Because we got that with MODOK. People were like, MODOK, the giant floating head you're going to do an entire show about.
Yeah.
And we're like, yeah, I love the obscure, lovable loser character, and it's fun to explore. And I think that's what's kind of exploded now, right?
Yeah,
Is
and we
the
love
Guy
the-
Gardners, the Guardians of the Galaxies, the ones that are sort of would be considered, B-list back in the day, but are fan favorites. Like, those are the ones that people relate to more. They're underdogs.
We need people in charge who don't alienate the fans, who understand. Others, they'll come. They'll come. The original fans came. These guys will come, but don't alienate the fans. And
Well,
that's
Alan Tudyk's going to be an amazing ragman. All right. We are going to wrap up.
Hey, by the way, we were able to get the Tatterdemalion into MODOK. Talk about it. The supervillain whose powers are being homeless is literally, he has homelessness powers, and we got him into the show, so we're very happy.
We're going to wrap up by asking you all to recommend some entertainments, some comics, some television, some film, anything you think that these folks would enjoy. And Zeb, we're going to start with you right here.
Ooh, well, I'm looking forward to the Grant Morrison Batman Deadpool that's coming
Yes.
out. I think next Wednesday. Yeah.
There was a really good comic that started that off.
Yeah, a lot of people say superior, but
This is the time for plugs also.
yeah. Oh yeah, and before it comes out, why not treat yourself? Part of the story.
There you go.
Yeah.
Good work.
Deadpool Batman. Thank you.
Patrick, anything you want to recommend? Anything you've seen or read lately?
Sure. Yeah, I'm reading all of the new Absolute DC stuff. I'm loving it. Loving it.
Yeah.
I'll add, Absolute Wonder Woman, mwah, incredible. And if also, like Zeb, you're looking for something new, I heard Skull Crusher, the third arc, is going to come out pretty soon for Boom.
Wow.
Yeah, Minor Threat's all right. I'm really digging. I'll get on the Absolute train of that Absolute Batman annual where he's beating up white supremacists, and a guy goes to do a Zeke Hill and he breaks his arm the wrong way before he can do it. I want to own that page. It's amazing.
Satisfying. Gabriel.
I guess I mentioned Dreams. That's a really beautiful film. You should see that. I got a show that's out now, Devil in Disguise. Terminal List comes out next year with Pratt, Star-Lord's in it. Luke Hemsworth, Thor's brother, is in it. Taylor Kitsch, Gambit, and myself. So it's a comic book movie where we all play frogmen.
It is technically a comic book movie.
So that stuff.
Comics, the Dennis Camp Assorted, what is it called? Assorted Events?
Crisis.
Assorted Crisis Events is an anthology series. This guy, Dennis Camp, I'm now running back and reading everything this guy does. He's so good. And Assorted Crisis Events is such an amazing comic. And film-wise, I'm hosting a Q&A and screening of a movie that I saw in Austin earlier this year. It's called The Plague, and we gave it Best in Fantastic Fest. I was on the jury, and it feels like this is the announcement of another great horror director. Sorry, kind of like a Zach Krager or an Ari Aster. This movie, The Plague, is so incredible, and I'm screening it near the end of the month at Los Feliz 3, and I'll announce it on my Instagram. Thank you very much. But yeah, go see that. The Plague.
Can I add one more thing? There's a kid named Alexander Ulam. He did a film called It Ends, which I saw at South by, and it's amazing as far as horror goes. It's like Gen Z horror, weird existential thing. It Ends. It's amazing.
Track it down.
Keith.
I read Daniel Warren Johnson's The Moon is Following Us, and I was very, very moved by this book. I would very much recommend it. It's very, very good in comics. In television,
but very tragic, like
Yes.
heartbreaking.
It's hard, but
Yeah.
lovely.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
if you love family stories, I would recommend you check out Minor Threats: The Brood, which is actually very.
yeah.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. Yeah. No. And in television, I really like Sterling Harjo's The Lowdown. I don't think enough people are talking about it. Yes, it's really, really fun. It's sort of like Ethan Hawke doing Big Lebowski, and I would very much recommend it.
Nice. Nathan, what do you want to recommend?
Television, not really comic related, anti-hero, really short, nice little episodes. Mr. In Between. If you haven't seen it, very easy to digest, incredible work.
Overlooked.
Really nice. And I'm sure everybody's familiar with the Invincible animated series. If you haven't read the book, the comics are amazing. The TV show does a great job, but the comics are fantastic.
Please give a round of applause for our panel.
Thank you, Ben Blacker.
Thank you all for being here. Have a great night, everybody.
live. We're here at the Comics Creator Couch Party, powered by Dark Horse Comics at Revenge of here in LA. We are joined by Zeb Wells and Cody Ziegler, two amazing writers, creators. You guys are just awesome. I'm so happy to be here
Correct.
with you. First of all, how are you guys doing? How are you liking the event?
It's incredible. I was here 2 years ago. It's huge.
It's grown a
growing,
lot in
yeah,
2 years,
yeah.
absolutely. Is this
This is my second year.
Second
Thank you.
year?
You're doing great, Zeb. It's my second year. It's also how the scale up has been incredible compared
Yes.
to last year. Yeah, a lot
Yeah.
of great fans.
Yes. Oh man, you guys must have been. It must have been great talking to all the fans about the incredible work that you guys do.
Oh yeah, I've been buried in fans.
Well, we lucked out in that we were all placed next to Bendis, so like
Yeah.
watching him get signature after signature after signature was very humbling.
Yeah.
And he's got great banter, great fan. Also, he's quick with the signature.
That's
Oh, okay, yeah, that's important.
Yeah, we got Bendis spillover, and it helped us. It helped us both.
So we're gonna talk a little bit about the work that you guys have done.
Please.
Cody, you're a writer for television and comics, and a comedian. Is that right?
Try. I will say, it's funny enough, I got into comics because I met Zeb on my first TV job.
Really?
We both wrote on She-Hulk together.
Yeah, that's right.
And I remember seeing Zeb looking at art in between lunch breaks. I was like, what is that? He's like, this is comic books. It's like, how
Whoa.
can I do that? He was like, slow your horses. Let's see how your script turns in, then maybe I'll recommend you. And I guess my script turned out well, and then I got into comics because of Zeb recommended me.
Well, then also we were doing a story about Daredevil, and we were debating how his sonar radar sense works. And Cody was like, "Oh, I have something right here that might help." And he reaches into his bag and pulls out a Daredevil comic book that he had in his bag. And I was like, "Oh, this guy's one of us. He should be writing comics."
Hell yeah! And you guys work together also on Robot Chicken.
That's right.
That
That's
is
right.
cool. You've done Futurama, She-Hulk, Rick and Morty, and way more. And you're writing the Miles Morales comics right now. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, thank you, Zeb. You're doing great. This is great. I can use
It's
this.
actually really fun.
Yeah.
We like to hear it.
I've lucked out. I love them all. Miles Morales is like one of my favorite characters. Like
He's amazing.
I remember, I guess 13 years ago at this point when he first debuted, I remember going to my comic book shop, buying the comic, and like I've told Bendis this so many times, but like I've had it above every workspace I've ever had since it came out. So like when my first issue of Miles came out, I have it next to that, and it's like really inspiring, and like it keeps me going, and like it's just it feels very surreal to be able. This is what I do. For a living, I don't take it for granted at all.
If people want to start reading your run, where can they start?
Miles Morales #1, I think, came out in 2022.
Cool.
Check that out with fantastic artists, Federico Visentini. That's my brother. I love him. He's a fantastic artist. I've worked with many fantastic artists, but it was very great starting that book with Federico, and I can't shout out his work enough.
Amazing. And Zeb, you're the showrunner for Marvel Zombies.
Yes.
And you also were the co-writer of the movie Deadpool and Wolverine.
That's right.
And you're also known for your amazing comic runs, Amazing Spider-Man and New Mutants.
That's right. Yep. All of that is true.
What is it like writing for both? This is a question for both of you. What is it like writing for both television and comic books?
Well, I wish it was more similar, because what I've written in movies, television, comic books, and I'm so annoyed that you have to relearn something every time. Like they're all fairly different, and so comic books, you know exactly how many pages you have, and it helps you structure things. Where other things, it's just you have to learn the language of the medium.
Yeah, and also it changes between shows. Like every show has its own format and own language. But I will say, I'm going to gas Zeb up again. When I first got my first comic book job, I emailed Zeb, and he sent me literally a how-to guide of how he breaks down every comic he's ever written.
Oh, cool.
And not only has I used it for every comic I've ever written, I've sent it to so many people. Like, if you saw the chain, it's like maybe 35 people I forwarded to. I take out all your information, but I forwarded to so many people. Like, you truly, like, you've probably helped maybe 24 people write their actual first comic.
Oh, wow.
That makes me so happy, because many Bothans died to get that information. That was a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. A lot of pain went into that knowledge. So if I could share it and help somebody with it, that helps.
Can you tell us a little bit more about Marvel Zombies?
Yeah, so it's foggy in my memory, because we wrote that in 2021, I believe.
Wow.
But that was just so much fun, and writing that and then seeing how the director and the animators brought it to life.
Yeah.
It's hard for me because I'm not used to gushing about something I worked on so much, just because I'm very self-critical. But I just watched that as a fan because I thought the animators and the action that they added, it all was executed at such a high level that I just love watching it. I'm giddy about that show, and I'm glad other people like it.
Amazing. What is your origin story for comics, and also more specifically Marvel? Like, what's the first Marvel comic that you picked up?
I actually wasn't a Marvel comic. It was Spawn #3.
Cool.
My dad bought it for me because he took me to a comic book convention. I remember seeing this enormous man charging like $25 to get a signature. I'm like, who is this guy? My dad's like, that's Lou Ferrigno. I was like, who is that? He's like, he's Incredible Hulk. It's like, who is that? He's like, I can't keep doing this all day. So he went and he bought me, for some reason, Spawn #3 and then a Jurassic Park comic. But my first actual Marvel comic was Ultimate Spider-Man #1 by Bendis. Like, that's what got me into Marvel comics proper.
That's awesome. Yeah, I'm much older. So for me, I lived in Manhattan, Kansas growing up, and my parents were renting out the basement to some college students. And when they moved out, they left me a big box of comics. And I read Giant-Size Spider-Man #1, first appearance of the Sinister Six.
Oh, cool.
Fell in love. Loved it.
That is awesome. And
It's incredible.
you guys work a lot with superheroes, both in comics and television. What are you drawn to about superheroes? Why do you love this medium and this subgenre?
You have an answer? Oh. I'm a big fan of mythology in general. I love Greek mythology.
Oh yeah.
I also love how many of those stories are still resonant with people today. And I think I like working with younger characters so much because I can put myself in those shoes. Like,
oh, yeah.
I feel like, I'm sure we can all relate, we're teenagers, like every emotion is the biggest emotion because you're feeling it for the first time, you're trying to find direction, and I think being able to write that and put my own thoughts into it, looking back on my young life, like I think that's what I'm drawn to most about superheroes.
Yeah, again, I'm going to sound very old, but when I was young, you only could see cartoons like on Saturdays. And just the comic books were just this burst of color in sort of a drab world, like there wasn't that much stuff for kids, or it was so I was just always drawn to it. You had these things that you could hide under your bed and you could look at whenever you wanted to. It was fun.
Nice.
Yeah.
Within the realm of Marvel, do you have like a dream character you guys would like to write for or do a run with?
I'd still like to do a good long Wolverine run. When I was a kid, like he was the guy, Wolverine, those claws.
Yeah, I think I would love to do either a She-Hulk run or a Black Panther run. Like those would be my two.
Amazing, yes.
Yeah.
Marvel, if you're watching this, take notes. The people want this. People want this to happen. Do you guys have any upcoming projects that you could tease, or is there any announcements coming out soon that we should keep an eye out for?
I think you can announce this. We'll be doing some more establishing Miles Morales Spider-Man Infinity Comics. Those will be coming out sometime next year. Read those. They were really fun to write. We got some more of them. And I guess Miles Morales Spider-Man in the meantime.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Awesome. I did a book that you can buy now called Deadpool Batman. And
it was awesome.
Yeah, and then Batman Deadpool comes out very soon. So I hope everybody checks that out. Grant Morrison needs some help.
That was
he needs
fun
some press.
crossover.
Yeah.
So do you guys have any advice for people who want to get into comics or writing television or just writing in general for the first time? Do you have any advice?
I mean, it sounds like a platitude, but it's not. It really is just like making it. I think making something that's digestible. Like instead of writing like a 30-page pilot, write like a 10-page short. Or if you're doing a comic, write a 5 or 10-page short or comic. Like don't try to write like a 120-page graphic novel. And like really just like writing that first draft is going to get you so much further than like not getting it made. I promise you. I cannot stress that enough.
Yeah, and then when you're starting out, especially, if anyone will pay you to do anything, take that job, whether you like it, whether you don't. And if you don't like it, just find a way to love it, and then do your best work. Do as well as you possibly can.
Heck yes. And where can people follow you online?
I'm at Yay for Zig on Instagram and Blue Sky, and yeah, those are the social media apps that I have.
I'm on nothing. I don't.
We respect it. We respect it. We love to hear it. You're focusing on the writing, no distractions.
I was chased off the socials by the Spider-Man fans, and it's the kindest thing you can do to someone.
Okay.
Because now I'm not on social media, and it's fantastic.
Oh yeah, no, I getcha. One last question, real quick, a fun one. But what is your ideal writing setting? Your atmosphere? You like coffee shops, like working at home?
I'm definitely a coffee shop guy.
Nice.
I got to be outside, like the people watch, and I like
Yeah.
it to like have stuff going on in the background. Like that's the only way that I can really work. Like everything I've written since like 2022 has been in a coffee shop.
Wow. Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah.
People don't even know that you're writing like Miles
They
Morales
have
right
no
next to
idea,
you.
I just like a nice, quiet space.
Okay.
I need quiet, and I need, bizarrely, I need 2 hours of quiet before I start writing, and then like I need quiet on both sides.
Okay,
or
sandwich
I get
between
too
quiet.
nervous. I'm very skittish.
Opposite atmospheres. I like that.
Yeah.
I like that a
Yeah.
lot.
And the results speak for themselves.
Absolutely. No, you guys are fantastic. It is an honor to be chatting with you guys today. I believe that is all we have time for, so we're going to wrap it up now. But yeah, this is the Comics Creator Couch Party brought to you guys by Dark Horse Comics. We're going to be streaming for the rest of the day, and until then, we'll see you in a few minutes. Bye. We are live. We are back. We're here at the Comics Creator Couch Party, powered by Dark Horse Comics at Revenge of an LA. We are joined by Patrick Horvath. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for being here.
Yes, pleasure to be here.
You are a Harvey Award-winning creator. You have done Beneath the Trees Where Nobody Sees.
Yes.
You are the cartoonist and the writer for that one, starring a serial killer bear named Samantha. Can you tell us about that for those of you guys watching who don't know?
For anybody that doesn't know, Beneath the Trees Where Nobody Sees is it's a book I'm doing with IDW, and it follows these cute animal people live in a cute town of Woodbrook. One of them is a bear that owns a hardware shop, and she also happens to be a serial killer who's been thriving for decades because she's smart about it. And she doesn't kill in the small town. She only does it in the big city far away where people don't notice. Unfortunately, stuff shows up in town that's not related to her, but she has to figure out who did it before the interest gets too close to her. And it's been like a total welcome surprise that it's been very popular. So it's been a total gift of a book.
And right now you're doing The Rite of Spring.
Correct, yes.
Which
we're
is
in
the second volume.
Second volume of it. It's another 6-issue arc. We're currently up to issue 4. Issue 5 comes out next Wednesday, November 12th. And then after that, one more issue, and then it's already been announced we're doing a book 3.
Book 3,
Yeah, that will be
nice.
coming out in 2026.
That is amazing news. Where did the idea for Beneath the Trees Where Nobody Sees comes from? Why serial killer bear? That's so cool, so unique. I love it.
I was just drawing a doodle in I think it was 2017. I figured out what the year was. And it was a bear with it was an anthropomorphic bear with an axe on their shoulder, walking down a hillside. And I was just thinking, it was like, well, where's the before and after of this picture?
Okay.
And then I'm a huge fan of I grew up with Richard Scarry's Busy Town books, if anybody's familiar, with cute animal people books, right? And I was like, well, what if there was a serial killer in that town? And that's basically where it came from.
Absolutely incredible. And it's been announced recently that it's crossing over with DC Comics for
Yes.
the KO event.
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about that? Whatever you're allowed to tease.
I mean, to be honest, I don't know too much that I could spoil or anything, but it was IDW had. DC approached IDW. IDW asked me if I'd be interested in letting Samantha join in on the new DC KO, and so it was a total surprise. And I don't even think. I mean, my initial reaction was yes. I mean, well, let me think, but yes. And then the more I thought about it, I was like, well, of course that would be cool. I don't think I even realized until I saw the panel and during Jim Lee's panel at New York Comic Con, when you saw Samantha up with all the other characters like Sub-Zero and Homelander
cool,
and Annabelle, and it was just this is the moment of just being is larger than I could have imagined.
That's so cool.
So it's nuts, but cool.
Congratulations. That
Thank
is
you.
so
I appreciate it.
I don't know if this is too much of a spoiler, but who do you think would win in a fight? Superman or Samantha? I don't know if you can answer that one, but imagine them facing off against each other. I mean, I think Samantha would win clearly.
I mean, the thing Samantha's got going on is a lot of people would probably underestimate her. So I feel
she's smart.
I feel like she might be able to pull something out that nobody expected.
She got the brains right there, which is incredible. We chatted last time about your origin story, getting into comics and art. Can you
Yes.
tell us some more about it?
I mean, I've been drawing comics since I was a kid, and then I took a huge break from drawing at all and switched into film, and I had a whole nother life writing and directing independent horror movies, working on other features in different capacities for storyboarding and doing effects work.
What are a few projects that you worked on?
I mean, most recently, I did the boards for segments on weapons, and then I've done concept work that's shown up in Hellraiser, the new Hellraiser Dave Bruckner directed, and also Dave Bruckner, who's also a friend, worked on his Night House as well, doing some effect work for the entity that's in that, and then prior to that, it's just been writing and directing little horror movies Southbound I worked on, and then Entrance and Diner.
Cool.
But yeah. It's been a wild ride, I think, because I never expected to show up in comics.
Cool.
But at the same time had loved them ever since I was a kid. Yeah. And so it was through the movie Southbound.
Okay.
The Orchard is who the distribution company was. And then Paul Davidson, who was at the Orchard, ended up at IDW for a brief time. and he showed my work to Mark Doyle, who's the editing,
yeah.
who's director of editorial, and then that's how random, but that's how it happened. And I got pitched. There was like, if you want to pitch us any ideas, let us know. And so I had
Cool.
one, and it was Beneath the Trees.
Amazing. Where does the name come from?
The Beneath the Trees Where Nobody Sees is from the lyrics from the song Teddy Bear's Picnic. And back when I came up with the idea, like back in 2017, it was, serial killing bear. I always thought Beneath the Trees Where Nobody Sees was such a sinister line in
Yeah.
that song Teddy Bear's Picnic. So I was like, oh
Yeah,
yeah,
'cause
it's
what does
like
that
murder
mean,
mystery
you
about
know?
a serial killer trying to find another killer. It'd be called Beneath the Trees Where Nobody Sees. And so it just, it all honestly like gelled like in that, like maybe like couple hours way back when.
Incredible. And when writing for film and comic books, what are the similarities and differences, especially for horror? Because it's a very interesting medium to bring to life on the pages because you don't have like sound, for example.
Oh my God, yeah. It's like, it is, let's see, the big difference, the hugest difference is that I have the most control over everything with comics.
Right,
And like
right.
the best way. So it, like I still want to do live action, like directing live action film projects, but at the same time, like, I'm having a ton of fun doing comics, and I've been able to do more, which is incredible, and I'm very grateful for it. But like, so I'm not in a rush to leave comics anytime soon.
No, we want you to stay.
Yeah,
We're happy.
yeah.
This is good news.
But the big difference, I think, like between writing is like, yeah, you have a lot less. There's no motion, right, and there's no sound, and you're kind of left to like mechanically speaking, like you have a page turn.
Right.
And you have, placement on the page.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like, you can also break a lot of rules that you normally have to follow in, like, in filmmaking because time works differently on a comic page. And there's an interesting thing with, like, any reading, but especially in comics, like, the reader makes the magic in between the panels.
Yeah.
And the fact that the reader's completing it is like a stronger connection I found.
I've heard people say that before.
Than with like maybe film or TV in certain regards. So like it's just interesting in like a really cool way. I find that like I have had the most interaction with comic readers than I had with film fans.
Oh, okay.
And like it's been I don't know, it's really cool. Like it's a lot richer than it has been. I don't know.
Okay.
And maybe it's because I table a bunch and you get to meet the people
Oh,
that
yeah,
are
that is
reading
nice.
it, and you have like you have your episodic like issues that come out every month, and so
Amazing.
because of that, you keep checking in.
Mhm,
You know what I
mhm.
mean?
Yeah.
And it's I don't know. There's a lot. It's a lot more of an immediate feedback. It feels like it's
Right,
cool.
Yeah. A bit more intimate, it sounds like.
Yeah. But like also just writing, I would say like there's no budget with comics. So
Oh,
like
true. Yeah, you could infinite
do whatever you want.
possibilities right
If you
there.
need a starship, you can just write in the starship and it's not a problem.
Absolutely incredible. And what art medium do you use? Because you are the cartoonist and the writer. What medium do you use? And what's the creative process like writing the script and then drawing them, or do you start with the drawing sometimes?
I will do well, I do everything traditional. So I do it on like watercolor paper, and then I paint, and it's all gouache and ink.
Ooh.
And so, but the process is, I have the whole thing outlined, so I know what's on every page, and then once I break it down by pages, I'll like dive in and start actually like laying out in pencil
Okay.
on like real small thumbnails.
Okay.
I found that it's the fastest, even faster than before. Like I'll go digital for the like tighter layouts.
Okay.
But like before then, I'll just go pencil and like teeny tiny, so I don't worry about detail. I just need to know like, do the shapes work? Will
Right.
the panel number work?
Oh, yeah, like
will the layout
silhouettes.
work? And I'll do it in spreads.
Okay.
And then once I'm happy with that, I kind of write the words and figure out the layout at the same time.
Okay,
And
that's
then
cool.
just that real rudimentary layout. And then I just like can plow ahead with the script that way.
Mm.
And then I go back and do like more fuller layouts on digital. I like literally take a snapshot with my phone, put it
Okay.
on the iPad, and I'll draw it like tighter, more detailed
Okay.
layouts. And then I use that for like as a light table after.
Oh,
And then I put
cool.
my paper on that. And then
On
I'll-
the iPad?
Yeah.
Wow.
And you can use an app that basically makes it so it doesn't move when you're trying to draw.
Oh, that's actually
And
really good to
then-
know. That's
yes,
cool.
it's called Projector, if anybody wants to know, on
Nice.
iPad. And it like saved me so much time. But it was definitely like a big part of the process. As much traditional as possible.
Incredible. So it starts with like the outline, the drawings, and then you could tighten up the dialogue.
Yeah.
That is
and
awesome.
then at that point I'm like, and then I'll ink it and then I'll paint it.
amazing, stunning. I love the series. The first volume is out now if you guys want to catch up. But this is all we have time for today. Thank you for being on this live. This has been the Comics Creator Couch Party brought to you by Dark Horse Comics. And we'll see you guys soon. We're live streaming till, like, I believe 6 o'clock. Is that right? Or all day, whatever. We'll be here, guys.
Bye.
Bye. live, the Comics Creator Couch Party, powered by Dark Horse Comics here in LA at Revenge of Comics and Pinball. We are joined by some representatives from some fellow comic shops here in LA. We got Golden Apple, we got Things from Another World. I would like for you guys to introduce yourselves to the camera and tell us how long you've been working in comics and what you love about running a shop.
I guess the oldest goes first.
We got fans, we got fans.
So Golden Apple was started in 1979 by my amazing parents, Bill and Sharon Leibowitz. And I am a second generation owner, just a proud, family, small business that's kind of gone really big as far as a brand, but we're still a really small local community shop, which is what I love about the industry. And I love that the industry is so big, yet it's also so small. We can be in one room. I mean, this is proof. You can be in one room with all the publishers and all the top creators, celebrities, and we're just in our own little world in here. And this day has been amazing what they've done here at Revenge of, Jordan and Patton. I've known them for so long. Jordan's a subscription pool customer at Golden Apple. Patton, I think, used to be a Wednesday warrior.
Cool.
And I've known these guys my whole life, for a long time, 20, 30 years. And it's so great to see this kind of thing pop up. It's so great for the comic book community.
Yeah.
And it's so great for LA.
Yeah.
Or West Coast, West Side.
West Coast,
Repping West Side over here. But Golden Apple, speaking just from my perspective, has just been a lifelong journey for my family. And really rewarding to see what the industry's become and see cool new shops like Revenja pop up and do great things for us.
So you're running around the shop in diapers as a little kid, picking out the comics you love?
Basically, people used to joke that I was conceived at Golden Apple, but my dad opened it when I was 6.
Okay, cool.
So the rumors are false. But yeah, I've been there off and on my whole life.
Amazing.
I tried to get out and I got pulled back in.
Comics will do that to you.
It's very rewarding, and nobody's in it for the money. We're all in it because we love comics and we love the people in the comic book industry, and it's been a great ride. I'm gonna see where it takes us.
Yeah, I grew up in LA. I used to go to Golden Apple when I was a kid, so lots of fun stuff.
Seen you around the shop a lot. I just love what you've been doing. Sorry, I should talk
Thank
to
you.
the mic. But I love seeing you blossom into this content creator, and you're really doing your thing, and keep at it, because the world needs to see from another pair of eyes of how cool the comic book industry is.
I appreciate your kind
because
words.
when I tell them, they don't think it's cool. When you tell them, they think it's cool.
I try. But
you
yeah,
tell 'em how
Darcy,
cool it
Things
is.
from Another World representing.
So my name's Darcy. I am the general manager at Things from Another World at Universal City Walk. We're right next to Universal Studios. Basically, I've been managing that location for about 5-6 years, but I'm working there for about 12 years. And it's really been rewarding to work there, just to say, because I get to see every day people come in and come to their first comic shop who don't really live by a local comic book shop. And we're very fortunate in LA to kind of have all these comic shops to visit. But it's some people in Kansas, or some people in certain areas that just don't live in the middle of nowhere, that went to Universal Studios one day and just went, cool, there's a comic shop here, and got to experience that. And I would say that's probably one of the cooler, more gratifying things to have by working at Things from the World. And also one of the cooler things too is that Things from the World was basically birthed by Mike Richardson going, I want a comic shop, and opening his own comic shop, and then basically went, I want my own publishing company, and then he made Dark Horse Comics. So it's kind of one of those a dream, I think, of a lot of people, especially in LA, to be cool, I want to have a comic shop, and I want to have a publishing company, and I want to do all these things and be creators and all that stuff. So I think it's been pretty awesome. And I think another gratifying thing also is just all the employees that we've had and still have in our company that work really hard and are pretty much basically all nerds at heart. And every day we come in, it doesn't feel like work, because it feels like we're all just nerding out together. So
that's beautiful.
Yeah.
And I love that Dark Horse sponsored this event.
Yeah, right
and
there.
really showed their support for the comic book industry, and the store, of course. Things is huge. It's in Portland. It's multiple locations, and it's so cool that it's at City Walk.
Yeah.
Because it's a tourist destination. But you have this cool comic book store there that you actually do signings
Oh, you guys do cool signings.
with a lot of the
Organized by
celebrities
you.
a lot of the celebrities like Patton Oswalt and Jordan Bloom that do books for Dark Horse. That's awesome.
So you grew up in comics. What is your comic book origin story? When did you fall in love with the medium? What were the first few comics that you read when you were growing up?
Oh, basically, I started out reading comics like Archie Comics, Casper. My mom would basically just throw at me. And then my mom gave me my first like Black Canary Oracle comic as a kid, and I got into the super like hero medium that way. And then I took a quick break and then got into, I know it's controversial to say, but I got into the New 52.
No, that's when I started too.
I know.
Like that was when
and
I was a
that's what I'm saying.
teenager.
People are
Yeah,
like, all
That just dates your age.
That's when
yeah,
we were
I know.
kids, you know.
But I'm just saying, like, I fell into love like New 52 from my school library. They had a free comic book day.
Oh, sweet.
And so then I got hardcore back into comics. I was helping my friends write like their dream scripts for Deadpool stuff.
Cute.
And then right out of high school, Things from Another World was hiring, and I went, you know what, this might be my calling, and I applied and went from sales associate to general manager, and basically have been like hosting a bunch of events, and like now I'm closer to the comics, which makes me feel even great.
Incredible. Do you have the first few comics that you got into growing up?
I was into Iron Man and Batman
Nice.
mainly because I never like went for like the superheroes with the powers and
Okay.
the stuff that wasn't based in sort of reality. I wanted to look up to somebody who maybe I could aspire to be.
Oh,
and
right,
like,
yeah.
oh, these are
like
regular
that.
dudes, so to speak. They don't have powers, let's put it that way. They have money and they have intelligence. And I was like, that's cool. Like, they could be a superhero without like getting bit by a spider
Exactly,
or whatever,
yeah.
you know? So I kind of gravitated to the more like realistic, heroes like, Bruce Wayne and Tony Stark.
Yeah.
That was kind of my intro to comics. As far as the ones that I wanted to read, they were all over the house and they were all
right,
over.
yeah.
All the artwork was all over the walls.
Oh,
I mean, I grew up
wow.
in a house that was like a museum with, Mobius
Nice.
and Dave Stevens and, artists like that all over the walls. Conan was one of my dad's favorites, and so I had original Conan paintings everywhere and stuff like that. In my room, I had a painting of me and Conan done
Cool.
by one of the masters of, Conan comics and stuff, Fred Alcala and stuff. So it was a weird place to grow up. And also, let's remember something. I'm older than you guys. Comics weren't
Are
cool.
you?
When I was growing up, comics weren't cool, kids.
For me, it was a
wasn't
transitional
cool
period.
to be a nerd
No, for
or
me,
a geek.
I
Those
was-
were words you would say to be mean to somebody.
I was like kind of on the edge, and I feel like you were kind of similar age, where like, I was kind of made fun of a little bit maybe like for liking this stuff, but as I was getting into high school, like cosplay and Instagram was taking off, so I kind of saw a little bit more of the transition, but I do feel like I was really privileged to not like really deal with too much like
I mean,
bullying.
I literally didn't tell my friends what my dad did. I was like not embarrassed, but it was like friends have doctors or lawyers or whatever. My dad owned a comic book store,
That is so
and it wasn't
cool.
cool in the '80s.
Gen Z loves that though. Gen Z loves, and
But
I'm Gen Z.
Now I look back and I'm like, wow, I got to like hang out with Stan Lee and Jack
Oh,
Kirby.
that's so cool.
And all the greats of the industry, and they were like my uncles. I jokingly
Yeah.
call them like Uncle Frank Miller. Uncle this, Uncle that. Like they were like these guys and people I grew up knowing. And these were people's heroes.
Yeah.
I kind of took it for granted. Like I was a kid, whatever, Stan guy, whatever. Now I'm like,
Yeah.
what a crazy childhood I
That's so
had.
cool. Yeah, honestly. What goes into running a comic shop? Even some aspects that people might not even think about.
I think a lot of it goes into about curating your store and knowing exactly what the audience wants, because you can put stuff up and like go, yeah, I think this is cool. But as he was saying, it's like comic shops used to not be popular back in the day. So you had a specific curated base of fans that came in and went, I know what I want and this is what I want. Now we have people getting into comics through a bunch of different ways, right? So we have like TV, we have
Yeah.
movies, we have people coming in going, okay, well, I heard Patton Oswalt is writing a comic. What's that about? So I think a lot of comic shops right now are trying to curate towards that type of vibe right now, because it's like you kind of want to get more people. Oh, you like the Patton Oswalt Minor Threats? Here, you might like this title even more.
Nice.
It's one of those things I think a lot of comic shop owners are paying attention to right now, and trying to also get more on social media to kind of get their name out there, because I think a lot of comic shops right now are not like savvy or know how to use Instagram as much, or are using it and they're not breaking through. And it's one of those things that like Sammy here's came into the like content creator era, which is really great.
I'm so grateful.
No, seriously. And I think this is the time for people to jump in. And right now comic like owners and managers are kind of going, okay, now I need to curate and I need to turn. So that's what I would say.
Definitely. I mean, selection, is key. Ordering, appropriately, budgeting, but really having a staff that can help people, because, look, I hate to say the A word, but like everybody can go to Amazon or some other website or whatever and find these things, and sometimes even cheaper.
Shop local, guys.
But what you're doing is you don't have a personal shopper. You don't have somebody who can say, well, I really like this anime, I really like this TV show, I really like this movie, I really like this one comic, what else should I read?
Right.
And we have that at our stores. These local stores are filled with, these people that have this wealth of knowledge. And what I love about, especially my store, and I'm sure it's true for every store, correct me if I'm wrong, my employees and everybody who works there, my crew, everybody kind of into something differently.
Yeah, I like that.
And
yeah.
so
Tifa, yeah, for sure.
people come up to me and they're like, what manga should I read? I'm like, actually, I'm like the wrong person. I can tell you Akira and a few things, but go talk to them and they're going to like blow your mind.
Yeah.
Or if you want to get into indie books or if you want to get into superhero, like I have somebody who's got a specialty in each one.
Yeah.
The superhero league. It's like Justice League.
Yeah, we have the Justice League. And so like you don't get that shopping online.
Yeah.
You might save a couple dollars, whatever.
It's not
you
worth
don't
it
get
though.
the experience.
This is a community.
Also,
yeah.
Let's talk about comic books for a minute. Like the individual comics, people love to touch them, smell them, literally.
Oh yeah, no,
have
I
people who
get it. It
smell
smells pretty good. I like
books.
I like to smell.
It's
I like to
like
sniff
a
books.
thing, like especially the older ones. So it's really fun to like have the vintage comics and own one and have it in your hand. Instead of like reading a digital comic. Or something.
No, it's a very special experience.
I think it's an experience going to a store like ours.
You guys you are such an integral part of the comic industry, and I love to see the collaboration between Golden Apple, Tifa, and Revenge of. That is actually all we have time for today. Thank you for being on this stream, and thank you guys for watching. This is the Comics Creator Couch Party, powered by Dark Horse Comics. We'll be back in a few minutes, and we'll see you guys later. live from the Comics Creator Couch Party, powered by Dark Horse Comics. We're with some fun people. We got Patton Oswalt and Jordan Bloom, the creators of this incredible event.
Are you okay, Sammy?
Oh my
It's been
gosh,
all
I've been on my
day.
feet all day, but I'm so happy to be here with you guys. And Jeff Eisner, you are here. You are the co-owner of Revenge Of. You built all these incredible sets, designed everything. And you know what? We're going to throw the cards away. It is the last interview. Let's have fun with it, guys.
Whoa. We're off the books.
Whoa, off the books,
We are
man.
off the books.
Tell me, how's your guys' day been? How's this event been going? 3rd year in a row. What has it been like seeing all this growth?
It just hit me that this is the end of the day.
Yeah.
It was 11 a.m. when we last
Yeah,
talked.
you're my first, my last.
It just
We're
zipped
sandwich.
along. I don't know what to say. It's been amazing. I don't know. I wish I had a more articulate way to put it, but the way that this has expanded, but not metastasized, I know that's a weird way to put it, it stayed focused on the comics.
Yeah.
I want to thank Dark Horse. I want to thank Things from the World, Golden Apple, everyone who kind of came and joined this family
Collector's
today.
Paradise,
Collector's Paradise.
Secret headquarters.
Yeah, and it was a real celebration of comics. I got a Boom Boom sketch by John Bogdan. I'm just gonna brag right now. But it was a great way of creators to meet and fans to meet creators, and that's what it's all about, is celebrating comics.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I can say about today is that it's been intense,
Mhm.
like in the best possible way. I've
Yeah.
devolved into megaphone guys, if you can't tell. But everyone has been having a great time. The fans have been awesome. We've been getting through every line. The vibes have been super high. It's just been fantastic.
Well-oiled machine.
Yeah.
Everything is beautiful, fantastic. What are some of the differences this year, the 3rd year, compared to the first couple of years?
Well, I mean, this year I think we're way more wired in to the internet. We're trying to bring this experience to people that can't physically get
You
out here,
guys, we're
which
talking
is
about you.
because we got so much positive feedback from people that are like, oh, I wish I could have been there. Also, I think that again, it's spreading. The word is spreading organically. Everyone that comes here tells their friends, you should come here. So we keep getting more and more creators, artists, writers that want to come to this.
Yeah, I think it's an amazing mix of comic book legends and local indie people, kind of all mixed together. The whole community getting to hang out.
Yeah.
I have nothing to add.
Perfect. How did the conception of this event happen? What was the conversation like? Where did you spark the idea to essentially have a Comic-Con at a comic shop?
I mean, I remember him saying, can't we do, because we did our book release party
Minor
here.
Threats first trade release.
Yeah.
And it was like a block party. And we're like, wait a minute, and you said that is what Comic-Con used to be like in the 90s. Why? And then it all kind of hit us. But we can just do that again and keep it local and keep it small. And that's where it grew from. But again, we are very, very conscious of not letting it grow too big, which I think is very important.
Yeah. What was the conversation like when they approached you for this idea? What was Revenge Of about? Yeah.
I mean, like Patton said, we had the Minor Threats Volume 1 launch party, which was like a huge event, and I think kind of set the bar for like what a comic book event could be.
Yeah.
And we were just like, why isn't this just our own convention, with like, let's bring all our friends and let's just do our own thing. And it's evolved into this, I mean, we're on a red carpet doing live interviews, so who knows where we'll
We're
be
on
next.
green carpet, slime green carpet.
So sorry.
Look, step and repeat, it counts.
What goes into designing this event? You guys are fabricators, set designers.
Back to heat.
FTB designs. Everything here is so beautiful. Like all the sets.
Building the sets is exhausting for me.
Yeah, exactly. Lots of
This guy
hammering.
just shows up for the interviews.
Yeah, I didn't do much, but no, I mean, it's like, it's pulling all the tricks out of the bag and seeing how we can, do everything that we do for all these other experiential events and bring it to this, and
And again, it reminds me of, as far as designing, and he's really good at making our inarticulate bleedings real, but we've been to a lot of Comic-Cons. I've been to a lot of music festivals. I remember the ones that work. If you go to Bumbershoot back in the day, was this a very chill day. It was fan-friendly. It wasn't this 18 hours of nonstop entry. No, we're gonna, and we've been to bad cons, and we know, and so we were very much able to articulate, we want this to be fans meeting creators, and that's it. No one is trying to sell you anything. No one is trying to hook you up with anything. This is just come meet the creators, man.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it's all about. That's why we haven't had sponsors really until this year. You know,
Yeah.
obviously Dark Horse helped us out immensely to bring this to the people at home. But I mean, you know, it's all grassroots, homegrown, inviting our friends inviting their friends, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, if we're gonna have sponsors, it's people who make comics.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And what are some of the changes over the years you've seen in Comic Cons? Because you mentioned in the 90s and stuff. How are Comic Cons different today? And what do you implement that you don't necessarily like about Comic Cons that you put here?
Well, again, the thing we all can agree with, Comic Cons that got so massive and stopped being a fun niche thing for the people that actually love comics. If anything, a lot of the bigger Comic Cons have become about anything but comics.
Yeah, like
Comics
pop
is almost
culture.
the last thing that's there. And it was really weird right after the pandemic when we went down to San Diego and it had gotten way smaller and there wasn't a lot of TV and film presence. We're like, oh, this is how it...
okay.
And you could also see the fans going, wait, this is way better. So there was
nature healing.
There was nature healing, and I do
Nature's
feel like
healing.
maybe we will help inspire smaller, grassroots, local Comic Cons and keep it at this
Yeah.
level rather than it's got to be the most massive thing with the most, because then it just becomes exhausting.
Right.
Yeah.
We will be having next year an AP Bio bounce house, though, obviously.
What?
But, you know.
No way, a bounce house.
Yeah.
Am I too tall?
No.
Okay, cool.
And don't miss the Bud Light Chips Ahoy AI experience next year.
Oh my
Very,
gosh.
very excited about that.
Stanley's
yeah.
hologram.
Yeah, and we're also we're talking to the WWE. We'll have all your favorite wrestlers down here.
That is incredible. Fun question for you guys. Top 3 favorite comics in general or potentially that you just read recently? I like your comic reviews online, by the way. I really do. I love them.
Oh, thank you. Well, the 3 that have really landed on me hard are They Choose Violence.
Okay.
Can't believe clear. It's so clear that the outrage merchants that usually blow up about stuff like that just haven't heard of this comic, because if they did, they'd be devoting their YouTube feeds to it. It is a brilliant.
I need to read it now.
Oh,
You've convinced
man.
me. You've convinced me.
Exquisite Corpses is
Yes,
just
yeah.
incredible,
Mhm.
incredible horror. And I know that everyone raves about the Absolute line, and I love the Absolute
It's a good
line,
one.
but the stuff that Tom King has been doing with Wonder Woman, especially
Mhm.
the whole Sovereign line, maybe one of the best superhero stories I've ever seen.
Hell yeah, we love to hear it.
I think I said, the Absolute line, that Batman annual was unbelievable. I'll talk about that in the panel.
That was
yeah.
insane.
And what else am Escape from Alcatraz
yeah.
is a beautiful. Is that Alcatraz?
Out of Alcatraz.
Out of Alcatraz.
Yeah.
Okay,
that-
what
yeah.
can't well forgive
There's
me.
a lot
Yeah.
of great noir
By
and
Chris.
crime happening.
Yes.
Right now. Yeah.
That and you know what? Fantastic Four is great right now
Cool, yeah.
by Ryan North.
Yeah, my brain's mush, but I will say Assorted Crisis Events, everyone
Yes.
is in love with that. We got Exquisite Corpses, like Patton said, pretty much everything Tiny Onion, obviously.
I love Tiny Onion.
The Imperial stuff has been incredible, the Absolute stuff. On and on and on.
And a question for you guys. You just recently did a crossover with Archie Comics. Really fun. Do you have another like dream crossover, or is that like too much of potentially a spoiler in the future?
The only 2 dream crossovers I would have, and this is asking a lot, I would love to do a crossover in the Black Hammer universe, Jeff Lemire, because ours is so clearly inspired by that.
That's so cool.
And then my real dream one, and this is asking way too much, somehow to do a continuation of the Ostrander Suicide Squad bumping into the Minor. That would be,
cool.
and I want that artist, and I want it, like I want that world.
Yes. Yeah, same. I was gonna say Flash's Rogues, who half of them are in the Suicide Squad. So
Oh.
sure.
Yeah. Do you have a dream crossover?
I have
Who do you
nothing
want?
Dream crossover? No.
You want something?
I mean, Archie, that was it.
Okay, you
Archie.
got
Done
it.
now.
Okay, you're welcome.
Perfect. What do you guys want people to know watching at home about this event? What can they expect potentially next year?
Next year next year is going to be more of the same. It is not going to grow out of hand and get crazy. It'll be the exact same idea. Come out, chill out, meet your favorite creators, discover new people. We always are bringing in new artists, new writers. There's going to be even more really cool panels, probably a couple more live podcasts that we're working on. And I don't know if we can say the surprise we're about
Ooh, a
to.
secret.
All right.
We're saying it now.
Okay, we're closing
All right.
out. We're about to do an exclusive screening for the people here of the new The Running Man.
Getting to see
It
it
comes out.
early.
Get to see it a week
Yes.
early. We got approval from Paramount and Edgar Wright. We are showing it to the elite of the nerd mafia, to talk about and post about. But I saw the movie last week. It is incredible, and this is one of those movies that I want to watch an audience watch it again. That's how good it is.
Yeah. Aw.
I just want more creators, bringing more creators. We have, I think Brian Michael Bendis has become our ambassador to the con, and he's getting all the Portland crowd down here.
Yep.
So
Lots of
more
Portland people,
creators,
yeah.
and we talked about maybe bringing more comic vendors here.
Oh, definitely, especially bringing other smaller stores here and let them set up a booth.
sure. I like
Definitely, that would be great.
Yeah, for me, I'm looking for a megaphone person to take over for me. So
Okay.
next year, we're going to hire that.
Give me it. Let me see.
Yeah, here you go. Here.
Look at that.
There
Whoa.
you go. There you go. But yeah, to echo Patton, I want to bring all the comic stores here. I think we got a lot of them in LA already, and we just need to bring the rest.
Yeah.
Woo! Comics Creator Block Party 2025! Woo!
Whoop, whoop. All right.
Did I pass? Do I get the job now?
Yeah, you're hired.
Perfect,
You're
perfect. Thank you. And I think that's all we have time for. Is that right? So we're gonna wrap up. But this has been the Comics Creator Block Party. This is the Comics Creator Couch Party. Because you guys are on a couch,
Powered
not
by
us,
Dark Horse.
but at home watching.
We have
That's
to
the couch
stand.
party.
You get to sit on a couch.
I love that.
Any last words for the people?
No, we're about to watch The Running Man.
Yeah.
We're very, very excited.
Yes.
So we'll see you next year.
Yes.
Perfect, perfect.
See you next year.
Amazing.